Starting to stream. I don't know if the mic is working. We'll find out. Let's make that call. Okay, and okay, get on infinite call. Here we are, infinite call, and meet now, audio, and then we check in with the studio. Okay. Okay, let's see if you're registering on the online broadcasting software, Aristides.
Hello.
Oh, thank God. Okay, I'm surprised actually that it works. All right. Okay, so T-Tank Barry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother 100. Love you dearly, T-Tank Barry. Thank you so much for being you, and appreciate Aristides being with us. God bless you, Aristides. Thank you so much for being you. And both of these wonderful gentlemen are here to tell us that it's working. So, all right, let's get started. Let's get started by having Aristides give us the blurb. Take your time, dear Aristides. And
if you could just, I'm getting a couple things settled real quick. Just give me a minute. Just kind of keep it going for a minute.
Sure. Okay. Thanks so much. And love and hugs to, by the way, T-Tank Barry says, Aristides Crystal Diamond. Thank you. Love and hugs at our dear T-Tank Barry. So let me see if I can get this going. And I'm just going to acknowledge him. Thank everybody who's joining us. And ask everybody to be as participatory in their actions as T-Tank Barry is. It always helps. Everybody say hello to each other in the chat, and let's get that going. We have the concurrent viewers coming up. Let me see if we get the notifications from our YouTube into my email that we are transmitting. And in the meantime, we will check to see if the YouTube comes up itself. And let's make certain that that gets upvoted. And we'll talk to everybody about the upvote soon enough. Other than that, another night where it's just been an incredible amount of activity during the day, far more so than I wanted. And it leaves me pretty much, shall we say, limited as to what energy I have left to invest in the show tonight. We'll see how far we can carry it. We're going to try and carry it till George Knight gets here, and then we'll, carry it till at least that long thereafter. All right, oldies in the Cord Blood Awareness Month. Okay, good. We've got a notification from YouTube. And so all that being said, we're going to try and just get it together as far as my processing is concerned. T-Tank Barry, of course, is doing great. Thank you so much. A valued member of Team Dietrich, as is Aristides. We'll get other valued members on here soon enough. Was able to check in with our friend Brendan Zogit before the show started, and he's under another occult assault, heavy-duty occult assault. Everybody maintain him in thought and prayer. Of course, I'm certain we'll all get through this. And had some other friends under occult assault recently, but they also got through it. And believe it or not, took a little bit of occult preparation. Brendan was able to tutor them on that. For their own personal security. We're not going to go deeply into it until they themselves feel comfortable going into it. And aside from all of that, Vicki Johnson says, hello, Douglas. Mwah! Kisses to Vicki Johnson. Hello, darling. And let's give her a nice response. And let's see, here we are. Make certain it's all caps. And John sent a message. Okay, we'll take a look at that in a second. Now, don't expect me to be too.
All right.
Yeah.
Can start the blurb now.
Okay, please do. Thank you so much.
All right. Sorry, I just sat down here at the computer, just getting a couple things squared away. All right. Okay. As soon as you show up, as I have, please hit the thumbs up, upvote right away. It's important for the purposes of the algorithm, and that affects Douglas, and that. There are those that put down votes. You can't see them, but they may do so with bots. You might do so right away, driving down the algorithm and reduce his ability to be suggested or searched. So please hit the thumbs up vote. Please make sure you're subscribed, the button nearby there, and the notification bell is on, and it'll pop the notification for the program, and which is handy. You need to have an account to do all this, so please create one or log in to do that. Once you do that, you can actually switch to create channels underneath your account. It's in the menu there, and each one of them can do their own separate upvotes. So that you can do that too. I just did that, just left a second upvote, so you can do that too. Also, in terms of upvotes, once the program is complete, Douglas will put a pinned comment under the window. If you're there after the fact or go back with crucial information, please upvote that as well. We will let's see, put the PayPal link in the chat here, and please donate or contribute if possible. Douglas needs to get the month started out right. So you can share the YouTube link out of the browser bar. That will stay the same. You can, after it's live, when it's playing, not during live, you can, I think, click on the window somehow on your device and get a timestamp link to send to people. And what else do I usually say? Sorry, I'm kind of scattered here.
Yeah, well, stand in line. I'm not doing any better. So don't look to me for stabilizing yourself in that regard. Tell people to download everything and that their subscriptions will be canceled and all the rest of that good shit.
Yeah, they might unsubscribe you, so check that. And if you're up to it, you can download with a download program and upload to other channels if you're savvy like that. What else?
Well, I think we're all doing the best that we can, considering we've all been through a lot. And tomorrow, hopefully, my check deposits, and then I pay Aristides back. It all depends on what time I wake up, of course. Had to do a supply run today, so I guess I can start into my own story about situation report and how that all worked out. Literally a bona fide religious miracle as far as I'm concerned. So, all right, let's get started with that. And we want to thank Aristides first. He's done a wonderful blurb. Anything else you can think of before I take over?
Not particularly, like I said, because I've been kind of scattered just getting here to this moment. But yeah, I'll let you know.
Yeah, thank you for the link. I appreciate the link that Vril put into the chat, and that, of course, is our man Aristides. Okay, well, until we're joined by Brendan Zogit, which may take a little while, he might have to get home first, we'll stay away from all the juicy gossip. Instead, I'll give you kind of like a status report and a situation report on how I made rent this month. And just how miraculous that is every month, with everybody helping, of course, on Team Dietrich. We have solidified the contours of who exactly Team Dietrich is. He took a while to do it, like, a decade, over a decade. How long have I had the YouTube channel up? 14 years. And, of course, we've been thrown assign A after assign A, whose entire job is to do their best to take the channel down and sabotage us as much as possible. Okay, so all that's been, shall we say, whittled through. It's all come and gone, and what damage has been done, and has been considerable. Of course, I'm the most suppressed person on earth, and of course, the job of so many assign A's was to make certain that I get canceled completely. So they did everything they could to assure that. And we've pretty much wheedled out the last of them. So as it is, what I'll do now after talking with Amy Como is probably take one last action here. Let me see if I can find the name of the individual involved. And, well, I don't know. For convenience, we'll leave that up for a little while. And hopefully he just dwindles. So all that being said, if all that sounds rather vague, understand that I just had to do too much work today before getting here. It had nothing to do with the estates or anything like that, unfortunately. It's all the horrible conditions that I have to contend with in that 72-hour period between paying the rent and the check depositing, where I'm left with absolutely nothing. The amount of money that I have scattered in tiny bits, like in my wallet and on 2 different PayPal cards, amounts to effectively nothing. There's like almost nothing that can be purchased with the little amount of money that I have left. So we want to start off by thanking Ḥalli Keidatis-Kiefer. Ḥalli Keidatis-Kiefer, who is the incredible care correspondent, a care provider, a keeper, a caretaker in many ways for the living and the dead. She managed to send 100 United States dollars to me in a check, which arrived today. And even though I had zero money left in the bank after paying the rent, I mean like 0.00, all goose eggs, JP Morgan Chase allowed me to cash her check, which, by the way, theoretically, they're not supposed to do. Theoretically, you're supposed to have at least a little bit more in your bank account than what the check is for that you're trying to cash as a guarantee. But JP Morgan Chase, probably on the basis that I have a regular check that deposits monthly, allowed me to cash the $100 check that she sent, even though I had zero in the bank after paying rent. And that enabled me to buy the Coca-Cola, liquid Coca-Cola. Obviously, $100 is not going to get you any cocaine. Liquid Coca-Cola and beer, which is like literally just 6 20-ounce bottles, I guess, plastic bottles of Coke, along with the beers that I get, which is Glutenberg from Canada, which is a gluten-free beer, and Einstock. Einstock is the other quality beer that I get. Now, they're larger 16-ounce cans for the Glutenberg, and each one of those is $15. I get one of the Glutenberg Gold, which is all that's available because they work seasonally. They have a Glutenberg Red, a Glutenberg Gold, and their regular Glutenberg, which I don't think has a color per se, but is, for all intents and purposes, orange. And the Glutenberg Blonde, along with the IPA, which they maintain perennially, which is green. The box colors, not the beer. But beer can be green on St. Patrick's Day, as people know. All of that's $15 each. And then the Einstock is about that same price, if not a little more. And that's a 6-pack. But regular size beers. So when I get 3 of those, that's like already $15 times 3. So we're talking about already 30, 45. Yeah, close to half $100 with tax. It'd be about $50 with tax easily. So every time I do a beer run, we're talking half 100 United States dollars. When I have to add the Coke to it, it goes up to $80. And so the $100, of course, can cover that. But without something close to a $100 bill, I'm not going to cover my hydration needs when I'm not at the estate. So I need to stay hydrated when I'm not at the estate. As for water, I had already done a run and purchased water, so I have enough of that, thank God, to last me until the check deposits. And hopefully for a day after the check deposits. Honestly, the only action I want to take when the check deposits tomorrow is electronic. Make certain our man Aristides gets his money back, and aside from that, work towards next month, and we should be fairly stable throughout July and able to pay money the first of the month after that, August, because of I'll just refrain from seeing V this month. Again, a sacrifice that needs to be made. And it's, aside from that, just, try and get money raised here via my work. Which, of course, for those of you who don't know, I'm on the 250% Working Disabled program. and therefore already working. So whatever's going on with this bill that they're passing, where people will be deprived of Medi-Cal without meeting the work requirements, I'm presuming I'm not going to be impacted at all because I'm already working for my Medicare and Medi-Cal. So it should be fine in my case. Of course, we just don't know. The whole thing that we're in uncharted territory here when it comes to government corruption, which is, the Republicans passing their so-called big, beautiful bill, which is anything but, well, it's big, but it ain't beautiful. It's going to hit a lot of people. A lot of people are really going to be hit hard. So all that being said, again, just to give the details of what happened this month to pay the rent. So after Aristides had lent me 650 United States dollars, after I had received $200 this month from Brooke Hagberg, $100 in auto payment and $100 in contribution, after I had received money from so many people, including, I believe her name is Madame or Frau Schönberg in Austria, the Österreich, and various other contributors who deserve credit, and I've credited them in passing episodes. All of that came towards a amount of money that I had to transfer into the bank account as soon as possible so that I could obviously use it towards paying the rent. It takes some calculation to do this, and I'm not very good with numbers or accounting, so I just wing it intuitively by rounding up in the worst case scenario manner how much money do I need to leave in each PayPal card to pay bills as various parties come in and raid my PayPal cards to renew services. One of them that does that on a monthly scale until we get enough money to basically subscribe for a year's worth of Microsoft Teams service is Microsoft Teams. And Microsoft Teams is basically $10 a month. $9.99 a month. I would save about $12 to $20 if I subscribe for a full year, but we don't have the money to subscribe for a full year at this point in time. We hope to do that by June of next year. In the meantime, what we have going on is I have to leave like about $10-ish and a little bit more than that for buffer, because I think they charge for transferable money to a degree on the productions card, so you've got to leave in about $11 to $12. So I left that much on that card, and then the other card, I didn't expect anyone to be raiding that for anything in the immediate sense, so I emptied that. And so the money that went into the bank account left me with well over, by my standards of well over the amount of money needed for rent, which is about $936 or some shit like that. It's an exact amount that's so stupid because my landlady wants every fucking penny. So she calculates the 20% or 14% to 20% raise based on San Francisco rental limits having to do with rent control. She will just round it down to the fucking penny as to, what to, rather than rounding it down to a simple number that's easy to remember. So it's impossible to remember. I try and I just forget because it's so repulsive to me that what she does. So I had, more than enough to pay that amount. And then Recology, and this is what fucked my calculations up, was over the past few months, for whatever reason, and PG&E and Recology did not take money out of my bank account for automatic payments. Or rather, they did, but it was a insignificant amount, something absolutely weird, like $1 something. PG&E, I can understand why they do this, because PG&E overcharges people, and at some point their accountants catch up, and then they just say, okay, we just won't charge them for a month or two, and then it rebalances until they charge you again. So PG&E has a history of doing that, and that's the utilities monopoly of Northern California. Recology, which are the people who pick up my garbage, they do not have a history of that. They take $27.24 out of my bill every month, out of my bank account every month, for towards a incredibly stupid billing system where they charge you once every 3 months, theoretically, but they wind up taking it out once a month anyway to add up towards what they consider a quarterly bill, which is like, why don't you just fucking charge monthly? It's so fucking stupid. Well, they take the money monthly, only maybe because this time something happened with their accounting, they didn't take it the last few months. So, at any rate, they took it out this month, and so I was missing a penny from the money I needed towards rent. So by the time I got back to my account to withdraw the money for rent, I had the exact amount of money I needed for the rent minus a penny, which I had to put in from my change purse, plus I had to add whatever money was out of my wallet to cover the $5 for the money order. So all that was accomplished, but it was just weird. It was like right down to the fucking penny. Then I had to pay that penny plus $5 for the money order. But I got rent paid. Then once I got rent paid, then I was trying to catch up on sleep, because when I had rendezvoused with Aaron Tice in San Francisco and suffered that bout of sun sickness, in order to compensate for that, at some point I have to sleep for a few days. And I couldn't, because after that we had the Pride Day and everything else. And so with all the stress involved with first the sunstroke, which is basically what it is for myself, for a vampiroid kind of individual who truly responds violently to sunlight when overexposed to it, as I was on the longest day of the year. I needed some point where I needed to purge out those toxins through sleep, which is what sleep does. And I never got the opportunity for that until recently, but that got interrupted because I had to first pay rent, and then I had to get up and run a supply run because, Holly's money order miraculously arrived. And there was the added weird factor of once every 3 months, I have to spend, quite to my advantage, I have to spend about $150 on medical supplies that are covered by Medicare, Medi-Cal. And so you have to spend it or it expires. And there's this store called Medline that we do that through, a supply facility. And so I had to make certain I did that before the end of the month, and was able to get a number of things resupplied. Now, I'm finding that they have many things that I need that I can get resupplied essentially through Medi-Cal coverage, and the things that are what I need that otherwise will nickel and dime me to fucking death. I mean, as a single individual who only gets a fixed amount of money in the account every month due to SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance, which, for those of you who are unaware, that's not Social Security, that's not welfare, that's what I paid insurance into in all 3 of my fucking careers. Every career that I had that I was paying FICA, SDI, 3 careers all my life, everything that I paid into is being paid back to me very slowly through everything I paid into that insurance program. So I'm just collecting on my own insurance, which I legally paid for. That's not welfare or your tax dollars. That's all my money. And believe me, it's a long way before I get repaid. And that has to do with the fact that all the while I was caring for my parents, I had to sacrifice Social Security that I was actually put on. I had to waive that. In other words, waive myself out of that program so that I could become recognized as care provider for my parents so that they would get full medical coverage. Because when my dad was covered by the career that he had in military service for his entire life through over 3 wars, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, which are all on his tombstone, his headstone, as provided by the Veterans Administration. We're talking about an individual who also fought in the China theater before World War II was recognized as being declared, well before Pearl Harbor. The Americans were working with the Japanese against the river pirates in international peacekeeping operations in China. All of this, of course, resulted in his receiving full medical coverage, theoretically, from the U.S. military the rest of his life, along with his spouse. Of course, all of that changed when I had the Presidio military base closed down, When I got the Presidio military base shut down, then afterwards they shut down the Treasure Island Naval Dispensary and the Coast Guard Station and Oakland MEPS, or Medical Enlisted Processing Station, any of those elements that were contending with retirees. The only thing we were left with was Travis Air Force Base, which is like, you have to drive to be able to access that. And we just didn't have the capacity to drive my parents there in case of any emergency. So they were unable to use that, and I had to get them insured by Medicare and Medi-Cal to get them treated. My father, I was able to get transferred into the VA, which is a totally different system from military care. Because military care would be places like Bethesda Naval Station, where politicians are allowed to go for treatment, Bethesda Naval Medical Center in Washington, D.C., or places like the Presidio, which had Letterman Army Medical Center, where they trained a quarter of all Army doctors that were ever in service. And since all of that was closed, there was no place to take them other than the VA, but the VA wouldn't allow my mother in because she hadn't been processed into the Veterans Administration system before the retirement age of 65. She was too old by then to be brought into that system. So all of this resulted in my having to get them both on Medicare and Medi-Cal, because she would have had to have gotten divorced from my father to be on Medicare or Medi-Cal, which they didn't want to get divorced, so I had to get them both on it. And all of this required an enormous amount of representation and work. If I hadn't worked for the government for years, I never could have gotten that done. It was literally monumental and a landmark legal case, and it's not the kind of law anyone's familiar with. This is not barrister law. It's not law in front of a jury of peers. It's Soviet-type law. It's all bureaucratic law. Where they literally held kangaroo courts. There's no other word for it. In other words, courts at the complete arbitrary decision of a judge without a jury of your peers. They turned my own home into a courthouse since both my parents were homebound. The judge came to my home just to say no, repeatedly, after immense hearings where I was represented by people with Bay Area legal aid. BALA, B-A-L-A, Bay Area Legal Aid, which are like communist lawyers. And I mean, serious, without joke, there's no facetiousness there. Literally, when I went to their offices, they would have busts of Fidel Castro, Hugo Chavez, various other Latin American communists. And this is because they were extremely left-wing, liberal, progressive, and understandably so, working with minority rights and everything else, trying to keep humanity served, whereas they're facing an inimical government system that is out to basically deprive everyone of everything, which you see now coming to its full fruition, thanks to all of the welfare recipients who are overwhelmingly majority white at this point in history, voting for Donald Trump. So all of this resulted in my, as a care provider, having to pay the U.S. government for that privilege. And they would recognize my parents as both being in need of 24-hour-a-day care. So that meant I was working 48 hours a day. If you think that's a joke, you have no idea how the system works. And I was working 48 hours a day, was certainly recognized for working 48 hours a day because both my parents, and there were two of them, were recognized as needing 24-hour-a-day care. And for all intents and purposes, for the 11 years I took care of them, I never slept. Again, not exaggerating, and horrible time. And I try all my best to forget every moment of it. Now, in that hell, all the money that I'm paying is taken out of what I was theoretically being paid by the state of California to keep them out of a state-run rest home to save California money. So by saving California money to prevent them from going into a state-run rest home, I'm paid hundreds of thousands of dollars by the state of California, which then pays itself back by giving me checks that say 0.00. And so that went on for 11 years. And so I received not a penny in payment from the state of California. All that money recycles back to the state of California through what's called the share of cost program. And all of that money was then taxed by the federal government, who then threatened to put me in jail for the rest of my life for tax evasion because I had not paid taxes to the federal government on all that money. And when the feds approached me, they said, well, you make far more money than the president of the United States. President of the United States gets this much. You're getting paid 48 hours a day. Where's our fucking cut? So I had to hire a Jewish tax attorney who kept me out of federal prison by what's called an offer and compromise. And so that meant I paid literally something that I don't even remember the amount anymore, because there's the amount that went to the attorney, then there's the amount that went to the federal government. Altogether it was something like literally something like $200,000 in taxes altogether, that then got split off with whatever I had to pay the attorney. So all that went to the federal government, money I never earned. So not only did I not earn a penny in the 11 years I'm taking care of my parents, but then I'm charged $200,000 for that privilege. So all the money that I get from SSDI is definitely money I paid into the system. It's all my money coming back to me. If anyone thinks otherwise, you're completely ignorant of it. And if you don't understand anything I just said, well, if I hadn't worked for the federal government for 10 years, I would never have understood it. And the thing is, I will talk to people who worked with the federal government, and they're too fucking stupid and retarded and lame to get it either, because most of the people working for the federal government are fucking brain dead. And they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't care what the fuck they're doing, because they get paid a whole lot for doing a whole lot of nothing. I mean, the first person who always said the government needs total rehabilitation has been myself. There's a difference, however, between myself and Elon Musk. I know what needs rehabilitation, and nobody else does. Somebody like Elon Musk had no idea what needed to be rehabilitated. So, oh, by the way, we have two people. We have all kinds of people on with us. Why didn't you let me know you were all here? Heather Holtman and Aaron Tice. Welcome aboard. Oh my God, if I'd known what you were both here, I would have shut up. Do say hello to everyone, Aaron and Heather. Yes, please, by all means.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I hope you both weren't listening for too long. I mean, I was going to give the example of, say, for instance, when I was talking to just an example of how insane the situation was, but I can always get into that later. So with Heather, dear lady, hopefully you'll be with us as long as you can tonight.
Yeah, I might drop off for a little bit, but I'll come back, of course.
Thank you, honey. Love that. And love you too. And Aaron, so how long are we gifted with your presence tonight?
Just a few minutes, but I wanted to stop in, say hello, check in, and wish everybody well.
So what do you feel comfortable sharing? I know that you've been through a lot lately ever since you came back from San Francisco. Please share with us whatever you feel comfortable sharing, and that way we can, move on with the night. I mean, God, you sound good. You sound good for someone who's been through quite a bit. And I take it that, things are okay, as well as
it's like, hindsight is 20/20, and you don't realize things are happening until you kind of look back at them. But it was a whirlwind coming back. The homeless encampment around my parking garage.
Oh, Jesus! Fuck!
Yeah.
What?
I think I mentioned I got stuck
tell me about this. No, tell me about this. What the fuck?
So it was just, when I left, the financial district is now very much overrun, even though it's one of the more beautiful sections of town.
Right.
And it's $85 a night to have the hotel park your car, or you can do it in the garage literally half a block away for $20. So obviously I'm going to do that, right? Because you get it quicker. The valet takes forever. So I parked the car in the parking garage the second two nights because I could. I mean, when I got there, it was 1 a.m. I just watched, a pimp handling a Waymo. So, I'm driving into town on fumes. So I just let the hotel park it. So on the way out of town, it's 3 a.m. in the morning. I'm walking to the parking garage and I'm just freaking out because the doors are locked. And I'm like, oh my God, I have a flight to catch. Then I walk to the next door and I'm like, oh my God, because I have 3 or 4 entrances. So I just keep rolling my little suitcase. And then now I got to go past a homeless encounter, a homeless encampment where like a dog attacks me and they're calling off their dog.
Oh.
So I walked to every entrance 2 times, finally called the number. Somebody answered, said, meet me at this entrance, and they let me in. So that was, that was that. But then I get home, and I think it was 2 nights later. Yeah. So we live, there's no view of the lake, but there's a big lake
Right. But before we
And-
get to the lake, I just want people to understand that the dog attacking Aaron Tice, the only reason the homeless had the decency to recall their dog was they're afraid that he would mace it or shoot it or do something to it. And that's one of their major sources of income, is that you'll often notice that their dogs or their cats look pristine and healthy and like they're glowing with health, because that's their major source of income, from the tourists pitying the animal, giving them money for the animal. But I don't know if that was the case with this dog. Did it look healthy? I'm just curious.
Yeah, it did. It did. And, you know, I showed no fear. I mean, it's 3 a.m. I'm exhausted. If the dog wants to bite me, I'm just going to kill it. So it's it was just one of those, like, you can keep coming, but we're going to go to the end on this one.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
so get back home, and a couple days later, lightning strikes.
Oh my
Not
God! Tell
far-
people about that. Oh, also, I don't think we're giving away anything with this that's untoward. You can share with people how you told your wife, there's so much in San Francisco that's beautiful as well as ugly, but she pretty much laid down her decision that she never wants to see San Francisco.
Yeah, I told her I was absolutely awestruck, and my breath was taken away by the views. I mean, after I dropped you home the first night and I pulled around the corner going up the hill, I literally had to park illegally and stop and take a picture, because the sun setting on the bay is absolutely one of the more breathtaking photos. It's just absolutely gorgeous. I don't know how else to describe it. It's a city of views. It's a city to be awestruck over.
Yes.
But as I'm recounting the stories to her, I mean, the first scene driving in was the Waymo being used for prostitution.
How did she respond to that? How did she feel about that?
Well, she was shocked. And the last scene leaving is like walking through a homeless encampment to get to the car. And I
Not to
realized
mention being attacked by their dogs. But
right. So I realized in that moment, I said, I really wanted you to see the beauty of the city, but at the same time, I don't think you would enjoy it. I think it would be because every corner I went to, there was a schizophrenic homeless, absolutely out of their mind. And even in the financial district, sitting in Starbucks, doing a little work on my computer, this 6'3" schizophrenic walked in and took food off the counter, screaming and swearing. And nobody's going to stop him, because why would you do that over a $5 egg order? It just doesn't make sense. It's insane. So then we got home.
What was her expression like when you were describing?
She was shocked, because, this isn't an old story. This is a new story. She was on the West Coast 20 years ago, and it wasn't anything like that. We were in Asheville 10 years ago, and it wasn't anything like that. Now the homeless are stabbing tourists with needles.
Yes.
And, DC wasn't usually like that. We went there 5 years ago. It's overrun by the homeless. So all of the major cities of the U.S. are overrun.
Yes.
And this isn't an old story. This is a new story, but nobody's talking about it.
That's right. And yet it seems to be symptomatic of this fascination with zombie films. The Walking Dead is one of the most successful TV series in generations, and it seems to be symptomatic of the homeless problem, where they're trying to symbolize it with The Walking Dead, which is an apropos symbol, but it's like talking about the symptoms without dealing with the disease. And so there's something. We can go into that some other time as a social analysis, but please continue.
Well,
and
socially, you've got a mixed bag, right? I mean, there's so many good people that have a bad turn, and they become homeless, and that's really heartbreaking, because they've got their children and they're just trying to make it in the world. And then you've got just the lazy people that don't want to work. Yes. And legislation that allows them to not have to work or search for work. I think in Germany, you've explained you have to be searching for work, or you have to work. So there are better ways to do it. There's no perfect way. This is life, right? And life is imperfect. But anyway, got home, and, a couple days later, I think it was, right near the lake, lightning struck and hit maybe 10, 12 people, and they all went to the hospital.
I think it was more like 18, wasn't it, when I tried to search for it online, ultimately?
Yeah, it was something like that. And then I think it was 2 days ago, like, this beetle flew into the garage. We were sitting there because, the sun sets on the back side of the house. So if you sit in the backyard, it's way too hot. So in the evening, the front side is a lot cooler. And this beetle flew in, and like, what the hell is that? 'Cause we like bugs, and they're unique. And it ended up, we took a picture, uploaded it to Google, and it's the American carrion beetle.
Incredible.
Which feasts on,
The dead.
I think the dead. And it's the first time I've ever seen the American carrion beetle, and it flew right in and hung out with us for about 10 minutes or so. So it was interesting, but that's the occult radiation of San Francisco, I would say.
Absolutely. And we can take it as a positive sign in terms of the beetle, because the Egyptians would look at the dung beetle as a sign of rebirth. So this is something similar to that, a sign of rebirth, and hopefully kind of a resolution to that.
Yeah, and I viewed it similar as the ravens, because the ravens were a beautiful sign and presence. And, I'll have to send you the pictures of the cemetery, because I was in awe of the view, but I was struggling to breathe. So I didn't really take pictures that I wanted to take.
Understood.
I will say one of the best views in San Francisco is from the Presidio Cemetery.
Yes.
And it's for the dead.
Yeah.
But yet I wasn't able to take pictures from that moment. I just took pictures of the raven or the ravens. And luckily I got some photos of the bay beneath, which is absolutely breathtaking. So I'll send those to you as soon as I can.
Thank you.
So that's what's happened the past week. But things seem to have settled. The occult radiation has seemingly lifted, and everything is a balance. Like, the most beautiful city in the world is probably one of the most occult. And it's the same with Asheville. Asheville's similar. There's a heaviness that settles around Asheville.
Mm-hmm. And before we get back to Asheville, do you remember when we were in the Tenderloin, how at that point you and I were both dealing with our own internal struggles at that point. I obviously had been overexposed to the sun already at that point, so it was really beginning to take its toll on me. But in your case, you were kind of, like you said, the GPS wasn't working at all, which was significant, because it's like that showed you the intense level of this kind of interference that was ongoing. We had stopped near the Federal Building, but when we were walking, you were about to take a turn, and that's when I realized you had some magnets strapped to your back, because I had slapped you on the back and said, "Don't turn down there." Did you get much of a look or retain in any conscious recollection in your memory what it was that I was telling you to avoid, or did you see what they were doing down there?
Oh yeah, you put your arm up and kind of almost clotheslined me. You're like, "There's danger there," because I was focusing on the GPS at the time that wasn't working, which is why I detest GPSs. Yeah. And I used to travel by map. Either way, your face is in the book or the phone, so knowing a place is better, but you can't always do that. So what was down there, very much controlling the entire sidewalk, was about 4 or 5 very melanin gentlemen that were very violent looking, as if they were looking for their next payday, meal, snack, whatever you want to call it. It was a bad situation, and there was nowhere on the sidewalk to walk. And when I'm walking down a main street protecting the family, I'm walking way ahead, knowing where I'm going and eyeballing what's happening, which is what you were doing. And you paused me to let me know, listen, we're not going down that street.
Yes.
So that's what happened.
Yes. That's quite. So your recollection is pretty on point. And we'll talk to you privately later on about some other details I'll bring to your attention that you might not have noticed at the time.
I saw it all. And the last thing that happened, which, I don't get, that male ego machismo often, but the last thing that happened, right before I told you there was 2 people I would have stabbed pretty much immediately in there, was there was at least partially Spanish gentleman walking, and he shoulder checked me. And
Jesus.
Yeah, and normally, like, that's, for me, that's like a call to arms, like,
yes.
And you just can't. Like, I'm with a friend, I'm in a strange city, I have no weapons,
right?
And who knows who's around this guy, and you've got a mob of people that just want action. So I just let it be, and that's when I said, like, there's 2 people that would have stabbed, and maybe three, but at least two, and he was one of them. But yeah, it was he was itching to get in a fight.
It was. They all were. They all were. Yeah.
They all were. Yeah.
And this is.
There was that one guy screaming at the woman going into the convenience store.
Yes. Don't. Yeah. No. What was it he said? I don't give a shit. Don't. I don't
give a fuck. Call the cops. Bring him here. I'll fuck you up.
And then when she proceeded to do so, he said, "Don't!" He screamed out.
Yeah. Just insanity. And then we went into the. Was it a Vietnamese shop, a sandwich shop that you said your friend used to go to? Yeah.
Yes.
And that was empty. I mean, and I can't imagine running a shop that has a cash register that has cash in it.
Yeah.
In that, all I could say was, "Oh my God, how do you run a business in this area without fearing for your life every minute of the day? And how is that not the most unhealthy thing you do?"
Yes. Thank you. No, it's
yeah.
And I don't know if you told your wife about the dichotomy between. On our way back to my residence, the little girls that were dancing comparison. Okay, did you tell her just how contrasted that was to the cages the kids were in the Tenderloin with armed guards?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I did so in a different context, and I didn't do it as horribly as Peter did, bringing up to Marina Sarin your early upbringing.
Yeah. I mean, that's so hideous. It's funny. It's so hideous.
It's so hideous. It's funny. But I said, right near Douglas's house, there's this, little dining al fresco, little section set up, and there's these little girls dancing and playing, and Douglas said, "Isn't that beautiful? The children playing and enjoying." And I said, that's really wonderful that somebody who had to do what he did as a child, which she knows, I've told her that, can enjoy and be satisfied that other children don't have to have that plight. And she agreed because she had a rough upbringing as well. So it was a similar moment. She said, "Yeah, I had the similar upbringing, and that's... it's nice that he can see that as well."
Thank you. I let her know how much I appreciate that. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
So, yeah.
We have daycare centers literally around my neighborhood, the neighborhood I'm in now, and the contrast, as you said, it's just this clear-cut case. You're in this war zone and then just a block later you're in a completely different environment, and it borders on the supernatural that these environments are demarcated, as if certain people feel I cannot go beyond this point. And
it is, and it's the same. I will say this: 20 years ago in Hartford, Connecticut, I experienced the same thing. So all these cities have had it. I just feel like the majority of major American cities have deteriorated drastically in the last 5 to 10 years. Worse than it's ever been, because there's always been violence across certain lines, right? There's always been a street you don't walk across, because you grew up how many years ago in the Tenderloin? 40 years ago? 50 years? 45 years ago?
Jesus, it feels like 100. It was, let me see. We left when I was 16 years old, and we came there in 1969. So it was 69. On to, give or take a decade. It was a decade after 69. So the 70s, throughout the 70s.
Yeah. So it was violent, but did it have the homeless encampments as it does now, or no?
No, it was very different. It was an ocean of blacks. It was far more black, but at the same time, it was actually far safer, because there was less of the insanity that was present, literal insanity. And that's the difference when Aaron brings up the homeless issue. It's not even so much laziness. It's these people are literally insane.
So I would, I don't know exactly why, but I see people spinning out. But I would say this is majorly policy, because they've closed the asylums.
Yeah.
And they've incentivized homelessness. So how else do you create a situation other than closing the asylums and incentivizing homelessness? This is policy driven.
Yeah, it's true. It's Edomite.
Purposeful.
It's Edomite.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's what I observed. it's kind of heartbreaking because they're so broken and they're so pained and so tortured that there's really nothing else they can or will or want to do. And there's no rehabilitating that, in my opinion.
No, I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I think that there are solutions, but you know, it takes obviously a major social renovation. But such having been expressed, when you know, you made it home, obviously, and hopefully we'll talk privately, of course, just to catch up on everything else on a more personal level. But you know, by the time, when did you finally get enough sleep? How long did it take you to physically recover from physically?
Honestly, still recovering because the time change was aggressive, you know.
Yeah.
But I didn't take any naps or anything while I was there. I was out and about, so that kind of usually combats the time change.
Yes, true.
But yeah, got back, slept a little bit, felt better, and you know, but it's just quite a city. It really is quite a city.
Well, it was good to have you here, and like I said, I would have been happy to take you to some of the scenic places that I'm aware of. You got a pretty good view of them, but I could have given some personal touches. But like we both agreed on, that's not what you were there for. I had to definitely show you the other parts that mattered. And but such having been said, I definitely want to thank you so much for coming on with us tonight. Stay as long as you want, of course. Obviously, if you wanted to stay for hours, I'd be happy to have you. But I know, of course, you're so, yeah, you have so many responsibilities.
It's so easy to stay for hours. I have an early service appointment for one of the vehicles tomorrow, so I have to get up earlier than normal. But
ooh, sorry to hear that. Yeah,
that's life. But you know, the times that I was in between seeing you and touring, I was walking the hills and you know, going into the churches and checking out the scenes. It's a fun city to explore.
Well, I definitely want you to know you're in excellent shape, and you should be proud of yourself for that. I mean, there are people who cannot walk those hills in San Francisco, and
they're tough.
Yeah.
Well, you do it in platforms. I don't know how you do that.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
Hey, I'm used to walking in high heels from being in drag, so the platforms are like they're easy.
I was struggling in flats. I'm like, how do you do that? And you make it look easy.
You're very kind. You're very kind. And well, I love you dearly, Aaron, and share that love with your wife and family. And always shall we say, I value and cherish her input, and I'm glad she was able to get over her rough childhood as well, to the degree that you know, she wants the best for children in general, because it's hard. It's hard not to turn bitter and just will wish ill on everyone, which we've seen our share of that on this show. People who just wish ill on everyone. As for yes, now just out of curiosity, there was a certain individual who you apparently did you. Oh, I guess we'll talk about privately. I was just rather intrigued because there was somebody who's on some YouTube videos apparently, but he also has a shop near your near your neighborhood or something.
Yeah. So there's it's in the ghetto.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And we have a decent ghetto here as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like a point of pride. Go on.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's violent. So they closed the asylums here at the same time they did in, you know, across the nation.
Jesus.
But there's a local witch doctor who has a few metaphysical shops, one of which I went into to purchase sage before we moved into our new home. This was a few years ago, because I always sage, and I do it regularly.
Mm-hmm. Yes. That's
you
good.
just kind of clear the air and you know, get rid of the negative, keep the positive, so to speak. But yeah, I met him. He was at the counter. What a character! Did Brendan send you the pictures?
He did. Thank you.
Awesome. Oh, so you already sent him. Yeah. So this is how he looks all the time. So those pictures, that's how he is at the counter. So he was looking at me, smiling, and you know, checking me out and connecting and everything. And he's really like, he's a real caricature, so to speak. Like, he's almost like cartoonish. He's so awesome with his outfits and his hats and his glasses, and he fits the part of a witch doctor so perfectly. So I just thought to send it to Brendan and say, hey, this is a dude I met. He's local, and he seems legit. I don't know, but he seems legit. But yeah,
you don't think this is the individual that Peter Moon was consulting for his crystal elixirs when he said he was seeing somebody who he did not identify to help him?
Shot. No shot.
Okay.
Peter's very localized, yeah.
Okay. So he was seeing definitely someone else in Long Island then.
Yeah. Peter, and again, Long Island. So in the Deep South, things are, you don't have a plethora of choices. You've got really no choices. So for Peter in Long Island, you've got a plethora of choices. There's a million, how many millions of people, and a bunch of people have a shop doing the same thing. So you've got 50 choices on any given hour.
Interesting. Okay,
yeah,
good point.
So
good point.
He's got his choice of whatever the hell he wants to choose from.
But this individual then holds a kind of monopoly in your area on the occult, so to speak.
It would appear.
Okay, interesting.
It would appear. Now, there's a bunch of like health forums where you could meet a bunch of different practitioners, not too far like sequestered. So you can find people, but you have to search. But that's one of the major metaphysical shops in the area. Yeah.
Okay, fascinating. Okay, well, I'm glad that he was able to be of some help, and that's of course always appreciated. That and so with that, of course, and the lightning strike was just so. That's truly like, shall we say, other forces are at work in your area that are very powerful. And they're by the way, HH says for Erin, she's going to send something. Oh, here we are. So there's a little something in the text box. I don't know if you can access that, Erin, but that's sent to you by Heather Holman. I
got it. Yeah.
Okay, great, good, and thank you, Heather. You're an angel. And okay, great. Looks good. And Guy lamp lighting. All right. And so at any rate, Erin, always so good to have you with us. Again, you stay here as long as you want, but I know all the responsibilities you got in getting up early tomorrow. Is that our favorite car that's being served? The one your wife has taken to liking so much? No, it's another one.
Our family vehicle has a sensor that's out, so I got to get it replaced. I've been putting it off. I haven't had the time, so I just have to get it done.
Understood. Yeah, well, it's I know the feeling, and believe me, I don't enjoy it. But all right then. Well, take us care, and thank you so much. Feel free to listen for a little while. You'll hear me relate that irritation that I had with people who worked in the government who didn't even know that some of the things I was talking about government-wise, and they just, it drives me nuts. It's like, but at any rate, you'll hear it soon enough. And
and the highlight was, we were both exhausted. You were sunsick.
Yeah.
And we're just waiting for the restaurant to open, and we finally got in, and it was a great experience. So that release, that dinner, that experience of like old world hospitality, classic server mentality. It was just.
Oh, really was. That's the Barbary Coast at its best. And these men were maintaining the tradition of the Barbary Coast. I bring your attention, by the way, to something else Heather sent in the text box. Please feel free to acknowledge that. Has to do with when sage isn't enough. There's another thing I want to bring up that Erin can attest to for our listeners. Erin can testify to the fact that I never drank alcohol while I was with him. That's an important point. We can always get back to that later, but he can testify that, I was not drinking alcohol with him, but I do want people to know he can also testify to the fact that I ate comparatively very little of the steaks. And I do want people to know that later on, when no one was around to look, I would dig into them just literally with my bare hands. It was just so far more easier for me to do that. It's honestly, I do my best to maintain, of course, the appearance, the etiquette, and the just the whole personae. I can front the facade very well of the gentleman, because that obviously is what people expect from somebody who's a vampire because of cinema. They expect them to be as close to a gentleman as a monster can be. But honestly, when it comes to eating the rare meat, and he could testify I always ordered it rare, So it is pretty raw, and they maintained it that way for me with their cooking, which I appreciated. And I would just later at home just tear into it with my bare hands. It's just so much more convenient for me to do that. So I just didn't want people to see that feral aspect of me, but I did share that with Aaron. But that I was basically, these meals were wonderful, but for me the best part was the take home. So dear Aaron, I don't know what else you can relate.
Yeah. No, that's very understandable. But yeah, so that's a little bit more of our San Franciscan adventure. And how are you doing? Are you recovered from the sun sickness?
Just about. I mean, certainly tomorrow I'll just be sleeping throughout the entire day. Honestly, it's like, and I do want people to know that they've got to discipline themselves to do that. I think with all of the responsibilities Aaron has, it's harder for him than even for I. But people really have to learn to force themselves at some point to just hibernate for a period of time to get themselves together again. I hope you do find some time to devote to yourself to do that, and get it so that your wife helps with that. Box in a period of time where you're just undisturbed and force yourself to lie down and sleep. Honestly, it's so important. But you sound like you're great. But go on.
I'm doing. I'm catching up. But how was your long weekend with the Pride Parade? Did you make it to the Pride Parade with everybody?
Oh, yes. So obviously there's conditions to how we experience that. We're trying to, of course, give the Blood Boys an awareness of the Pride community without overexposing them to the more sordid aspects of it. Obviously, a lot's been done to clean it up over the past few years, but it's hard. It's difficult. And by the way, I'm still leery to talk about it, but the just getting them around and then back safely. Obviously we have what in effect is an armored fucking bus, but when they're out of it, then the biggest issue is, as you can imagine, you were here. At some point the gunfire starts. And then some point, you really just then the sirens start, and then the city was on fire that night. It's like it was stressful. So by the time I got back, of course, my son had, of course, arranged for an escort for me, but that's positive. But it's still, I went for days without sleeping. I'm not complaining. It was days without sleep that were extremely enjoyable. But definitely, by the time that I had done the Sunday show, I certainly made myself sleep as much as possible the next day. And then, I'm still, working my way towards that point where I'm dedicating an entire day to sleep. And it's just hard to get to that point. Yeah.
I was so honored that you took time out of your busy schedule to host. I did have a question, though. I mean, It's not negative in any way. I'm just curious. Do the boys get to choose who they're attracted to, or are they already in that predominantly homosexual nature? Like, I'm curious, like, how that happens as they grow older. Is there a multi-directional location coming up, or how does that work?
It's a legitimate question and a valid one. As I've always expressed, one of the, and I don't know if you've heard me go through this before, and I'll make it as short as possible, but I do want people to understand just some of the issues that we're dealing with here. We're dealing with the fact that we have a society that until very recently was just beginning to progress towards the level where it had this kind of acceptance of gayness, etc. It was getting to a point of quote-unquote pride, where, of course, Hollywood was coming out and just basically dominating the scene with almost a requirement to be gay. When it came to people acting, it used to be you'd have to have a role where you, for auditions, you'd say, do Shakespeare. And then they'd see if the guy could do Shakespeare. All that came to a stop. And then it was, let's see what you can do as pretending that you're gay. So everybody had to go through this emasculation process in Hollywood. So it wasn't that there wasn't an environment where people were out about it for a while. But nevertheless, that didn't impact the majority of families in America or elsewhere, really. most people, and this was an observation that I've always made because I've worked with security all of my life, and when it came to security and police work, I've always noticed, and growing up, of course, the way I did in the Tenderloin, and what we used to have, which we do not have anymore. We don't have it anymore. We used to have what was called the Chicken Hawk Lane, which went straight up Polk Street and then deeper into some of these areas that you and I were in, out of the border of the Tenderloin, but not yet into the Russian Hill area. That was pretty much the Chicken Hawk Lane area. And this was a safer area where they had clinics and community centers, and all of these young gay boys would just prostitute themselves and then go there for treatments or checkups. And this is where I really became acquainted with the phenomenon that's been kind of like institutionalized by the estates in the healthiest way possible. And that's the fact is that usually when kids come into an awareness that they're gay, it's usually when they're quite young, younger than most people really expect. And this has to do with their exposure to pornography, and they get excited by a certain kind of pornography. And then at some point, the parents become aware of it. And as I've noticed before, aside from the police work, my work with Michael Aquino, the one thing that I've noticed is you can be a murderer. You can be a pedophile, literally a pedophile, where you're preying on children of either sex. And you can be like almost any kind of criminal you can imagine. In fact, every kind of criminal you can imagine. And usually your family, especially your mother, your father, your parents, generally speaking, they'll say, I still love you. Even if you're convicted and you wind up in death row, the parents will usually say, I still love you. But for the longest period of time, once the child's found out to be gay, somehow it's a threat to the parent themselves because they feel that they're deprived of their idea of immortality, which is through their children, that they'll never have grandchildren. And, certainly that was the case for the longest time. And it's just not the same that, okay, they get married and they can adopt a child. It's obviously not the same. So people get very angry and they just automatically reject them. They'll say, get out of the house. I don't love you anymore. And they'll say this at any age. So there was never a shortage of young gay boys to choose from when it came to the estates and the original recruitment process. You're talking about the biggest issue was trying to get to them before they were contaminated with incurable diseases. Trying to get to them before they were, so it's mostly that they're already gay. So it's not so much a question of the chicken before the egg, and I can go into more details for that and be happy to do so, but that should answer your question in its most basic sense. Does that make sense?
It does, because I was curious about it, and I know that it seems like the utmost care is taken, so I was just curious. I figured I'd raise the question.
Yeah, no, and it's legitimate, and like I said, I'd be happy to go into it. I mean, one of the things that I do in terms of some of the photographs that I've shown others of the Blood Boys, and of course we realize now the background of some of the people we were dealing with before that were affiliated with us, like so-called Nemo Albano, and that's not his real name, of course. They were just drooling over it, and they were looking at it almost as you can't show people these images even though they're non-pornographic. The problem is I didn't appreciate the fact that they were that he was taking screenshots, it turned out, to jack off over later. I mean, I found that very, very invasive, and it just
everybody ruined the good time.
Yes. Oh, it's just so you try and be sharing things with people, and you're trying to like share parts of yourself, and they just like, you find out that they're taking it in the most sickening way imaginable. There's something else before you go. Let me see if I can find the correct file that might have one of the photographs in there that would be indicative of something. Let me see if I can find it. I might have to show you another time simply because I can't find it right now. But there's something else that happened with the boys. Many of them are products of satanic ritual abuse, and that was like one of the criteria for selecting them as kind of like giving them a chance to break out of that. And oftentimes that involves an enforced conditional homosexuality. So that's
Gotcha.
another layer. But anyhow, continue. Go on with what you were going to
Well,
say.
I knew it was gentle. I knew it was healthy. Because it's similar in the hills of Asheville, because on the East Coast I don't think there's anything more evil than Asheville, because that's the mountains on the East Coast. And people disappear. Many people disappear. People don't realize.
Tell people about some of the history of that you have, like, these Satanists have been there apparently forever. Go on.
Oh, forever. So in that area, 90% of the officials you run into are Satanists or Masons or both.
Right.
And to me, they are very similar, because they're usually joined in both organizations. So the average policeman you meet is a Satanist and a Mason. The average judge, prosecutor, attorney, you name it, they're there. So all of Hollywood kind of hypes up the fact that if you can get your story to the news media, you're going to be saved and everybody's going to find out, right? And it's just not the case, because especially in Asheville, that's like the satanic capital of the East Coast. So, if you're kidnapped and labeled for sacrifice, and you somehow escape and run to whoever, there's a 90% chance that they are part of the organization that kidnapped you in the first place. Nobody's going to blow the whistle. Nobody's going to save you. There is no redemption. That's literally,
Well, if anything, you're made to look like the villain. And
absolutely.
Do you remember the people? What was it, that horrible? I'm trying to remember the scandal in which the people were the one that ultimately involved George Bush Sr. and all the rest that were being identified by these boys, and then the judge wound up saying that they need to pay the victimizers millions of dollars. Remember that horror?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't follow it closely, but P. Diddy just got off on almost all charges.
Tell us what you know about that. This is like so
basically insane. Anything major they acquitted him of, and anything crossing state lines for trafficking he was acquitted of. He got charged with 2 counts of I think bringing females in for prostitution or something simple, and it's like maximum 10 years, which means he'll be out in 6 months. So he got skated through the process. I mean, paid off jury, paid off judge, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
So it's Asheville's horrendous, and I would imagine that if you were siphoned off as a sacrifice in San Francisco, it would be similar to that of Asheville. That's the feeling I get.
Yeah.
Like, who are you going to run to? I mean, you've got the homeless running the city in both places.
Yeah. It's so true, and it's just an example of the kind of shall we say, the fix is in, and it'll take major work, surgery, almost kind of social surgery, to get us over that. Honestly, your astuteness in this is so important, and I do want people to realize that one of the things that Aaron dealt with, and this is why I'm so certain that Aaron never subscribed to Peter Moon's newsletter. He never did. And yet, after Peter Moon essentially, for all intents and purposes, died, he began receiving the newsletter. And it's something like Peter Moon wouldn't do that after the way Aaron called him out, because Peter Moon essentially came at Aaron with all the normal bullshit that the gang stalkers come at you with. It's just a kind of like rote memory regurgitation where they have a stance that they take that everything I say is a lie. And that's where Peter Moon was coming from when he basically approached Aaron with his new stance in life with his new friends. His words, Peter Moon's words. And Aaron confronted him and said, don't make the good guy into a bad guy just because you don't want to complete the project. And what Aaron did was he called him out in a number of ways. And there was no way Peter Moon was ever going to want to talk to him after that. To suddenly subscribe him to the newsletter, it was like, this is simply, they want you to think he's alive. And it, like I said, it's all like chatbots. Everything he says now is all like chatbot. Like it's almost horrible. Like, and what Brendan observed was that he's even noticed that on his Facebook timeline, it's not only like 2 chatbots talking to each other. He said it's like there's literally cut and paste from the AI type searches. Like when you do a search on Google and they come up with the AI says this, and it always has a certain kind of format to it, the way AI responds. He says he could tell it's a cut and paste of those AI formatted search jobs. So it's like there's every reason to doubt that Peter Moon is alive at all, but it's almost like they're sending Aaron these the subscription now just to try and enforce that idea. But such being said, it's
and it's been 9 months now. Our conversation was in September.
Yeah.
There's been no contact since then, and it's a crazy time. But I hold the feeling that all is as it should be, and that things took the course they had to take, and that's the way it is.
Yeah. Well, I want you to know that you have the right attitude. Your attitude has always been the healthiest, and maintain that attitude. And of course, in the more immediate sense, we do our best to correct what isn't right when we can.
Well, I'll keep it going until I get hit by lightning.
Yes. Well, believe me, it was, how do I say this? There's just times and periods in history when obviously one person is very important. And it was, let's just say it was better that all those people got it instead of you. And it was, you were aware, of course, you were under a cult siege, and you began to take action right away. So I think that helped.
And again, I walked most of San Francisco, a good portion of San Francisco. I really did. In 2-3 days, I walked the entire city. I mean, you absorb a city's frequency. Mm-hmm. And I feel like the pain that came after was just shedding the city's frequency, really. It's just, as beautiful as it is, you don't really care for the city. Even though it is your home, it always has been, which is comforting, as I explained to you. But, you can't visit a city for 2-3 days and just not experience the true nature of it. So I think that was the frequency of the city kind of moving on and letting go. And, because it's not as beautiful as a place it is, some very bad people set up shop a long time ago and made it not so good of a place, unfortunately.
Absolutely. And you understand, again, the subtleties and nuances most other people would miss. They'd either be overwhelmed, and it is overwhelming, or they would, block it all out. And you can hardly blame them for that either.
Yeah, but the Tenderloin is one of the most violent places I've ever been. I've been in a lot of violent places. The Tenderloin is one of the most violent of places I've been.
Thank you. It's so important to confirm that, because I don't think it's hard for people to understand.
Yeah, like I've been, we have a ghetto that has no streetlights. I mean, I wasn't there at night, but there's no streetlights in the ghetto down here. So if you get there at dusk and you leave after dark, you can't even see the lines on the road.
That's awful.
The restaurants that are, ethnic based, like Korean and Vietnamese and so on and so forth, you're going to have a great meal, but you can't even see the road to pull out. You can't see where the curbs are or the driveway begins. And, you can be armed as I can be down here, but you're still not feeling safe. And I wasn't armed in the Tenderloin. So that's very uncomfortable for me right there. So that being said, I will say goodnight to everybody. Yes. Team Dietrich, and much love. Again, I have a ton of gratitude for you being a tour guide, knowing the pain it took and your busy schedule.
And I hope, at least reassure myself, in my presence, in my company, did you feel safe?
Absolutely, yeah.
Regardless of being unarmed.
Yeah. Oh, you're a military person who does security for a billionaire. I'm safe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, so
I appreciate that.
Yeah, and everybody that supports Douglas, please continue to do so, because most of us have a paycheck and bills, and we know that we can meet the bills. And 12 times a year, Douglas doesn't know if he can pay the bills.
That's right. Thank you.
And yet, he humbly and graciously pushes forth. He's done all of the things he's done. There's so many momentous acts. I don't know. It's hard to put yourself in the shoes of somebody who doesn't know if every month he can stay in his home, and envisioning the homeless camps, now knowing what they're like. you know, that's a fate worse than death.
Yes.
Yet, you know, and yet you push forth and you're not greedy and you maintain your budget and you don't splurge. And, you know, the least we can do is support you monthly. So if you do have a paycheck and you have 100 or two extra and you enjoy listening to the show, I urge you to pitch in now and support your pillars of support that give you the information that make you feel like you're living life. And on that note, I'll say I love you all. And thank you so much, especially to you, Douglas.
Thank you. We love you too. And share that with your family. Okay.
I will.
Most blessed be. Okay, that's dearest Aaron Tice. Thank you so much for being you. And with that, we'll move on into the gentle night. And thank you so much, Heather, for the advice you gave. Not quite sure what let me take a look at this. Smudge. For me, Smudge is the name of a pornographic illustrator, but she's got something else here in mind. Willie Street Co-op. Smudge and the cultural appropriation issue. Smudge,
Yes,
what is...
Aaron was saying that he smudges his houses with sage.
Oh, got it.
And I had heard somewhere that also it's like a vacuum that takes away all the energy. So it might even take away the good energy that you've been trying to create for yourself.
Okay. So we always need to be careful of these things. Yes, the dynamics of these things is always to be taken into account. Thank you, Heather. Very important point. And of course, you're full of wisdom. And so give us a little status report, please. A little situational update on yourself.
Things are great.
Good. And how's Vin?
Vinny's good.
You had
I'm trying to go out into the other room right
Okay,
now.
I was concerned about that little tremble in your voice there when you said it.
No, I just don't want to wake anybody up if they're sleeping.
Oh, yes, they do sleep at more regular hours, I presume, or is there regular hours, or are they just kind of sleeping whenever they feel like it?
Yeah, we sleep whatever we can.
Oh, okay, that's cool. I mean,
I sleep regular hours. Vinny's usually sleeping during the day. When you're in Arizona, it's so hot, you can't do anything really, like, except for sleep.
Hey, I like it. I love it. Man, I need to move down. Oh, I can't move down there. Yeah, last time my experience down there
Yeah,
was...
you should.
Oh, that's adorable. Well, I guess I can dream. We'll find out. We'll see. Maybe, I'm the type of person who tries almost anything twice, so I might give it another try to visit down there. So, honey, in terms of the sleeping through the day, yeah, it seems like it would be a perfect place for me. But that having been ascertained, what about so at night he spends most of his time on the computer doing that kind of trade thing, right? Crypto?
Yeah, or watching TV or whatever. It's just, I used to like working the night shift because it was quiet and everyone was sleeping.
Yeah, of course.
You get to kind of be alone,
Mm-hmm. And how are the cats?
Oh, the cats are just great.
They're finally getting along?
Yeah, they're not a bother.
Mm-hmm.
Not a bother at all.
Mm-hmm.
Vinny's mom is doing great. There's really nothing new going on here. I got my dad to go in the swimming pool.
Oh, well, what was that like?
It was good.
You
I
pushed
felt like
him.
I'd accomplished something.
Yeah, you pushed him. Oh dear. So well, that having been accomplished, is he now addicted? He's got himself a pair of trunks and he's going in all the time, or what?
Well, I told him that if you do something for 7 days straight, it becomes a habit.
Mm-hmm.
So if he just does it for 7 days, then he'll become a habit and he'll do it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. And
it's good because he's like, he might be still alive for 20 years, but you're going to want to be able to walk, when you're alive. So
right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's important. Okay, good. So you're definitely quite the care provider. You always were good at that.
I'm really not good at it. I'm a bit aggressive I'm told.
Well, that people need that. That you need to do things for people that are provocative. When they're in need of care provision, they're not going to do anything unless literally they're forced to. And
Yeah,
so
sometimes you just got their heart going, enough, and they get pissed off or whatever, and then
yeah,
then they're going,
yeah, yeah, definitely. And but that having been ascertained, okay, what else is new? Anything else comes to your mind about
No,
your
no, I
environment?
think I might have gotten a job doing what I used to do with the developmentally disabled people. I'm not sure if I should jump into that or not. It depends on how much I'm going to get paid.
Oh, I would recommend that you go for it. It's always good to have you occupied doing something.
Well, yeah, and don't want to be homeless.
Well,
I should be able to take care of myself.
well. Wait a second. Are you? It's like you're not in any danger of being homeless. I mean,
No, but anything can change.
Well, I guess it's always good to have that attitude and just be kind of cautious. Yeah, but yeah, but the
Yeah,
job
it's
is
a good
good.
feeling. I've been reading a lot of the Bible, and the Bible wants you to do it for yourself, and whatever.
Oh,
So
right.
I do a lot of comparative things. I jump back and forth. I'm always reading the Vedas, and I read the Bible and I compare them, and then I even look at like the things that are going on in the world and all this Satanism
Mm-hmm.
that I see, and it's just you have to know your enemy too. So
Mm-hmm.
you know.
And yeah, so that's good. I appreciate your bringing that up, and it's always yeah. You've always struck me as a very spiritually aware and cognizant individual, Heather. You know.
Oh, thank you. And you
Yes.
too, Douglas. You're the smartest person I know. I don't know, Vinny's a genius, but I think that you're really practical.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. I think Vin is more practical than I am.
He's just like a calculator. He'll do anything into a formula and figure it out.
Yeah, that's great. He's really talented in that regard. I mean, you're very lucky to have him, and he's lucky to have you. And honestly, the two of you do great together. You
I
really
hope
do.
so.
Yeah, yeah,
It's not always easy.
uh-huh. Yeah,
It's
and
not always easy.
yeah. So you helped to carry us through this opening hour. I'm hoping that we'll be joined by Holly and Brendan soon. Like I said, it was her check came in at just the right time to help me get my supplies today, which hopefully enables me to sleep through the day tomorrow. The check should be deposited tomorrow. Obviously, if it doesn't, then things are then the world has changed for the negative at that point. Either the government has collapsed or somehow I've been taken out of the system or something like that. So but the biggest issue is that at some point when I wake up, I'll have to call Aristides and we'll work on the transfer of the money at that point. Just want to make certain that I confer with him, then work with the PayPal. It should be done, I guess, during regular business hours. I'm not quite sure what PayPal hours are, but I assume they'll be regular business hours. So all that being said, and we might go a bit into kind of an early monologue and just kind of ramble along until other people start showing up, and I can take a little bit of a break. Not that I'm in any need of one right now. We've got a fair number of people here. And, now that we're an hour and a half in and a number of people have showed up, let's talk about Cord Blood Awareness Month. So it's finally here, Cord Blood Awareness Month. Well, July is Cord Blood Awareness Month. And obviously most of you are going to say, what the fuck is that? Well, it's an opportunity to learn more about the miracles umbilical cord blood can create, the best ways to store cord blood, and why simple changes in post-delivery practices might improve every baby's health. Awareness months, weeks, and days have become part of our yearly calendars, or they should be, for all the good reasons that I bring them into the attention spans of our blood boys at the estates. And coming together outside of the estates to help spread awareness, knowledge, and show support for important topics can be a powerful tool. July is home to many important awareness causes, but there is one that is near and dear to myself as a vampire, cord blood awareness. Now, I, of course, you have a vested interest in sharing knowledge about cord blood all year long. But this month we're ramping it up, and I'm hoping you'll join me for the ride. Why does cord blood deserve an awareness month? Is a question that I presume you would be asking. Well, according to the CDC, or the Centers for Disease Control, there are about 4 million births in these United States each year. Now, 4 million people a year being born. That's a lot of fucking diapers. So you might think this is more of an environmental issue, but we won't go there. For the millions of births, cord blood is collected only 5 to 10% of the time. And that's just fucking criminal. It is negligent to the point of mass suicidal insanity. Cord blood, you see, contains extraordinarily invaluable, meaning priceless, treasures. Stem cells, with a history of proven use in medicine to help heal the body and save lives. It's an important resource that should be saved, not discarded as medical waste, the way it is 90 to 95% of the fucking time. Now, if I had secular power, your cord blood would be saved. You would not have a fucking choice. It would just all be saved. So creating awareness for cord blood's value until that point of a happier world is the only thing we've got. And expecting families' options to bank, private or public, is the focus for Cord Blood Awareness Month. Of course, if I had my way, there would be public facilities. The cord blood would be saved at the expense of the state through taxpayers' dollars, of course, and would be universally available for all of us. At that point, trust me, an enormous amount of illnesses would vanish. They would simply become historical to the point where no one would remember them. You see, cord blood is the blood that flows through babies' umbilical cords. How does that work? Well, umbilical cord blood is rich with stem cells that haven't even yet had a chance to become any specific type of cell. So in that way, these young stem cells can be used as treatments to become new healthy cells for those who need them for almost anything. You see, new moms can donate their cord blood after any successful birth of any healthy baby. This is blood the hospitals at this point in history insanely, most often discard them as biohazardous waste. Instead, we could use them to save lives. So here's what you need to know about Cord Blood Awareness Month. Did you know that your baby's umbilical cord contains powerful biological material that can save lives? In honor of Cord Blood Awareness Month, I'm spotlighting the benefits of your umbilical cord blood and options for storage or donating to aid medical research. Of course, first I should tell you what cord blood even is. Cord blood contains a high concentration of powerful stem cells that have the potential to cure and treat many diseases. I could almost go so far as to say any diseases. Currently, there are well over 80 diseases and disorders that have been completely cured, or at the very least maintained to the point of total suppression of symptoms, which is as good as cured, with cord blood treatments. Those conditions include lymphomas, leukemias, varied types of cancers, osteoporosis, and almost any other kind of blood disorder imaginable. So as to how cord blood is used, well, right after your baby is born and the umbilical cord has been clamped and cut, the blood left in the umbilical cord can be collected and stored at a blood bank for later use. And the stem cells within it, having not yet been tailored for use to any specific purpose, can be retailored to use for whatever we fucking want. To put that to waste is beyond insane, knowing what we know. Unfortunately, because we live in an insane society that is destined to self-destruct, indeed harbors every intention of self-destructing and taking all of you with it, cord blood is instead disposed of due to any lack of awareness on the part of the medical industrial complex about its benefits. So, how to explain this? Aside from the Edomite insanity of the chaos cultists who run your society. The insanity involves a hierarchy of cultures. If you were to talk about money on the streets, it's just money. If you were to talk about money in terms of a middle class person who is graduating towards upper middle class and striving towards wealth, maintaining a portfolio of investments, at that point the financial advisors they're consulting would begin to use terms like currency. By the time you get to millionaire and this point in history, multi-billionaire status, where you're just dealing with the power of entire industries, the term is called monetary. You're no longer dealing with a concept of finance that the average person has any access to. It's the same way with medical technology. Your average doctor, your average hospital facility has no knowledge that cord blood exists. They have no knowledge that all of these invaluable, priceless stem cells are there to be tailored to cure all the diseases they're dealing with. It's only when you get to the level of people so wealthy, like Elon Musk, where they're conducting what they say is in vitro pregnancies. For those of you who do not know, the majority of Elon Musk's children were born in a test tube. Once you're at that point, you're dealing with medical technology where they're tailoring stem cells to create people. I'm not even talking about doing something so morally or ethically questionable. I'm talking about taking stem cells and tailoring them to cure diseases for everyone. Nobody at the lower level than multi-billionaire status even knows that can be done. But people at the highest level of technology, meaning the techno bros, the multi-billionaires, they do this all the time. Many of them were born with congenital defects that they've cured through tailoring stem cells that they've taken from umbilical cords. But since all umbilical cords are thrown away as medical waste, where do they get them? That's where the abduction of infants comes in. So because we have an insane society with an hierarchy of cultures, where one culture is so separated from the others that the others don't even have an awareness of the technology that they're using, they also don't have an awareness of the infant babies that they're trafficking from third world nations or from ghettos in the United States, where babies are harvested all the time and their umbilical cords are taken and the baby is thrown away as medical garbage. Now, the way they've tried to combat this is by outlawing abortion entirely, which is insane. An insane answer to an insane problem. Because of that, women are bleeding out now all the time and mothers are dying with almost every birth. Because half the time abortions are necessary in order to save the mother. Since that's no longer allowed in places like Texas, they're losing a great deal of the percentage, a high percentage, of their breeding age females already. Thousands of deaths have occurred since the total outlawing of all abortion. But the balance would be a state based on the Third Reich where cord blood was saved and used to tailor a healthier generation. Yes, I'm thinking like a Nazi because that's what I am. And that would be to the benefit of everyone of all races in the United States if you would simply listen to myself. Then we'd be saving the cord blood. There would be no need for the trafficking of disposable infants. And the cord blood would be banked, and we would cure the overwhelming majority of diseases and create a healthier species of humanity. What the Germans called a master race. You're programmed and brainwashed to think that's something bad. It would simply be a better version of all the races in America today were we to apply a Nazi social system here. To reiterate, when a baby is born, the umbilical cord is usually clamped and cut immediately, and a significant volume of blood remains in that cord. That cord and blood are then thrown away, disposed of, when that cord blood could just as easily be collected and stored for future medical use. Let's start from the beginning. Stem cells were first discovered in umbilical cord blood in the West. By that I mean outside of the Third Reich in 1974. The Nazis had discovered them in the 1930s. But because non-Nazi science was so far behind, considering genetics to be unethical and quote-unquote a Nazi science, stem cells were never used. But by 1974, the wealthy could no longer abide suffering unnecessary diseases and dying when they didn't need to. And through their money and private funding, it was incontrovertibly proven that stem cells are unique cells with the ability to copy themselves. In other words, renew. And beyond that, turn into different types of cells. The medical or genetic term for that is differentiate within the same body. By renewing themselves, you can attain a form of immortality, certainly life extension. With the mutation, or the differentiation, within the body, in order to become a liver cell, a kidney cell, that stem cell can become anything you want it to be. That's a pretty exciting discovery. The Nazis knew it 100 years before you did. But in the West, after enough private funding went into basically verifying and validating everything the Nazis had already done, less than a decade after that, Dr. Hal Broxmeyer is the grandfather of cord blood in the United States, and his colleagues proposed, finally, outside of the history of the Third Reich, using umbilical cord blood to secure a type of stem cell used in transplant medicine, known as hematopoietic stem cells. Hematopoietic. Hemato, like in hematoma, bleeding out, or hematophagy, like subsisting off blood, like a vampire bat does, or a mammalian creature such as myself, and poietic, as in poetry, because you're rewriting the stem cells. You're programming them to become anything you need. Well, at that time, bone marrow was the standard source of HSCs, or hematopoietic stem cells, for transplants. In other words, good example is this guy I knew who owned a bookstore. I can't even remember the poor fucker's name. But he owned Aben Books, AABEN, because he wanted it to be the first bookstore people ran across when they opened up the phone book and looked for bookstores. And he felt a AA would put it at the top of the line alphabetically. Unfortunately, they counted a space and the letter A to be more significant than a AA, so the bookstore named A Clean, Well-Lighted Place for Books became the first listing in the San Francisco phone book, as opposed to Aben Books, which no longer exists. But then again, I don't think A Clean, Well-Lighted Place for Books exists anymore either. But at any rate, when it came to Aben Books, the owner had a brother who took over care provision of their mentally deranged, senile, degenerate mother. And because he sacrificed his entire life to care for the mother, at some point, his own degenerate congenital defect that she had infected him with by birth, just by being born, they were given a bad deal. He was dying. And the only thing that could save him was, well, a transplant. But in order to make the transplant work, they needed bone marrow from a, what do you call it when a donor is comparable, companionable? The blood is, or the tissues, they're compatible. They needed a compatible donor, and that was his brother. No one else would do. So his brother, the deal between them had originally been, we know at some point this congenital defect is going to kill you. At that point, because you're letting me live my life and do what I want to do and run a bookstore, at that point you can come calling. Well, that's when his brother came calling. And so he had to basically surrender to a bone marrow transplant out of what he owed his brother, which was everything. So he killed himself for his brother, because once they opened you up to take the bone marrow, you're not the same after that. And you've just shortened your lifespan by about 10 to 20 years. And, the next time you get sick or something happens to you, you're out. It just, there's no chance to survive. It's a fucked up situation all the way around. He extended his brother's life by shortening his. And in the end, well, ultimately, of course, they both didn't last too long after that, and they both died. That's the fucked upness that you're still living with. In other words, you're still at that level of technology. But there are people who are multi-billionaires who are not. And instead of relying on something as medieval as cutting open somebody's spine and entering a spinal tap and getting bone marrow, which will ultimately kill them by deprivation thereof, depriving them of their bone marrow, but to use it towards rendering a transplant workable for somebody else. You know, the people at the higher levels of society that you'll never touch, they don't deal with that. They just take cord blood from babies they then throw in a dumpster. In fact, women are often paid to be impregnated. The women don't give a shit. They deliver the baby, and it's cord blood, and they go disappear with $1 million. The baby's taken, the cord's taken, and the cord is kept, and the baby's thrown away. That's how they work right now. I could fix all that. Introduce Nazism, the baby gets to live, and we bank the umbilical cords. It's that simple. What keeps us from doing that? A bunch of Jew fucks who tell you Nazism's bad. Well, if you want to hang with them, you'll all hang together. Because that's what you're doing right now. Living in a world that's in the fucking dark ages. Listen to me, and we can enter a golden age where everybody lives longer, healthier lives. But a bunch of sick fucks tell you, oh, that's Nazi. That's evil. That's how stupid you fucking are for listening to them. Well, way back in 1988, for the upper levels of the hierarchy of your society, 5 years after Dr. Broxmayer's proposal to use HSCs, or hematopoietic stem cells, found in cord blood, the first successful transplant was performed on a 6-year-old boy suffering from the blood disorder known as Fanconi's anemia. And that was the birth, no pun intended, well, the entendre was intended, of cord blood use in medicine. Here in the West, in the Third Reich, it had been done half 100 years before. So, if you're curious to know how that little boy is doing today, the spoiler alert is that he's a healthy adult living life to the fullest. So, if you want, I can give you a link to an interview conducted with him, or you can simply look up online, A Parent's Guide to Cord Blood. At any rate, it's time for you to recognize cord blood's value. Since the first transplant outside of the Third Reich wasn't until 1988, researchers and scientists have only been working since then, and only where they get the funding, which is only from the multi-billionaires, to search for possible new uses for cord blood. Now, as to why, well, they don't do it at the regular level like any hospital you would go to because it's considered Nazi. And therefore, well, guess what? In case you didn't know, the majority of doctors in the United States are Jewish. And therefore, remember all the bullshit they used to give you? Vicky Johnson says that's soul damage, though. Mwah. Love you, Vicky. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Do you mean the use of cord blood? Or using... certainly if you're throwing the baby away and keeping the cord blood, I think that there's some karmic payment there that will eventually catch up with you. But as for keeping the baby alive, banking the cord blood, and all of us using it communally for various diseases, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So do clarify what you mean, Vicky, and of course you're always welcome to come on the program. And I certainly would not mind you at all expressing, what you mean to be saying with that, and would be very curious as to exactly what you mean. Okay, so there we are. Answer to Vicky in the chat room. Now, when it comes to the, where was I? I was kind of thrown off with that. So I'll have to ask my friends exactly what I was on about. When it came to the umbilical cord blood, the fact that you've got a medical industrial complex, oh yes, that's it. It's dominated by Jewish doctors. Now, remember all the bullshit you used to hear about, oh, the Nazis didn't get the atomic bomb because they thought physics was a Jewish science. All of that is pure bullshit, and it's all a lie. It's all American propaganda, and none of it makes any sense because the Nazis were the first people to develop the atomic bomb, as I've exposed before. The reason they didn't use it was because they also developed the first geneticists. And when the atomic bomb was deployed, first by the Nazis in Courland, to stop the Soviet advance, so that the Großadmiral Karl Dönitz could conduct the largest human evacuation in history, known as Operation Hannibal, and save basically the majority of the population of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, the Baltic littoral states that were once under the Teutonic Knights of the German Order. And therefore these people were considered as Germanic as anyone in Berlin. Millions of them were saved from Soviet extermination by the fact that they deployed an atomic bomb to stop, literally disintegrate the Soviet advance in that area. I've gone into great detail about this in the past, how this resulted in a blackout of electronic equipment all the way to Berlin. And it put the Allies on nuclear alert, which is why they conducted D-Day with Geiger counters being deployed to detect if the Germans were going to radiate them on the beaches. And, of course, the entire Civil Defense Department of Britain was put on atomic alert, and the Allies were preparing for nuclear war. All of this is important to remember, is that World War II was the first nuclear war. Now, such having been stated, then they lie to you and say, oh, the Germans didn't deploy the atomic bomb because they thought it was Jewish science. Well, obviously that's rendered an abysmal falsehood by everything I've just articulated, but beyond being obviated, the Allies will never tell you that Hitler deployed no more on the continent of Europe because his geneticists, predominantly Josef Mengele, told him that they found that the aftermath was the irradiation of the immediate area, and it did cellular damage, that the body had no cellular defense in terms of an immunoresponse to radiation. The radiation went through the cellular barrier, and there was no capacity within the human body's system, its immunosystem, which had yet evolved to combat or ward off or contend with radiation sickness. As a result, Adolf Hitler refrained from ever deploying nuclear weapons again throughout the war for fear of damaging the genetics of Europe. And that's why he refused General Rommel from deploying nuclear weapons at D-Day to stop the Allies, which Rommel insisted on doing. It got to the point where one had to die or the other. Either Rommel would get to use his bombs, or Hitler would have to kill him. And Hitler killed him to prevent Rommel from deploying those atomic bombs. Now, all that being said, we could argue as to whether or not my biological father, Adolf Hitler, did the right thing. But the insanity comes in the American propaganda saying the Germans didn't have the bomb and that they were afraid to develop it because it was quote-unquote a Jewish science. All that's bullshit. Yet here in America, we have that exact situation. You have Jewish doctors and a Jewish-dominated medical industrial complex that refuses to use cord blood because they declare it to be a Nazi technology. Which is more insane? My biological father, Adolf Hitler, refusing to deploy nuclear weapons in Europe for the very real reason that it would infect, weaken, compromise the genetic coherency of future European generations. Or the Jews here in America saying that, oh, you can't use cord blood because it's unethical and it's Nazi. I think anybody with common sense would understand the way to go. At any rate, the umbilical cord provides an easy and non-invasive way to secure valuable stem cells, unlike securing stem cells from bone marrow, which is an invasive and painful procedure to say the least. Additionally, advantages of umbilical cord stem cells over bone marrow stem cells have been discovered over the years. Now, I could just dedicate an entire medical lecture to that. And remember that I took over a decade of medical journalism courses at UCSF through the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute for Extended Adult Education. So it's not like I'm incapable of doing that. It's not like I'm pulling this shit out of my ass. It's not like I'm medically ignorant. I have the credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism, which I've never turned in the thesis to actually get the degree for. So in a sense, that's an empty statement, but it's not. So currently, cord blood can be used in the treatment of nearly 80 life-threatening conditions that we acknowledge, including cancers, blood disorders, immunodeficiencies, bone marrow disorders, and so much more. More recently, use has expanded beyond transplant medicine into an area known as regenerative medicine, meaning like regrowing lost limbs, like actually growing you a new organ instead of transplanting one. You see, umbilical cord blood is a miracle maker because it contains stem cells that mature into healthy blood cells. So for patients with diseases that can be treated or cured with stem cells, like certain cancers and blood diseases, umbilical cord blood is the only lifesaver they can possibly have. Like bone marrow, which is another rich source of stem cells, but infinitely better, it's crucial that blood, tissues, and stem cells from a donor are a close match to the recipient's blood. Sometimes the perfectly matched bone marrow of a close relative can be used to treat disease, as I've already articulated, but in most cases, bone marrow from a relative that matches the patient is never available. Your average relative, when you say, "Hey, can you die for me?" is just going to say, I have to look out for myself. So that's especially true among certain ethnic groups. Meaning, not that certain ethnic groups have more assholes, but rather that there's less people around that are compatible. That's why new parents are asked in the wealthier hierarchical facilities, those, the wives of multi-billionaires, they're asked during pregnancy to consider cord blood donation and banking. It poses virtually no risk to the donors, and the life-saving blood can be stored frozen in cord blood banks for years. When it's donated to a national public bank, it becomes available to save the life of anyone who needs it. If it's donated into a private family bank, it's available to close family members only. Obviously, as a Nazi, as a National Socialist, I would advocate for national public banks. It's that public versus private option that causes a lot of confusion, especially since pregnant women and their families are deluged in the upper strata of your economy with advocates pushing them to pay for private cord blood banking. So that brings us back to Nazism versus capitalism. Private banks versus public banks of National Socialism. Public banks are non-profit organizations that store cord blood for free and are typically used for a sick child or family member for research purposes. If you were given the option to elect a public bank, you would be choosing to donate cord blood to help another child or family who is in need. These days, all we have are private banks, which means that they require storage and annual fees. But they're saved specifically for you or your family member if and when you need it. Now, storage at private banks are simply inaccessible for your average American. They range from $1,000 to $3,000. And I don't know of any fucking health insurance policy that covers storage. So, private banking would be left as it is now to the elite. Of course, it would be advised for anyone, if you had a baby or family member with a disease that was congenital, or they were at high risk for contracting a disease that could only be treated with cord blood stem cells. You see, this is the insanity of this system as it is now. It would be like, there's plenty of poor people born with these defects, but they'll never have this option. Your average rich person might be born with these defects, and they have this option, but through National Socialism, it is Nazism, we would just make it so the banks keep all this for free and anybody can get the treatment. Yet, everybody tells you Nazism is bad. When, in essence, the fascist system would mean that the Party, the Nazi Party, would be the organization that would help offset the cost of storing cord blood for those in need, because the state would become the storage unit. By the way, for those of you who don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about, probably think I'm pulling all of this out of my ass or that I'm making it all up. Here's a little national database of public banks that were made possible only through the advocacy of my son's husband. So here we are. That's available for you. I don't even know if that fucking works, that link. It doesn't look like it's working, so let me see if I can use the link, and it wouldn't surprise me if they've rendered it inaccessible on the internet. But okay, we're going to try this again because it doesn't look like it's working with what I put in the chat box. Yet I checked it out earlier with my son's husband and it does work. So what we're going to do is basically remove that message, redo it in such a way that it should work. Let's see if this works here. And okay. But believe me, there's interference every time I try and do something electronically or on the internet. Okay, so this should work now. And I had to tweak it. The internet was not allowing me to share it. So what we're going to do now is put this into the text box as well. Since I got it into the chat, should be able to transfer into the text box. We've got Holly Kiefer with us. So, dear Holly, let me know whenever you show up. Never be afraid to just interject, please. By all means, you probably didn't hear me earlier.
I know. I was just enjoying lurking.
So
and have been for a while.
Oh, thank you. You probably didn't hear me earlier, but I was. Well, you probably didn't hear me earlier, but I did thank you for the $100 you contributed. It saved my ass today. I was able to cash it even though I had zero in the bank. I mean, literally zero. It was nothing but goose egg, 0.00. But they were kind enough to let me cash your $100 check so I could buy the beer and Coca-Cola that I needed for my supplies.
Good deal. I support that.
Along with the sandwich. Yes, so that I could have a buffer for the supplements I took. And believe me. Holly, you're an angel. And that believe me, that money went to a good cause just by hydrating.
Save whatever I send for intoxicants.
Yes. No, believe me, it's
whatever works.
It's more than just that.
It's earmarked.
Yes.
Pizza.
Honestly, honey,
but fun things, you know what I mean?
Oh, well, honey.
It'll be a slush fund.
Oh, honey, beer is liquid bread to me. It's not like, believe me, it's not simply.
But still, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's funner than, having to buy copy paper.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Or pay your internet bill.
Well, believe me, you're an angel, and it went to the best possible use, and it's something that's a necessity. Don't forget the Coca-Cola's also there, and that's my sugar and caffeine. So, I get my alcohol, my caffeine, it's like, and my sugar, and yeah, altogether, it hydrates me.
Good. It took only 48 hours to get there, so that's good. I love my post office.
It worked. It came at exactly when I needed it. And like I said, JP Morgan Chase is theoretically not even supposed to allow me to cash it without there being an equal amount of money in the bank as a guarantee. But
right.
They allowed me to. And so bless them. I mean, in their own way, they're part of Team Dietrich as much as you and Aristides and dear Holly.
Amen.
Yeah, and so...
And the dentist.
yeah, and the dentist in her own way, yes.
I did want to say, you're the only man I've ever heard in my whole life that showed the slightest interest in the seriousness of the cord blood issue.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly.
Congratulations. You'll always have that distinction.
Well, I'm not your average guy.
It's gratifying.
Thank you.
I do know that.
Yeah, I'm not your average guy in any way.
Because there's a lot of male doctors,
Yeah.
There's a lot of
they don't give a
obstetrics.
shit. They don't
Where
give a
the hell
shit.
are they?
Oh, they couldn't get... Like I said, it's dominated by Jewish doctors who think this is Nazi science and ergo evil. I mean, it's like, you can't get anywhere with that. You can't get anywhere with that. Their whole careers are based on keeping you sick and congenitally defected and fucked up and in their care. It's like cancer-ridden and everything else. It's disgusting.
And nobody listens to the nurses.
No.
Half of them know better.
Yes, it's so true. No, she's right. She's absolutely right. Yeah.
Let alone the women doctors, for God's sake.
Yeah. Though things are changing because the doctors are doing more and more research, and most people are getting more and more care from nurse practitioners. So
that's right.
Yeah, things have to change. Things are going to have to change now. So it's you
don't need a lawyer; you need a paralegal half the time.
Yeah, it's
because lawyers haven't made an effort in years. It's the paralegal does the work and knows the shit, right?
Yeah.
Same with nurses.
Yeah, very, very, very true. And so by the way, so before I go back onto topic here, anything you feel comfortable sharing about a situational update, a status report? How are you?
Not much to share. It's been a rough go the last little couple days, but I'm still going, and I don't know if I'll be around long tonight. Well, so I'm happy to remain in lurk mode.
Well,
as long as I can.
The fact that despite the difficulties you're going through, you contributed $100, and it came
I'm
at
so
just the right
pleased.
time. It's as I told people, it is a religious miracle. You've helped.
Well, golly.
Yeah.
That's really good.
No, it's serious.
Miracles, $100.
Yeah. No, really.
Yeah. Make some more happen, folks.
Do me a favor.
$100 miracle.
Yeah. Later, when you have time, review the beginning of tonight's episode because I go into depth about that.
No, very good.
You go into depth about how Holly Kiefer's $100 contribution was the religious miracle I needed. Oh fuck yeah! Oh fuck yeah!
All right, I will.
Thank you. So
and it's nice to get some good news tonight.
Absolutely. Well, you're good news. You're good news, Holly. And so, in terms of how private and public banking differ, because I'm already getting some questions about this where people still aren't getting what I'm saying. Basically, private cord blood banks enable donors to store their baby's cord blood indefinitely. It can be stored effectively forever. If a family member or the child herself becomes sick with a stem cell treatable disease, and you'd be amazed, almost every disease can be stem cell treatable, then that cord blood might provide a match that's immediately available. There are considerable fees for collection with a private bank. And there are fees not just for collection, but transportation and processing. And then there's the annual fees for the ongoing storage. This is obviously the venue of the elite. The question is, how much good is that privately banked cord blood likely to provide? At this point in medical history, fucking nothing. It's very little. It's only for the rich. In fact, if a child develops a stem cell treatable disease, oncologists and hematologists, and for those of you who don't know, that means doctors who deal with pregnancy and the blood, they won't even transplant stem cells from their own cord blood because they risk transplanting cells with the same genetic traits that caused the disease in the first place. See? To put that into the kind of educational context that I have from my background in medical journalism, there was one story in which the probability of an average child requiring a transplant of their own stem cells before the age of 20 is estimated at between 1 in 5,000 and 1 in 20,000. Instead, they would be infinitely better off to go to a public bank to find bone marrow or cord blood for transplant. So, would it be useful to other family members? Well, maybe, but the odds are very, very low, and the costs are very, very high, and the chances for a perfect match are actually better coming from a public bank, which is why I'm a Nazi and promote National Socialism so we can have public cord blood banks where everybody's baby simply has their umbilical cord donated to the state. So when parents donate their child's cord blood to a public bank, it has a greater potential for saving a life. Public banks around the country would help parents arrange for donations at no cost under a Nazi state, under a fascist regime, and the many private banks could also offer programs that would help parents facilitate public bank donations. So, because I'm a fascist, I'm not out to eliminate the rich or eat the rich. I would simply arrange so that they would socially contribute. Now, all that blood would be logged into an international database and become available for any patient that matched it, including the original donor. There's no guarantee if the donor family eventually needs a stem cell transplant that their own stored blood would be available to them, but they would have access to other stored bone marrow and cord blood that would be just as good, if not better. So,
well, with the caveat, Douglas, that the baby
Yes.
needs a good bit more of that blood than it's getting when they cut the cord so fast. So you gotta let some of it go in the original baby.
Oh, yes. By all means. So just,
right.
No, please.
Yeah.
You know what? We
So,
need
I mean,
to
50%. Give the kid half.
well, this is something that Holly has brought up an excellent point. If I had secular power, those cords would not be cut until
Darn right.
until the fucking
Now you're talking.
until we had a testing done on the baby to make certain that the baby had what it needed.
Top it up, so to speak.
Right
Top
now,
up the baby.
Yeah. Right now, what they do is they cut that just that the moment that baby is outside of the pussy. I mean, the moment that baby gets past those vaginal lips, they cut that thing and throw it away.
It's fucked.
No, it's beyond what Holly is saying. You have no idea the damage that does.
Yeah.
In fact, it's been proven.
That's the kid's immune system.
Yes, it's been
down
proven,
the toilet.
It's been proven to retard the child. Not necessarily developmentally, though it most certainly does. But if the cord were allowed to be kept and the mother carried the baby with the cord attached into her for days, if it needs be, then the babies are found to almost never develop any disease whatsoever in their lives thereafter. So what people don't understand is exactly what Holly said. You know why the doctors are cutting the cord right away and throwing it away? Because they're guaranteed a patient the rest of their lives because that baby's going to grow up constantly sick.
And then you cut the end of its dick off.
That's the Jew thing that just, I don't even...
Before they even go home, right?
I can't even...
they do it on the delivery table.
Oh, there's no words. There's no words. This is... I can't believe that Americans worship the fucking Jew to the point where they allow the Jews to do this, to leave their mark on your child for the rest of his life and affect his sexual functioning to the point where he can't even enjoy sex the rest of his life. You have no idea. It desensitizes the dick. And this is why so many men have erectile problems later in life. Is that goddamn fucking horrible.
Yeah, with the excuse they're so dumb they can't keep their own dick clean enough.
Yeah, yes, that's so fucking...
Jesus. Oh, they'd have to touch it.
Yes. Yes.
You know,
I
can't have that.
I get so angry. There's no words. I just can't handle this even with the balance of emotion that I need to when it comes to circumcision. Yes, it's beyond bizarre. It's literally off. Someday history will look back on America as the most sick, deranged society on earth for allowing...
Yahweh lives.
Yeah, for allowing a minority, an ethnic minority, to dominate their medical industry and leave their own ethnic mark on non-ethnics, meaning Gentiles, the Goyim in America. The fact that the Jewish doctors leave their racial mark on all of you as essentially their mind slaves, and take away your umbilical cords so that you all grow up constantly sick and in need of their care. Can anyone...
And brain damaged.
Thank you. And brain damaged. Literally brain damaged, because there's not enough blood left to go to your brain to form the stem cells that turn into brain matter, so you're all brain dead anyway. Which is why you continue to worship the fucking Jew and hate Nazism. You know, this may sound oversimplifying it, but that's essentially what it comes down to. That's all. Yes, this is like, anyhow, in line with the, shall we say, the thematic, why are so many parents opting for private banking? Basically, they're banking on the possibility that in the future, science will develop ways for stem cells to treat other disease. Private banks provide some sense of security to parents that are afraid that any disease might come to their child. However, I've already explained the context, which shows that a fascist system in which we pool all of our genetic resources would create a healthier race where, of course, if we didn't cut it, thank you so much, Holly, for that point, where if we didn't cut the cord for days, at least a full 24 hours, if not more.
I don't know about that.
I'm serious.
I'm pretty quick. Really? Okay.
No. It's you have no idea. You have no idea.
An hour would do it.
Yeah. If this is the thing I have never brought up before. I've brought up the absurdity of babies in concentration camps. Remember, I brought up this as absurdity before, where you have all these people saying, yeah, then the babies were thrown into the ovens and all this bullshit. And I'm saying, how do you, in a concentration camp, keep a woman well fed enough where she's not so malnourished that she spontaneously aborts this child? How is it that she's kept so healthy and so well fed she delivers the child to term? It was experiments with cord blood. And they found out that leaving the cord in for days in the mothers prevented the child from developing diseases later, because the Nazis monitored this after the war in terms of the Nazi doctors that were affiliated and served at Dachau and Auschwitz, followed up with those mothers that survived the camps, and their children grew up without manifesting diseases that were common in everyone else, because they allowed them to keep the cords in for days. And then the transfer of so much of that material went into creating a person who would live a much longer and healthier life. So the bottom line is that the cord blood has been helping families live healthier lives for since the days of the Third Reich, albeit in America it's only been for the last 30 years. And it will continue to do so for many years to come. That's why it's so important to help raise awareness about what it is, what it can do, what expecting families' options are when it comes to banking, cord blood banking. I'm not a financial advisor here. There's another cord blood topic that's making headlines. Thanks to Holly bringing it up, I remember what it is. Delayed cord clamping. It's called delayed cord clamping. So this started in the Nazi death camps. And the more recent reviews in America of published studies proves that delaying cord clamping results in healthier blood and iron levels in babies. So when you consider, as Holly reminded me of, that a considerable volume of baby's blood remains in the cord when it is clamped off shortly after birth, which unfortunately in the Jewish-dominated American medical industrial complex is the norm in almost all birth settings, it would instead make sense to allow that blood to flow back to the baby before clamping. All it fucking takes is for the goddamn doctors and the midwives to wait at least several minutes until the cord stops pulsing.
That's what I thought.
Thank you. Before they place clamps. And you know how I got this knowledge?
Because then the placenta's got to come out.
Thank you. I got this knowledge.
So that's another thing.
Thank you. I got this knowledge.
And probably valuable.
Of course. That needs to be saved as well.
Yeah.
By the way, Aaron Tice, if you're listening out there, this is on record for you. He was saying, yeah, Michael Savage. Sorry, Aaron, I couldn't resist that. Anyhow, Aaron was talking about how he used to listen to Michael Savage. Michael Savage hated placentas. And he called people who saved placentas placenta eaters. You know why? Because he's a fucking kike. Because he's a fucking militant kike.
Oh.
And matter of fact, he was one of the greatest promoters of kill all the Palestinians, all that shit. So at any rate, I got my knowledge about clamp placement from the records dealing with the experiments in the death camps regarding this, where women were impregnated and fed until they could carry the babies to term. Now, because of this, Nazi doctors would proactively offer an assist by stripping the cord, meaning they would press the baby's blood towards their bodies.
Oof.
That's a good thing.
Ooh.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, but man, oh God, you might have a strange quirk in your personality or two.
To even find that out?
Who knows?
Oh, well, you're talking about...
Or to have experienced it as a little baby getting blown up like a balloon.
Oh, yeah. Well, there you go.
Squeezing that cord right out into them.
I think they can handle it. It's just like being a pufferfish.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, fill her up.
Yeah. Now, there was a woman named Robert Lim who only a few years ago spoke at the Woman Deliver conference, and she made a strong argument based on information I gave her from collating and then being forced to destroy the documents with the United States government that they had stolen from the death camps after the war. She made a strong argument based on the information I gave her that babies are denied a significant amount of their own blood volume when it is shut off in a clamped cord. So she asked her audience to consider how well they'd feel if they lost that much blood. She also proposed that when babies are allowed their full blood volume, they're healthier, more alert, and they're even better breastfeeders. So you see, I found all of this out from the death camps. I relayed that information to her. She couldn't, of course, cite myself for obvious reasons. But I can tell you one thing. The Nazi doctors discovered that starting life with a full tank will lead to a better child development and overall health. So, like Holly said, just blow them up like a balloon, and they're like puffer fish, but they'll be the happier for it. So thanks to this, thanks to the Nazis, and then Robin Lim speaking without crediting them, there's a relatively new trend only among the super wealthy, the multi-billionaire techno bro elite, about leaving the cord uncut and attached to the placenta for several fucking days after birth. That was the Nazi technique that led to people who would almost never get ill their entire lives and live to be over 100. In fact, the Nazis designed special baby plus placenta slings and pouches to make it easier for the mother to carry and keep the baby connected to the placenta until the umbilical cord and the placenta naturally separated from the baby's belly on its own.
Which is probably how 10,000 years of humans did it before history.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, obviously, in non-Nazi cultures, they would say this practice is extreme. The Jewish-dominated medical industrial complex in America would tell you that, oh, that'll potentially increase risk of infection. It's all shit. And I can guarantee you that down the road, scientists will only verify and vindicate that the Nazi practice was the way to go. Like stem cell treatment from cord blood donations, the Nazis in the past revealed what the future of healthcare can only be. So, if for those of you who want to know more about how you can donate cord blood to a public bank, and there are public banks thanks to, as I said, the advocacy of my son's husband, log on to the National Cord Blood Program. That's the words you need for your hashtag there, National Cord Blood Program. As in National Socialist, but we removed the socialist part. Find out if storing cord blood is the right decision for you. Contact the experienced obstetrician, gynecologists, and midwives at Adriatica Women's Health, which my son's husband helped to sponsor. The phone number is as follows, and I will put it in both the text box and the chat room. And that will at least be a sort of a resource for some of the people out there who plan on getting pregnant sometime soon. And with that being said, just remember, in the end, we owe all this to the Third Reich and the camps, creating a better future for you in World War II. And here we are with that phone number. And, oh, gosh, I guess I should put the name in there again. Adriatica Women's Health. And let me put that in both the chat and in the live stream box here, the text box. And let me do that before somebody else adds something in here. Our dear friend Brendan Zogit has arrived, and he will, of course, help to keep Holly talking while I take a short break to file my nail, because I got another chip in it that is maddening myself, because
I'm here, but I'm not in any shape to really do much.
So did you make it back to the warehouse? Are you back at the warehouse?
Yes, and then I just got traumatized by watching anime, which sounds ridiculous, but yeah, it's just
it does that. It does that.
I'm not in any shape after that. It's too real.
Maybe you could tell us about it.
Tell us.
Can you hurry?
I couldn't open that wound again. No.
Okay, I don't blame you for that.
Just,
go on.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, just
I respect that.
It's just the sacrifice of the you grow to like these characters, and when it's a masterpiece and it's so masterfully done, you just it's a visceral experience.
Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
And
you've just lost a relative.
You've
just lost a relative that you actually cared about.
Equivalent.
Yeah.
it's the equivalent.
What did you say on top of that? On top of that was what?
I said on top of that, it was a dog too. You know, it was
okay.
like it was just.
Did you ever
know.
tell
Will you
Holly?
divulge the title?
What?
Oh, I think
Will
it's
you
One Piece,
divulge
right?
the
Is this
title?
One Piece?
Wait, sorry.
No, One
Oh.
Piece. There's not a lot of death. He keeps it a little more
Okay.
kosher,
Okay.
so to speak. So yeah,
All right.
but no, this is JoJo Bizarre Adventure. I mean,
Oh,
it's
okay.
like
Yes.
Okay.
yeah, brutal deaths. Just
Uh-huh.
awful, horrible.
Mhm.
People losing limbs and just getting massacred and shit.
Yes.
Yeah,
So it's
for sure.
Yeah, but
yeah, it's hard to explain.
Yeah, JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, just for people out there to know, it's one of the most important things you could ever watch. It's one of the foundational animes. It's like, it's like everything that you grew up with in Capcom Street Fighter in particular,
Yes.
on also Mortal Kombat, which was just a ripoff of that. That's all based on JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, was the start of all
Exactly.
that. Yeah.
But those are games, aren't they?
Yeah, but they were games based on the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure concept of
Yes.
fighters from around the world. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the World
Exactly.
Warrior concept. So
Got it.
just as a disclaimer before we drop the topic, banking cord blood does not guarantee that treatment will work. Only a doctor can determine when it can be used. Cord tissue stem cells are not approved for use in treatment outside of the Third Reich. Because research, quote unquote, is still ongoing. But believe me, all the multi-billionaires use it, and they've used it to cure pretty much every fucking thing they've got. So, just want people to...
And guess where you can get those treatments?
Please.
Switzerland,
Thank you. Yes.
Nippon,
Yes. Thank you. Thank
places that
you.
Germany, no doubt.
yeah.
I don't know about
Exactly.
Germany because they've been trying so hard to suppress anything Nazi. So I don't know. I don't know. We'd have
Do
to...
they? What?
Well,
How?
the Germans know about it, but you have to go somewhere like Luxembourg or Switzerland because
Okay.
they have different
Yeah.
governments,
Yeah.
Got
That
it.
makes sense.
Got it.
and you have to have money.
Yeah,
So-
obviously. Obviously.
Oh
and
yeah.
also, Doug, I'd be happy to report while you're talking about this that
Yeah.
the Japanese have approved iPS cells, which are basically self-regenerating stem cells from your own tissues.
Yes.
They have
Excellent.
officially been approved for public use at a clinic near Osaka, and that's going to be the preliminary, trials of using it on public as a public offering for treatment. So that'll change the world. You can regrow spinal cords and all kinds of different things.
Oh, fuck yeah. At that point, we're going to be
Yeah.
able to regrow limbs.
Yeah.
Holy fucking
Yeah.
shit. No,
yeah,
this is...
eyes. They've cured blindness. They've already. And this is on the books. This isn't some
Wow.
pseudoscience. They've literally replaced people's retinas and regrew their retinas. I mean, this is like revolutionary. This is the technology of the so-called axis
Thank you.
That-
Absolutely.
that they are, that they would have brought to humanity if they weren't,
So reviled by a... by a...
I don't want to say eviscerated, but they were definitely suppressed. Let's say they were suppressed.
Yeah, well, let's put it this way. What they were offering the rest of the world was suppressed by the rest of the world. That's, the rest of the world denied
by
themselves.
the evil beings that rule our,
Yeah.
by the dark forces that openly rule. They don't want anyone to be healthy or
Happy or
have
anything.
any kind of good,
Yes.
good happen to them.
It's so true. It's so true. Absolutely. It's so true. And they make you grow up hating the Axis and telling you how evil they are so that you won't even look into what they had to offer you. Yes, this is
and even the term the Axis itself is actually the divine axis, the axis mundi,
yes,
the thing that all things spin around, that's represented on our plane by the pole star. So,
Yeah.
so why would you want to be against that? It's like it's training people to be against the axis, which is the spin of nature, the pole, the maypole, like Wicker Man,
yes,
the thing that they run around. So that's
yes.
when you're at one with nature, you go around the pole, the axis, the flow of nature, as opposed to, the opposite, which is what they've trained people to do. And that's why we're in this hell.
Yes. Thank you.
So there you go.
Thank you. And again, my thanks to Holly for even bringing up what she did about the cord and placenta so that I could remember and recall the Nazi documents that I worked with concerning that. And, now that we've got...
I missed it, but...
Oh, okay. Oh, replay it later. It's worth it. It's worth it.
Yeah, it was a hell of a thing. It was. It was a good run.
Yeah.
Only
all
male
I
I've ever
all I
heard.
heard was that it was suppressed by some chosen group that
Yeah.
we won't mention.
Yes.
Right.
That's all I heard.
Oh, man. Just replay it later. You'll hear me go into that in depth. Yeah. Along with Holly. Yeah. Along with Holly.
And
not
it's
to mention
really
that you told me
important.
privately about those particular body parts, like they can be used for certain things that we won't mention.
Right.
Yes. Yes. That's right. And what were you going to say?
They're the foundational, pieces of the body. They're connected to your birth. So.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. That makes... Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You're talking about the whole circumcision thing that they pull with you at birth just to fuck you over.
Oh, no, I'm talking about what is that thing called in English? The umbilical cord.
Yeah, the umbilical cord. Thank you. Or placenta.
And why
as well.
that's important.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And
We'll leave it at that.
For now. Yeah.
Because I'm sure some people are still listening.
Yeah.
That they just want your knowledge, but they hate you.
Oh, that's so true. Oh, fuck, yeah. It was just like Peter Moon wanted your knowledge, which he was convinced you had, and he hated you for not giving it, And
they always say, I thought they were my friends, and they were, how could they lie about me?
Oh,
like,
when I get back, we'll dive deep into that just for the fun of it, just for the sheer.
Oh God, I don't even want to. It's so cringe.
It's hideously fun. Well, what was that? Like you said, I've got a sixth sense of what fun is, but yeah, that's
Yeah.
But do me a favor.
Yeah,
and...
I have to keep my comments to myself, because then people will think I hate you.
Yeah.
Filthy. You vampire scum.
Oh, he wakes up cursing me, I assure you.
Yeah.
You
every day.
Yeah.
Every day I'm like, never. And then you can't explain it to people, like, never deal with vampires. And they're like, are you crazy? Something's wrong with this guy. I wake up in pain and shit from all the curse. Like it is I'm living, because of you, I'm living this fucking JoJo world.
Yes, it's true.
Where people attack me with spirits and shit.
It's true.
And I have anyways, we don't need to go there.
Oh my God. Well, it's just
my legs are being pierced by fucking spectral entities and scorpions and shit.
Yes.
Fuck you. Anyways.
Oh God, thank you for reminding me of that. It was like I was thinking of the cryptids in my basement, which I don't think I've ever brought up on air. We don't need to talk about right this minute. We can that can organically, we can get back to that later. There's cryptids in my fucking basement that I've seen, at least once and maybe twice. I'm not quite sure, because of the first time seemed very ephemeral, and it was definitely something, but I took it to be more spiritual in nature, like a supernatural entity. And the second time it was definitely solid, but it reminded me of the horrific experience Brendan had, and it reminded me of, the Bremerton shrimp episode that happened during World War II. It was during World War II that in Bremerton, Washington, and Bremerton has all kinds of caves that are beneath it that lead directly to the ocean, and the homes were built over these caves, and then a lot of these places were never here we are.
Giant shrimp? Oh my God.
The Bremerton giant shrimp.
What?
The Bremerton giant shrimp. If you look up the...
This is
looks
Germany?
like a freaking eldritch entity.
Yeah.
No, this is America.
Yeah. Yes.
Washington State.
Yeah, Washington
Got
State.
it.
Yeah, and if you look up the Bremerton, Washington State episode of this giant shrimp that this woman encountered in a laundry room, and the stupidest things I've heard.
Laundry room?
Yes, in her laundry room basement. The laundry room basement.
This is basically what you saw, essentially.
Yeah, kind of. But
You
it's
gotta
also,
put it in the chat.
well, it's
That
also
was this big millipede, I thought.
yeah.
The thing that lives in the bay with the jaws.
Oh, you're talking about the Vietnamese millipede. That's right. That I thought I had encountered.
No, this is something else.
Yeah, this is something else. But I thought...
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. And
Okay.
with Con Ricket, I think is what that's called, the giant Vietnamese cryptid. But let me see if I could do a screen share here for Holly. I don't know if she can see the screen share. Can you
Yeah.
see the screen share, Holly? Can you?
Let's see. Oh yeah, I can.
Okay, so
Point now.
basically
Yeah.
there's like this is probably what I considered one of the best sketches of. Now remember, this was in World War fucking II. This was during World War II.
Oh yeah.
And this woman's in her basement, which had all these holes that led directly to the ocean because they led to the caverns, which led directly to the ocean. And this shrimp, this size, is what scared her to fucking death, and understandably
That's
so.
fucked up.
Yeah, and but people would say, "Oh, it's a prank! Oh, it's a prank!" It's like, who would wait in a basement dressed like this in World War II? In World War II, coming through, it's just, this is how stupid people are. And so when it comes to
Yeah, well, everyone's in
I
denial
used to
mode. It's
spend
like,
a lot of time up
thank
there.
you.
That ocean is
yeah,
wild and gnarly.
yes,
I mean, it's burly.
yeah, thank you. It's like, and like Brendan said, everybody instantly goes into denial. I can't seem to draw the image up, but like Brendan said, this is like something out of a just a horror. Here we are, giant shrimp in the laundry room, the tale of Bremerton's own cryptid. And so this is in the Kitsap Sun. So don't think this is without records. And so this is what they said. This is what some people, artists' interpretation of Shrimpy from an issue of Strange magazine in 1948, they say. But yeah, it's still during World War II legally.
and they pressed her on it later.
Yeah,
And she said, "I swear to God, that's what I saw."
Yeah.
So,
Jeez.
Yeah, yeah. So we could go on about this for a while, but yeah, I'm so glad that you brought this up. But I was thinking about that horrible. You know what this reminded me
this
of?
is how you know it's real. She left the house immediately and went and moved to Seattle to live with a relative.
That night.
God damn right.
That night
Holy
she packed.
shit.
Yeah, that night she packed
Yeah.
and left. Yes, and
And one thing that makes the problem is that's a very cold ocean up there.
yeah.
And the colder the water, the more you get scientism and stuff.
Oh, they're getting you, honey. They're getting you. But this is what I think it was a Eurypterid. I think it was a Eurypterid, which is what they were tormenting our man Brendan Zogit with. Now look at this son of a bitch. I mean, Brendan, you remember this son of a bitch? Fuck you.
Oh, it's hideous.
Oh
Hideous.
yes, it's like this is.
I can't even look at it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
hideous.
This is like, so. Look at that.
Oh
Holly.
man.
Yeah, that's.
Oh God.
That's what they sent after Brendan. It's like, but they were trying to breed these things at the Presidio military base, so I know they exist, and that's what that woman saw. That's what makes sense, because they were getting them out of Washington State Ocean from those caves. That so
Wow.
yeah.
Well, and Monterey Aquarium, Mbari, Deep Research Lab, and all that
Yeah,
must be in that game
absolutely.
because
Yeah.
if they'd be military be looking for contracts with them.
Yes. Yes. So this is
How
yes.
else do they afford those giant aquariums? That ain't no
So true.
tourist trap.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So true.
That shit's millions of dollars.
Oh, yeah, and tens of millions. Take like that is. Yeah, say that again, Holly. You,
after
yeah.
after the earthquake, after the earthquake, they built like major facilities and landing
okay, they're
that
glitching
do
you
all kinds
terribly.
of God knows what.
They're glitching you terribly, honey. But yeah,
Then fuck it.
uh,
How about now?
much better. Thank you. Thank you. Continue.
And
Say it all again.
This,
Yeah.
the industrial town called Moss Landing. There was an earthquake and all the cool old stuff fell down, and they went in and built these big institutional research laboratories with all kinds of weird vessels and undersea drones and unmanned rovers and stuff, and doing all kinds of who knows what in there.
Yeah.
And I forget what that was apropos to. Oh yeah, the military connection.
Yes. So if you take
I
a look
have no
right now at the
doubt.
screen share, can you see the screen share? So this is the
Yeah.
conrit. Here we are. This is the conrit that I think I encountered in the bay.
Yeah.
And this is what they, this is, look at that. This is like how they,
Oh shit.
yeah, and you can see this thing
Oh,
is,
yeah.
see the boat? See the comparison to the size of the boat? This is like,
Oh, boy.
yeah, this is what I encountered in the bay, and this is what several men in the San Francisco Bay said they encountered was this horrible giant centipede-type creature that emerged from the San Francisco Bay, and so that too falls into this. So we've got these different creatures that are, oh my god, yeah, the ocean is filled. We don't even know what's in the ocean. Honestly, they
No.
The
yes.
offensive part is they always say it's cryptozoology, but they said that about the giant squid, but that thing's real, you know.
Yeah,
Right.
remember how
Oh, it's a kraken, it's a mythology, and then they found it. It's like,
Yes,
fuck you guys.
thank you. I mean, you're talking about everybody from Marco Polo to Alexander the Great encountered dragons, and you're going to tell us that,
Yeah.
oh, this is on the historical record because these guys were all just smoking dope? Are you fucking, you know, and so
They were in a primitive state of mind.
Yeah.
Like, really, come on, it's a flying freaking creature. But,
Yeah.
Thank you. And remember how the great ape, they all denied that, oh, the great ape is just a rumor made by Pliny about these furry people and shit, and then they found the great ape, and the skeptics suddenly all disappeared.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then the fucking giant squid, just like Brendan said, everybody said, oh, that's a myth until it started washing up on beaches after nuclear testing began in the oceans.
Yeah.
And then the giant squid started washing up on beaches only after the nuclear testing. Then all the skeptics suddenly disappeared too. It's like,
Right.
yeah, it's.
And then the Japanese filmed it
Yes,
like
thank you.
10 years ago or so.
Oh God, yes. It's so much of the shit happens off Japan. That's why they have so many Godzilla films. I mean, the largest clam that we have in recorded history that was alive was
Ooh.
found off Japan. Giant clam was just
Wow.
like, yeah.
Wow.
It's like, but
Sounds like a man eater.
yeah.
Don't get too close.
Oh yeah, no.
It would suck you in.
Oh yeah, definitely. But yeah, so I thank you both for bringing this. So I'll take a short break. I just need to tend to this nail because the nail's driving me nuts and it's glitching in my hair. But the two of you, please hold the stage for me. I'll be back. And
Jim, is
I'll
that
come
the
back.
same nail from last week? Holy shit.
No,
Weird.
that one I had to cut. Unfortunately, I had to
Lagging.
cut that, and so this one I just have to file down. The other one I had to cut. It's a pity because vampires take pride in their nails. And I've let them grow. The only reason I was cutting them for a long period of time was V was giving me shit about, you look like a weirdo. You look like, and finally I just said, fuck it, who cares what she says? I just let them grow out because it's so much more comfortable for me. I mean, honestly, it's kind of like, it's like declawing a cat. You know, when you declaw a cat, you're removing essentially the equivalent of its 4 digits. You know, it's like they say it's like removing the uppermost digit of your finger when you declaw a cat. So it's the same with my nails. Really, for a vampire, it's the same fucking thing. You know, it's so healthy to maintain the nails. And so anyhow, I'll be right back in a matter of minutes. And but the two of you have got this. Everybody who's listening, you're in the best of hands with these two wonderful people. And when we get back, then I'll go back into more, shall we say, just my sick idea of what's fun, which as Brendan said, is just only indicative of my subspeciated mind and how it processes what's humorous differently.
Only
Oh,
explanation.
hey, wait a minute. Wait
Yes, honey?
a minute. Bigger than a Great Dane or smaller?
What? What's bigger than a Great Dane or smaller?
The thing in the basement.
Oh, it was bigger. It was the size of a man.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh.
you imagine a shrimp the size of a man. It was just, yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Not fun to look at in the middle of the night. Yes. No, she like I said, she moved in the middle of the night. She left the house. She
Yeah.
vacated it.
Yeah.
And this is obviously something serious. And people are saying stupid things like, "Oh, it was a prank." Like,
No, I mean the thing in your basement.
Oh, my basement. No. My
You
basement.
teased it for
Okay.
later, but you got to give me
Oh,
something.
when I come
here.
back, I'll tell you. When I come back, I'll tell you. It's small.
All right.
It's small.
All
It's,
right.
it's like the
All right.
size of a.
All right. That's what I wondered.
Yeah, and
Rodent
I'm
sized
presuming
or what?
this is because I'm talking to you, but I just got a suggestion that said,
Yeah.
watch this new show,
Yeah.
Necronomico in the Cosmic Horror Show.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It looks pretty benign, but
Oh,
the title
really?
is enough to just
It's
turn me on.
Yeah.
it's because you're talking to me.
Arouse
AI.
suspicions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
AI and
It's
of
very
course,
suspicious.
Yeah, it's Deep State is talking to Brandon. That's all. Deep State's talking to him. They're playing with him. It's like they play with all of us.
Yeah, they
I
think
trust your
hot
mom.
anime girls is gonna work. Like,
What?
you're gonna need to do better than
Little
that.
bathing suit.
Oh shit! Yes. Brendan,
Yeah, really.
yeah. What was it, Brendan? That you said they think it's gonna work?
Oh, I said
Hot
it's
chicks.
got a bunch of hot anime girls, and I said you think you got to do better than that.
Okay, thank you.
Get me to click on that shit.
Yeah.
Gotta throw in one giant shrimp at least.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back.
All right, do your
okay,
thing. Question for you, Brendan. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah. No problem.
I know you've discussed this before, but would you review any comments on this big hug between Saturn and Neptune approaching Gemini, I believe?
They're in Pisces. Saturn, Neptune, Pisces.
Okay,
Conjunction.
okay. Pisces. Yeah. Any comments on that? Remarks?
There's many.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I got to charge up a bit. Do you have any specific questions?
No, just your general thoughts. Enough to fill up the time anyway, hopefully.
Yeah. Okay. So just give me a second here. Let's fill in some time
absolutely.
in the meantime.
Absolutely.
But I think in the broad sense, you could see it already happening. Is Pisces is going to be an ocean sign, and Saturn is very dense, practical, cold, and it's like a sign. It's a planet that brings like solidity. So immediately they're conflicting.
Does it have associations with business?
Pisces can.
In that respect?
It's trade. Pisces is like trade.
Or Saturn. Yeah, how about Saturn?
Saturn is, of course,
that
it's
a
business. It's
business plan?
Anything to do with
business planet. Yeah.
like earthy, something that is true in time. So Saturn's a very practical. It's all about practicality. So to live on Earth, you have to have what? Land to grow your food.
Right.
And then things come from that. So Saturn is that. Like originally it would be called Kronos, right? The Lord of Time.
Yes.
Which was represented by a man with a scythe. And the scythe represents time.
Yes.
How does that work? Because when the time is right, then you reap what you sow. That's where that comes from.
Okay.
So it's the Lord of Time.
Mm-hmm. And Kronos ate his children.
Yeah, but that was they were Titans and stuff. So
okay. Yeah. All right.
That's a fractal story, like a mythological story. But the planet itself, like Saturn, is here. I'll give you some details on, just so people get a grasp of it.
Yeah.
Here. So we can understand what we're dealing with, because Saturn being in a water sign is definitely something, indeed.
And then you'll have to do Neptune.
Yeah, we can do both.
All right.
Neptune is pretty straightforward. But,
very good.
So just give me a second here. Get my notes out. Yeah, but pretty much Saturn has to do with judgment, stuff like that.
The law.
Yes, exactly. Things like that.
Yeah.
There's also other things happening.
So like a judge. Is Saturn the judge?
Saturn is the judge.
Okay.
Saturn, the supreme terrifier amongst planets. He rides a crow. He is the black and tall, long-limbed with an emaciated body and a shrunken stomach. His eyes are reddish brown and looks downwards. He has large teeth and nails, prominent veins. His beard is long. His hair is matted. His body is covered in coarse hair. He is indolent and lame with rigid limbs. He is the lord of misfortune, sorrow, death, and time. He is the cruel authority. He can give a kingdom and snatch it away. He is a servant and an outcast. He who worships Saturn will be relieved of sorrow, misery, and his life will be put into order. It is considered the greatest malefic amongst planets, with exception of the lunar nodes, Rahu and Ketu. But like Mercury, it is a eunuch planet, meaning it's genderless, and is the oldest amongst the planets. He is humble, thin, slow, clumsy, and emaciated. He is teacher and servant. He is the slowest amongst the moving planets and takes 29 years to complete one whole cycle of the zodiac. As a harsh, dry planet, he is the most malefic. Saturn rules over things such as age, old age, coldness, winter, sickness, disease, particularly those affecting elderly, rheumatism, arthritis, decay, death, authority, discipline, sorrows, hardship, obstruction, delay, obstacles of all kinds. He's the lord of time and limitation, governs longevity in the chart. The area it influences will be subject to struggles or delays in progress, but it can be compared to the brakes in a car.
I'm back. Continue.
So Saturn is, when it comes in your chart or when it hits the world chart, it's like people fear Saturn, but it's not a warranted fear because sometimes you have to brake. You know, you can't drive a car without a brake. You'll just die instantly. You'll crash and blow up and your whole plan gets ruined. So when the breaks of Saturn are happening in people's lives, they consider it like, oh, it's the worst. That's why most astrologers will say this. They'll say it's a malefic planet because when people, when it hits in their chart, when it activates, they're getting all these breaks in their life happening, like stoppages, slowing down. And in the modern world,
crises and the like.
Exactly. So in the modern world, that stuff is considered like, oh, it's a big problem for me. But if you didn't have that break, you would go to your doom. You'd fly off a cliff. So, so Saturn is actually one of the most benefic planets because it's the check. It's checking. It's giving you a check in that area. Like it's like a check valve. When the pressure builds up, it slows down, you know. So that's why, you know, a lot of these, you know, Saturn is malefic should be definitely put into context.
Yes. Understood.
So it can be compared to the brakes of a car. As such, it governs caution, stiffness, and rigidity. Whenever it's placed in a chart, it shows slowness and caution in that area of life. It shows where we will be confronted with limitations, either imposed outer or self-imposed. For example, when Saturn plays strong influences on the ascendant, the person is cautious, introverted, slow to react, cold in nature, serious. He could be negative, pessimistic, gloomy, or melancholic in outlook. Saturn's influences on the moon include ruling emotions, causing depression, etc. Second house can be, you know, slow your earning potential or capacity for earning. But it's not all doom and gloom because the serious nature can give maturity, patience, inherent wisdom. It represents older people and can bestow authority, responsibility. It's akin to the leader or respected elders. Because of its slow nature, Saturn rules affairs that affect old age. But he is a servant, showing how we can serve and represents professional settings in general. He gives us the capacity to organize, structure our lives. The placement of Saturn in one's chart shows where we need to be ordered and work hard. It can show where our greatest potential lies in a chart and how mastery over a certain area can be attained through discipline and dedication. Saturn gives mature results depending on the degree of effort and discipline one applies. It gives lasting effects and durability. When it's placed, it gives concrete, genuine results. And when it's placed without spiritualizing influences, it makes one possessive, materialistic, and too miserly. However, it can be the most spiritual influence. And it's the planet that rules detachment, aesthetics, monks, those who have renounced the world. It is the planet of time itself. Amongst the planets, it is considered the greatest teacher. Whether you are willing or unwilling, Saturn is a planet whose influence you cannot escape. Whatever it promises, you will have to learn the lesson, whether limitation, sense of discipline, or hard work. It is a planet which puts everything in order.
Wow.
It's the Lord of Saturday. It is the strong ruler of Capricorn and Aquarius. And its exaltation is in Libra, weakest in Aries. Its friends are Mercury, Venus, and Rahu. It has neutral relationships with Jupiter and Ketu, yet its enemies are the Sun, Moon, and Mars. If you want to know the quality of Saturn, think of an old person, a very old person, a snail, a stern schoolmaster, a conservative mass leader, a servant, a manual laborer, or an aesthetic. So that's the qualities of Saturn. And when you apply that to the 12th house, which is a very expansive Jupiterian sign, and also Pisces, when you're looking at it as the 12th sign, it's the sign of loss. So it's a sign of endings. So when Saturn's there, there's the new cycle is starting, essentially, because it's going to take another 29 years to go through the zodiac after this.
Oh, what about Neptune up in there?
Yeah, Neptune is like technology, dreamlike, oceanic. So that's why all the AI is coming in. It's very oceanic, very dreamlike, very related to dreams. And so it's concretizing the dream world into our reality, but also cutting off the old world.
Jeez, that's the truth.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was deep.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's just, it
gives me the willies.
That just is what
but
it
you
is.
did a good job.
Neptune is associated with, this is just like basics here. We're talking like almanac level shit, but it's Neptune is dreams, intuition, spirituality, and importantly, it's illusion. The realm of the subconscious, creativity, compassion. It's the ruler of Pisces as well, enhancing the sign's empathetic and imaginative qualities. But it can also represent, and here's the key, it can represent deception, confusion, and escapism when negatively aspected. So right now, there's an increase in deception, as we can see. Confusion is at its height. At the end of an age of darkness and confusion. And escapism is this whole AI factor where people want to go to Mars.
Everything you do.
We want to go into
when you're not working, you're escaping.
Yes.
Pretty much for me.
Oh, well, we know that about a lot of people.
Work escape.
Yeah, but there are positive forces. It's Neptune's very inspirational, so you can solidify with Saturn being in its vicinity. It'll solidify your inspiration, increase artistic expression. And as of right now, the 12th house being activated and the 12th sign, the spiritual growth is going to be exponential. So like the people that are in tune and can navigate it the way things are going, they're the people that are already primed to not fall into the confusion and all the, the deception. They'll get a boost in their spiritual growth. If that makes sense.
And they're going to be stuck together in that sign for a long time, right?
Saturn is 3 years per sign, essentially. 2.5 years a sign. So, yeah.
So it's 3 years in Pisces. Yeah, 3 years. Ooh,
and then Neptune stays there. So Neptune's going to be there. But ultimately, it's the god of the sea, the ruler of Pisces itself.
But Saturn will move on?
Yes.
Wait, no, because Saturn hasn't been in Pisces. Oh, yeah, maybe it has.
It is in Pisces. We're talking sidereal here. So
no, I understand that. And I was wondering because I was thinking, but it was my own head. How long has Saturn been in Pisces? Because I've been seeing it
just recently
in the winter.
Yeah, it just recently came.
Right.
It recently transited. Yeah. So
okay,
we have 2.5.
So it's in
years of
Pisces for
Yeah.
Wait, Saturn will be in Pisces for 27 years.
2.5 more years. So it stays in each of the 12 signs 2.5 years approximately, and it basically has only been there
And
for a few months.
Neptune stays. Okay.
They're very
Okay.
slow. The outer planets are very slow.
Sure.
They'll stay in
I
there
get
for
that.
like 7 to 10 years or something.
Okay.
Maybe even less.
Very good.
Maybe less.
Thank you.
Does that
Excellent
answer your question?
report.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And the 12th house, if you go by the houses, it's the sign of loss. So it's a general loss for humanity, loss of jobs, loss of trade, loss of economy.
Loss.
The negative. Yeah, that's the negative.
Yeah.
We're all going to be experiencing that thanks to Trump. Yeah.
Loss.
Well, he's a result of it.
Yes.
If that makes
A
sense.
symptom of it, I always
He's not
thought.
above it, though. You know that.
Yeah, true.
This is
True.
He's a symptom.
True.
Yeah, these people are like low.
Like a tumor.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you.
Or an infected mole.
So let me take you on a little journey here. I'm going to turn on the screen share for both of you to take a look at. And thank you so much, Brendan, for what you've just shared with us. See, Brendan's...
Yeah, that was epic.
Yes, Brendan...
I can give a little rundown of the 12th house just so we can put this in perspective.
Please do.
So it's the opposition house of the 6th. So the 6th is the one that puts you firmly in touch with physical bodies and environments. The opposite end is the 12th, which is the house of letting go.
Oh.
Spiritual liberation.
I like
or
the other
capacity
one better.
to rise above physical. Yeah, well, 12th house is always active though. Like anytime you buy vegetables, like they go bad or you use them, then you have to buy them again. Your car, wear and tear on the car, it just... So no matter what, once you're embodied, like you can't get rid of. Like the 12th is you have to live with it. Like it's part of every day. Like, and then people die. You know, like everyone sees that.
Yep.
And you'll never see them again and all that. So it says it shows where we leave material things. It's the capacity to rise above the physical and the material. It's the path of the higher consciousness. The last house of a horoscope. It's the summation of all of life experience. It indicates where one goes after death, after physical is over. Represents faraway exotic places. Foreign travel is in 9th, but also the 12th. Foreign travel in the 12th is way more exotic and far away, India and Africa. Cessation of activity represented by this house can be seen from sleep. The 12th house represents sleep at night and sleep from this world, the afterlife itself. Which is why the lucky number 13 is because you're starting a magic journey, the journey beyond this life. That's why 13 is considered a magic number. There you go. That's a little tidbit.
Wow. Incredible. Thank you so much. And of course, that's this is the beauty of Brendan's wisdom. He's able to express and articulate, locate these things as needed. And thank you, Holly, for asking that question. We have some message from the chat. I'll show it to all of you with my...
And I'm not learning this in Doug's basement with that cryptid slinky.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Fred. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me of that. I'll get back to the slinky in a moment. But no, he's not learning this from me. And that should be obvious. I think, if anything...
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, there's plenty I learned from Brendan.
Well, apparently it's not, because everyone's approaching and thinking that you must have learned what Doug knows.
Oh God, we'll get back to that. Because that's part of what I want to have fun with.
He's his own university of cosmology.
That's right. Brendan is. So
room for more than one.
So we're going to start off by screen share here. We're moving the thing around a little bit. What else was I thinking of when I was going to show you all something before I get back to my basement? I guess I could go over to the I guess we'll start here.
Well, apologies for distracting you, but
oh no
Holly got me off topic.
Oh no, that's fine. I thought that was great.
No, it was great.
Oh, that was it. Yes,
and I wanted to say before, the world is getting harder for cryptids too.
Yeah.
They like, what did that shrimp need a place to live or what?
Yes. Yes, so go on.
Much
Yes.
Supposed
harder.
to feel bad for them or what?
Well, yeah.
I got my own shit to deal with. Forget about the
Yeah, fuckers. Deport them.
Mothman can handle his own shit. You know, I don't got time for that.
Yes.
It's a hard world.
Thank you. But by the way, so can you see the screen share? Cursor moving
Yeah,
on?
it has no content.
Yes, this is a channel without content, so it makes me very suspect
Right.
of the individual who produced it, and obviously
it's a brand new account.
Yes,
so it's a red flag.
Yes, real red flag, brand new account. There's nothing on it. So someone who claims to be Sam Gonzalez comes on and says, first off, Troy Bellamy says, "Love this discussion. Listening on YouTube. Good night." So I said, "Love and hugs" at Troy Bellamy. Just wanted you both to see that.
Yes.
He entered that while Brendan and Holly were talking. Then this individual.
They got weird shit in Florida too.
Oh,
cryptid wise. Yeah.
We'll get there. We'll get there in a second. At any
We
rate,
don't have to.
Sam Gonzalez, who I don't believe is real, and has this. What is this? What does this King #3 mean? Does anybody know what that is? I know this is King #2 on Vril, which is of course our man Aristides. This is Aristides got this King #2. Maybe you can tell us what this fucking means. How does this suddenly come up on Sam Gonzalez? I have no idea what it even is. But anyhow, says Happy 4th of July. And by the way, there's no acknowledgement of, hey guys, love Holly or Brendan or anything. It's just Happy 4th of July and remember our valiant troops that have preserved our republic. This sounds like trollery right here and now because it's such a weird thing.
It says the crown icon displays the cumulative points earned for engaging with a specific live stream.
Weird.
So it's like your top fan. It's your top
Wait,
fan.
I have never even seen this guy
Oh
before.
no.
I've never even seen this guy
It's
before.
a bot.
Yeah. It's no. Well, no. I think this is a gang stalker.
It's a circuit somewhere.
Well, this is a gang stalker who's just artificially inflated his pointeds, because I've never seen him before. My granddaddy barely survived Bataan. His ordeal was unimaginable. It's like, okay.
Bataan.
Oh boy.
Bataan, the Bataan Death March?
Yeah.
And then he was a member of the New Mexico National Guard. And it's like, okay.
No.
And it's like, what are you doing here? Like, it's not that
It's gonna make you want to get to know him.
Yeah, it's not like I've ever, disrespected American veterans, though people try and claim that I do. Are you saying that what they went through is not real? This is definitely trollery.
Some anti-Japanese propaganda, basically.
Yeah, by the way, I've put into perspective what happened at Bataan before, so I'll be happy to go into it again.
You're one of the only people that I've ever heard that from.
Thank you.
So I don't know what they're talking
Oh
about.
yeah.
Thank you. But of course, this person has never listened. They're just here to troll because they're a gang stalker. We know exactly who this is. But anyhow, just going to hide them from the channel because they're obviously here assuming a stance for no goddamn good reason other than to troll. And for that reason, we are
And be all MAGA.
Yeah, we're reading aloud what you
Support
have
the
entered.
troops.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What's that, honey? Holly? What's that, Holly?
Support.
I can't hear you.
Support the troops.
Yeah, support the troops. That's it. They cut you off when you were talking.
Support the troops.
Right, this kind of shit.
Total MAGA.
Yes, total MAGA tard. But it's a gang
Which if
stalker.
they've ever listened to Doug for 5 minutes would know that that's, what are you supporting exactly?
Yeah, what are you supporting if you're supporting the troops? But anyone should know, I have never...
Well, if anybody could change their minds, Doug could.
Well, they're not out
anybody. If they had the capacity.
Yes, that's right.
To shut up and listen.
Yes.
If anybody could, you could, man.
Yes, thank you. At any rate, so what we're going to do is basically hide them from the channel. So Sam Gonzalez, I read aloud what you had to say so that I could respond to it for the record. and then I'm hiding you from the channel because you're nothing but we know exactly who you are. So you're just a gang stalker, and of course you're the enemy, and you're just here to troll, and there's nothing constructive that can come from that. And it's funny that he doesn't come on and attack me by saying, how dare you say the Nazis in the death camps are giving us something constructive? I mean, it would be so much easier to attack that. But they come at me from this weird Asian angle, which of course is like Happy 4th of July and then something about the Japs. It's like, okay, yeah, so you know what they're obsessing on. And it's
that's obvious.
Yes, we know who it is. It's always the same shit, and then they try to present themselves as an ethnic,
an obscure so-called Japanese war atrocity.
Yes, yes.
It's like,
which by
this is a troll.
Yes, thank you. Which, by the way, just so people understand, the Bataan Death March is nothing that's particularly obscure. It's simply that to modern generations it is, and I would be the first to say that
we're
that's
not
sad.
in your world usually.
They
don't teach that one in school. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. Let's put it this way: in modern day schools anywhere in the world, outside of the Philippines, almost nobody's going to hear about the Bataan Death March. I'm not saying that's the way it should be, and I'm not reveling in that. It's just the way it is. Right. Why? You know why? Because no Jews died in the Bataan Death March. So if a single fucking Jew had died in the Bataan Death March, you'd be hearing about it every fucking day. It'd be in your Bible. It would be reprinted in your Bibles in the red print in the Trump edition. So that's not going on here. So yeah, just wanted to show. I'm glad I went back to show everyone that, and that brings us to. Okay, let's take a look at. Let's see now if I can get back to the footage I was looking at. And that is unfortunately something that I can't access with this blocking it. Let's see if I can get this out of the way. And I might have to stop.
What are you trying to do?
I'm going to have to stop sharing in order to share it again because the stupid way the system works. The system works in such a way that it gets blocked off by the screen share screen. The screen share screen blocks off what I'm trying to access because it's set up retardedly. So then I have to. It's like what I was trying to show. Hey, Holly dropped off. No, Aristides dropped off. That was Aristides dropped off. So let's share the screen and hope he's okay. So here we are. This is thanks to, you can take a look at my aggregate and what they think I look at. And here we are. Every SS rank explained by a German. And it's like, interesting. It's like, we've all been lied to.
Massive prawns.
Yeah. What was that, honey?
Massive prawns.
Yeah, massive prawns.
Left.
Massive prawns. Massive prawns.
That's good.
Yes, cowboys and Indian toy soldiers in Russia. I like this one with Wolverine because I hate Wolverine. Wolverine ends up alone with Shauna, and you can take a look at what he says. Shauna, while she skewers his dick with her spear. Good for her. I never liked him. But anyhow, so okay, this is real footage. This is real footage from USA Today. Look at that. Look at the size.
Oh, that's
What?
Look at the size of that shrimp. Florida.
Oh, fuck that.
With the deadly jaws.
Ian West would be eating a whole plate of that.
Yeah. But look at this. Look at this.
Anything's good deep fried.
Yeah, this is real. So anybody who does not believe in giant shrimp, okay, this is like Florida. This fisherman caught. This is real. This is, nobody contests the authenticity of that photograph.
No, that was real.
Those shrimp are hunters too.
Yeah. They're called mantis shrimp. That's some kind of mantis shrimp.
You don't want to be skinny dipping when that boy comes by.
No, but you know what this is? This is probably a baby of the Vietnamese conrit that is now an invasive species. See what I'm saying? This is like one of their larvae of the invasive species, the Vietnamese conrit. And so
whatever that shit that lady saw in her basement.
Yeah, it's like
that was a grown up one.
What she saw was an adult. But this is what brings us back to here we are. Now here we go with size. Look at that. This is what Brendan was encountering and what he had to deal with. This is like, okay, here we go down here and there we go. Look at that shit. This is like a rough estimate of Jalopterus compared with 1.8 meter tall person. So there we are. Known proportions of other Eurypterid, but this is what they were breeding at the Letterman Army Medical Center, Research Center. And look at that shit. Look at that shit. This is what Brendan was feeling, pinching him. And dimensions and meters.
I saw it.
Yeah.
I saw it.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely. And believe me, these
astrally.
Yeah.
They were using it in a spell or something.
They were. Because they would shed, and the shed remains were given to Aquino's favorites, and I'm sure Miguel Andahar wound up with one. But look at this compared to a man. Look at that shit. It's like these are just horrific.
That's shocking.
And this compared to how large this is, an average man, and this is beyond 2 meters for some of the Jalopterus sizes. And then, there's better comparisons aside from this, man, and then some of these sizes of this. But let me see the 3D modeling that they did. With the 3D modeling that they did, let me see, aside from this here, which is, reasonable, but they just don't go as far as the 3D. Here we are. There we go, 3D modeling. And some of this, it's like, here's the 3D modeling right here. See that? See the 3D model? There's the man.
The big one?
Yeah. Okay, I see.
Yeah, then there's the big one.
It looks like a silverfish.
Oh, yeah, they're hideous, like a giant silverfish. But even the small ones you wouldn't want anywhere near your ankle.
No.
No, these things are all horrific creatures. But
ancient giant
this is the best.
scorpions.
Here we are. Look at this. Here we are, giant scorpion. YouTube.
What?
Yeah, this is like if I'll skip past commercials,
fuck.
but this is thank goodness for YouTube. They have YouTube does have great materials on it, so they're showing a comparison in sizes between scorpions. So as we get larger, of course, with the prehistoric scorpions that they were trying to breed at the Presidio.
Oh man!
Then here we are compared to a human size. There we are. So you take a look at that. See, there goes.
Yeah. Oh god, it's giving me flashbacks.
Yeah, now you're getting flash. Look at that. That's Jalopterus.
It had like it looked like that, but it had like this menacing
hairy
red aura, and the color was bright red and black with spikes coming out of it. Yeah, like hairy.
Yeah.
Like edges, like it looked like a lightning bolt or something.
Yes. Yeah. No, definitely. That's. But yeah, it's definitely.
that thing. It's literally like looks like that.
Yeah, it looks like that.
That's
and,
crazy.
Like I could draw it. It's like burned into my memory. It's horrifying.
Of course. Yeah. Horrific. So I'm sure.
All because of you. All because I helped you.
It's true. It's true. Yes. Horrifying. Yes. If I weren't a psychotic sociopath, I would feel guilty about it.
Whatever helped you sleep at night.
True enough. And so there we go. That was a bit of adventure for all of us. And just so sad to see that the enemy is still active with their stupid trolling. I mean, oh my fucking god. As for Aristides, poor guy, I think he fell asleep. He's back. He's back. You okay? You okay?
I mean, the funny part about them.
Yeah,
I'm okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Good.
Good.
If you want to say anything beyond that, feel free.
No, sorry, I had to drop off, do something on my phone. I decided to reconnect to my computer.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, appreciate that. Thank you, Aristides. Yes, you're the best. And so Brendan, what were you going to say? What were you going to say there, Brendan?
What were we talking about?
we were talking about the horrors of your flashbacks
and scorpions
and my psychosis. My sociopathic lack of guilt.
I just said whatever helps you sleep at night. That's all I said.
Yes. Then after that, you were going to say something else.
Yeah, I was going to say something else, but I'm drawing a picture of this thing.
Okay.
Just to get it out of my mind because it's horrifying.
Yes.
And the pain never goes away. It comes back sometimes. Just the hideous nature of it.
Yes. Oh yeah.
It would have killed me if I didn't do a counter
spell.
Like
counter spell. Yeah.
Like you remember when I was calling you and I was like screaming in pain, like it was like active.
Yeah.
Like, you can't make that shit up.
Like, I know. And
the amount of pain I was in, it was the most pain I've ever been in, and that's saying something.
Yeah. No, it's saying a lot. And considering the fact
and there was no visible wound. It was like a small, like something happened to one of my toes, and it was like a small little bump, like that would visibly there would be nothing. Like physiologically, it looked like just it was like a little blister. It was nothing, but the pain was excruciating. There was no sign of infection.
Mhm.
It was the most excruciating, burning, tearing, searing pain you could imagine. Concentrated in one point.
Mhm.
And then when I was fed up with it, and I said, reveal, I want to reveal what is doing this to me. And that image showed, I saw the astral imprint of it. It was a giant red scorpionic creature with red and black, like, we're talking like bright colors, like, like something out of like a neon light. That's what it looked like. It was like neon red with like electric spines and all the hair and shit. And when I told Doug, he said, did it look like this?
Yeah.
And then Doug showed me a photo of it, and I said, how the fuck do you know that?
Yeah.
Oh man.
And that's when I told him that, because Aquino was working with the program that was breeding that shit
them.
at Letterman. Yes.
Yeah, and because Miguel sent me crystals and a bunch of artifacts, they were using that as a fulcrum for gaining access to my auric field.
It's true.
And they managed to pierce through one of the most sensitive parts, probably trying to kill me, because it literally would have killed me.
Absolutely.
I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah.
That's how painful it was. It was so painful that, like, I don't want to presume anyone's strength, but a normal person probably would have literally killed themselves.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
The feet are full of nerves.
Yeah. It was a week and a half of the most excruciating pain. I couldn't walk.
Yeah. They were trying to overload your nervous system. That's what they would do, and that's
with ancient sea scorpion venom.
Yes,
that was like magically charged.
But I believe it was more like the martial arts. They take all of the poisons and they blend them together by breeding all of the most poisonous animals. I mean, tell people about that.
It was a goo,
the
goo.
Goo. They call it
goo technique.
Yes,
goo.
Tell people about that.
Oh,
the goo technique. Yeah.
And they'll take spiders and scorpions and centipedes and
the goo technique refers to a type of Chinese black magic in Chinese folklore. Goo refers to a venomous magical substance associated with curses and poisons. It's an abbreviation in Chinese legends. Its preparation was involved with creating poisonous substances by forcing venomous creatures like snakes, scorpions, and centipedes to fight and consume each other within a jar until the survivor's essence was extracted and used as the goo poison. It's believed to be capable of causing illness, misfortune, and death. And it's linked to various practices against prejudices against other minority groups, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, so there you go.
Yeah. That's just another.
It's a ritual. It's a ritual where they preparing centipedes, snakes, scorpions inside of a sealed container where they fight to the death and concentrate their toxin into a single survivor whose body is fed upon by a larvae, which was consumed, which is what that creature was.
Yes.
They did the ritual and then fed the concentrated goo poison. And like, because these people are sick, they use like an ancient sea scorpion to make it even more evil and fucked up.
Yes.
Man.
And then the concentrated toxins from the single survivor held the complex poison, which is then used in black magic practices, manipulating sexual partners, creating malignant disease, and remote death, which don't get any ideas out there.
That's it, remote death. Yeah, don't get any ideas out there.
Spirit could transform into various animals, this is the key, worms, caterpillars, snakes, frogs, dogs, or even pigs. There you go.
Thank you. And
or even sea scorpions.
That's right. In the text box. So in the text box, if people open that image, there goes one of the best 3D images I've seen of this. See the comparison in size? That 3D image does it best. So there we are. So it's in the text box.
Oh,
I don't have it.
Yes.
I don't have it.
Tell her how to find
it. In the chat?
Yeah,
it's in the chat.
Is it in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or our text.
Yeah.
It'll show up.
Yeah, it's not in mine.
It's seen by Holly. But you might have to wait a second.
Oh yeah.
You
But get this. Here's the kicker.
Yeah.
At present, Hu, which is another word for goo, it's like a different pronunciation.
Yes.
Hu is used as a means to acquire wealth, and
Of course.
secondarily as a means of revenge. The poisonous snakes, insects, were all in a vessel until there was one survivor, which is the goo. The poison secured from the goo is administered to a victim who becomes sick and dies. The ideas associated are varied, but the goo is regarded as a spirit which secures the wealth of the victim for the sorcerer.
Thank you. Thank you. That is so fucking sick. And what they thought they
and
could...
here's the sick part, what they were
go
trying to do to me.
Yes.
Because of me helping Doug.
Yes. Yes.
Can also be used as an evil magic with the object of obtaining subservient spirits, which was done by feeding unrelated persons. Oh my god, I can't even read. This is horrifying.
But continue.
Anyways, it says the person would die in a result similar to golden silkworms, which means their insides would rupture, and their souls would become servants of the master of the goo.
There we are.
So that's what they wanted to do to me, basically.
Yes, that's what they wanted. And the treasure would have been your knowledge. They wanted your knowledge. Yes. Yeah. And they thought that your enslaved
and
essence.
Then they'd let you loose on the world with $1 billion behind you.
Yeah, that would only be some meat sock puppet. That would have been
just $1 billion.
Yeah,
that'd be enough.
It is believed that those
to cause
who
havoc
produce
with
the coup
go on.
become coup after their death. The ghosts of those who have died from their poison become their servants for eternity.
Yes. Thank you.
Wow.
Yes. It's horrific stuff, and it's something that really needs to be.
Oh, here's a sick description from the Chinese classics, from Zhou which is attributed to Ge Hong, who is describing a diagnosis. A patient hurt by the coup gets cutting pains at his heart, and his belly as if something living is gnawing. Tearing, searing. Sometimes discharge of blood is seen from the mouth or beyond. But if not forthwith medically treated, it devours his 5 viscera, which entail his death. The patient spits into water. If the spit sinks, it is coup. If it floats, it is not. The owner of the coup follows, takes the skin of a drum, burns it, and pulverizes the ashes. And this is like a technique to remove it. So a way to recover from it.
Yes.
And then some other stuff. I'll leave the secret for
the skin of a drum.
Understood.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's just a translation error. I don't think they meant a drum.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, no, sometimes bad
The
translations.
skin of what?
And sometimes bad translations are intentional because they're not trying.
That's the case.
Yeah, they're not even trying to share. But do continue.
Okay, here's another sick part. It says, this other author named Chen describes preparing medicine from a shape-shifting goo. It can conceal its form. It is a ghost or a spirit, and makes misfortune of men. But after all, it is only a reptilian ghost. If one gets bitten, it will sometime emerge from one of the man's apertures. Watch and wait, catch it, dry it in the warmth of the sun, and when someone is afflicted, burn it to ashes, give him a dose of it. To one and the other, it naturally subdues itself. So it can be homeopathically used to counteract it.
Interesting. If you catch it drilling out of the body.
And then here's where like the kung fu films get a lot of their, like 5 deadly venoms and stuff. If coup is derived from various creatures, you can use the other creatures to overcome it. Centipede coup overcomes the frog. Serpent coup prevails over frog, and so on and so forth. There are other powerful remedies: asafoetida, python bile, civets. White substances taken from a chicken's dung are also used. But these are not real maladies. These are repellent drugs. they may cure or seem to cure, but it could be psychosomatic. Plausibly,
Go on.
they could be intestinal parasites. This is someone in a modern context trying to rationalize it. It's like, hey,
That's right.
trust me, once you see that thing emerge from, the ether,
yeah,
there's
you'll
no way
believe.
it's
or
psychosomatic.
out of your
Yes,
arm,
thank
for
you.
God's sake.
Like, I'm telling you,
Jesus.
like, and I don't know how much Doug remembers, but the pain is so visceral, so insane. It can only be supernatural. I mean, there was no way to describe it.
No,
And
definitely.
every touch, like even a ginger touch, like of a bed sheet, would just feel like you're getting torn apart. It's awful.
But like the Morgel blade, you feel this the rest of your life, even after the cure. Tell people about that. That's
Oh yeah, randomly it'll exactly, on the day of the
Flare.
attack or whatever. Or sometimes they've actually tried to reactivate it, and I felt it.
yeah.
So it's like when Frodo got pierced by the Morgul knife of the Witch King. He felt that wound for the rest of his life until he went to the Undying Lands. And
That's
so
right.
every year on the anniversary, he would feel the cold, piercing sting of the cursed metal. So that's
The
literally
wound
what happens
re-erupts.
occasionally. Yeah, and like I could feel it like it's a bad acupuncture point.
Yeah.
Like it'll just randomly like send a jolt of electricity and pain through the entire system.
Oh,
Yeah, which is why I have to get treatments every so often from these practitioners that are not like Peter Moon practitioners. These are like
the real thing.
actual-
Yeah. Yes.
actual TCM practitioners. To the point where she's like terrified of me even coming in.
Yes. That's right.
Yeah.
Tell him.
Poor thing.
Yes. Tell him.
She
yeah,
like,
yeah.
when I came in again, she looked at me like I was a ghost. Like, oh my God. So I'm sure that like after working on me that those imprints attack her or whatever.
Yeah.
So poor thing. But she does her job,
Thank God. I noticed that.
Yeah.
So she's very similar to my chiropractor. It's also that somebody could have approached her to ask her questions about you, and that's very intimidating.
Basically, that's
Yeah.
what it seems like.
Yes. And she's very intimidated by that, yet still is living up to her code of ethics by treating you regardless. But
Exactly.
like my doctor, my chiropractor, she gets very frightened when you come in and just wants you out as soon as she's done. It's like
Yeah.
that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and if I say I
God.
want like a short treatment, she's so happy. She's like, okay, of course, yeah. And then she'll come in like super early and say, okay, are you done? Well, she just is ready for me to leave immediately.
Yeah.
But she does provide me with various liniments and tonics and potions that keep this
And
at bay.
ointments. Yeah.
Yeah, ointments.
Good
Liniments
ointments.
is what she calls it.
Yeah. It's because it sounds much
Yeah.
better.
No.
So there you go.
Thank you. And so
But
that's
the first couple treatments, Doug, that I had, she said,
Yeah.
oh, I see lots of what is it called? Poison dart chi. I don't remember the
Ah.
And
go
she
on.
said you have an excess of poison dart chi.
Yeah.
And we determined essentially that was Peter Moon's constant curse.
Yes.
And when
That's
I finally
right.
found out about it and returned the energy, that's when he stroked down and shit.
Yes.
It's like, and that's how I knew it was him.
That's right. That's very true. That's very true. And it's thank you for that.
Oh, it's called
Yeah.
Xià̶hì,
Yeah. Shot
death chi, killing
Yes.
death chi.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's called Xià̶hì, killing energy, harmful to the inhabitants of a space, or if it disrupts your body, it can manifest as disruptive or stagnant energy. It's caused by various factors, including clutter, chaotic space, unresolved issues, or poison arrows that are being sent to you by other beings.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, and all of this is important when we speak of Peter Moon and his constant binding spells. For those of you who think we're projecting this onto Peter Moon, this is something that Peter Moon was very open with Aristides, Brendan Zogit, and myself on a Skype call we all had together about his practice of the occult, and he was casting binding spells all the time. And he was very, he spoke of this to the point where I truly began to realize the depths of this individual's madness because of the casual way in which he was doing this all day.
He sounded like a grandma that was like making like freezing their sauce. You know, like when grandma makes tomato sauce.
Or preserves. Yeah, grandma's making preserves.
He was like, oh my, all my binding spells fell out of my freezer. That's weird. And it's like it was normal.
Thank you.
Oh shit.
Yes. Thank you. That's the best way to phrase it, was that level of
like, this is just like a normal, thing to do on
right. Suburban LA. Suburban Long Island.
Right, and that was just one incident. It just went on and on with this individual. This was all that Peter Moon did, and it turned out that and our man Aaron Tice can confess to this. He can testify to this. Was the fact that Peter Moon, he was pretending. Well, I mean, it's just, Aaron would have to be here so that he could attest to it. But the fact it remains that Peter Moon was, I'll explain that image in a few minutes as to, that's Akira, not Akira from the comic books, but Akira from the comic books was based on this historical character, which I will tell people about in a minute, because this person is asking me about the Bataan Death March. And using that as just a battering ram to try and troll, but we can use it as an opportunity to educate. And it really brings us back to why this individual did what they did tonight with trolling me. But when it comes to the thing about Peter Moon was telling me constantly about, he was just wandering his neighborhood and he had neighbors that had issues, and then he would like say, oh, I'll try and help them with their issue by telling them how to do a binding spell. I mean, it's just casually casting about these arcane spells. This is nothing that any sane sorcerer or magician does. They don't just do this. And so this individual was already damning himself in terms of karmic blowback with the kind of entanglements he was placing himself into. This thing that Michael Aquino would call quantum entanglement. So every time you're casting a spell and you're teaching other people to cast spells, you're quantumly entangling yourself into these various fates and destinies. It's like, if you have an orgy with someone else who normally has orgies, you're not just fucking them, you're fucking every sexual partner they've had over at least the past several months, if not years, simply because of the trace residues of what you collect from other people in terms of sexual activity, especially if you're a woman and this gets pretty much into your system. It's something that stays there. When men ejaculate inside of women, it's like that stays in their system and becomes part of their system. It becomes absorbed in their system. You can't just douche it out. It's something that really entangles you with someone. It's like there's really no such thing as casual sex. So you want to be careful about everything that you do, obviously, without taking a pathological sense of it. You don't want to make yourself pathologically afraid of sex, which is essentially what our dear Judith Ager did to a degree, really, because she was tripping off that fact that, oh, this stuff really sticks with you, a man's sperm or ejaculate inside of you. And then she took that as something that was almost cosmic. She took that to an almost cosmic scale. I mean, I can go into that another time. It doesn't really bear going into, but it's something where you've got to be balanced about this sort of thing. But when it came to the image that I provided, and of course, the point I want to make first before explaining the story behind that image, which I presume our dear Holly can't access either, is the fact that the individual who was attacking me and just started tonight with this, celebrate the 4th of July, I hope you're respecting all our troops, and, it was everything I read out loud to everybody, so they've already heard it, it's on record, and, oh yeah, grandfather was a victim of the Bataan Death March, and just starting on this, the evil Japs did this horrible thing, and just trolling me to get a response on that. Yeah, why was this individual doing that? This individual did that because we got rid of Nemo Albano, whose real name is Larry Michael Lloyd or some shit like that, and I'll have to look it up to find out what his real name is, because it's written down and I need it on the record, because this individual is obviously the enemy and always has been. But since we got rid of him, and since we didn't let Real Tech Geek take his place, because Real Tech Geek stepped up immediately after that to impose himself upon us very aggressively. There's no other word for it. Then this individual came because both those individuals failed. So this individual came to troll tonight. Does that make perfect sense, Brendan? Because, you know, we got rid of Nemo, we got rid of, you know, Realtek, and then this guy shows up because...
I mean, it's only logical, and it's like the same pattern. You know, they can say, oh, he's jumping to conclusions, but it's the same pattern.
Yes.
Like when Trampoos left, then this other bloke came, and, you know, I don't even remember their name.
Yeah, it's just somebody who... It's like... Well, another one that showed
but
up...
this guy isn't even trying. I mean, it's not like you're going to call him up and say, hey, you want to come on the show.
Oh, that's what they're hoping for, ultimately.
I know, but I mean, Nemo's been around a long time.
Designed something else. Designed for something else.
Yeah,
yeah.
But Nemo, I mean, how do we put this? It's like you don't ask someone to eternally damn their soul by killing someone remotely. That's not a casual request. Like,
Thank you.
I don't know anything about that.
Thank you. Oh, well, basically... How
else do I put it, dog?
I missed all that.
Yeah. Well, I'll explain it to Holly so she gets it, and that's fine. It's not like
he's
Holly...
on Australian time, right?
Yeah. He's on dream time, honey. He's on fucking dream time.
But I haven't heard him on air that much, but some.
Whoa, that's the thing about these people. Both Real Tech Geek and Nemo didn't show up for months. And then they started showing up aggressively saying, oh, I can help you with Discord. I can get you on Discord, first with Nemo. And it was like, I've set up the channel for you. Even, I've set up the channel for you. And Brendan,
and imagine that swamp.
Oh, gosh. Well, Brendan, tell her about this. And Heather, welcome back aboard. And say hello to Holly, Heather. Say hello to Holly.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, Miss Heather.
Yeah. Heather. Yeah, she's doing what she's doing, whatever she's doing.
Yeah.
But Brendan, tell him about Discord and how fucked up Discord is, and it was so suspect that suddenly Nemo wants us on Discord. It was, had the whole channel set up for me with all the passwords being kill Jews and, shit like that. It's like, this is... So, even if I change the password, it's still on the record permanently for when the FBI follows up.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, and we know he was just going to dump it full of his, fucking... what do they call that gay child porn again? It's the young girly boys that...
the yayoi hentai.
Yeah, yayoi hentai. Thank you. He would just dump it full of...
That's like on the light scale of what he was trying to talk about.
Oh, it's so true. So true. It's so disgusting. Everything about these people is so fucking disgusting.
Oh, and here's an article from 2014 from Lifehacker.
Yeah.
Discord data. Yeah. Your Discord data is being sold to law enforcement and
Yeah.
AI companies.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Both
they get
public
paid going in
private
and going
messages
out.
Yeah.
Have been scrapped and sold online by Discord for as little as $5.
Oh man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They sell. Not only do they sell you fucking cheap. So here we are, and let's see if I can do a by the way, this is funny. Every once in a while this comes up, so let me do a screen share here. Let me see if I can get this.
What people are?
I'll show you.
Is he trying to argue?
This is from the same guy who just trolled me. Probably. Okay. Brother, you are a national treasure. Been listening for a decade now from MAGAFlagshop.com. It's funny. They do this. Every once in a while they'll do this. It's like, may not be the same guy. But
I think they think that you're MAGA. They just don't listen.
Yeah, yes.
Like, these are like some people that heard you way back in the day. Yes. And they're like, oh, I remember this guy. He always talked about America and the war.
Yeah.
But
or saw you in your swastika bikini.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe they're from the Facebook days. I mean,
Right. But by the way, this is Nemo Albano, Michael Lloyd. And it's like Michael Larry Smith Lloyd. Don't read this out loud. Hey, it's Nemo. Tell Brendan to unblock me in Microsoft Teams and send me his PayPal link.
He never put that disclaimer.
PayPal link.
Slurs.
Yeah.
On your live chat while you were on air.
Yeah, thank you. if he really needs an evaporator fan, I'll send him money to buy one.
Like, what was that shocking?
Yeah.
What was that shocking one that was like, even I was like aghast. I was like, oh my God.
It's just it was just
Like-
always, he was like Jameson
they're all
Reese.
monkeys.
Yes.
you know, or something.
God, it was just.
You'd be better off breeding with monkeys. Or
Yes.
something. It was crazy.
Yes. It just stuff like that. He would say that. I hope the Japs don't allow themselves to be downbred by the niggers.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, shit
that's
like
what it
that. You know,
Like,
and it's
was.
like
Off the charts.
it was like, how would the blacks even get to Japan by submarine? It's like, what the fuck? It's like, look, there's blacks in Japan. Yes. It's like, so what? It's not like, whoa, I don't see the Japanese interbreeding with them to any great extent, I assure you.
No.
It's like, it's just not happening.
It's not. No.
Yes. And, I don't have lots of money. I'm spending what I should be saving. So, yeah, you sure are, motherfucker. On guitars and, computers and anything you want. So I can move to a new place. Yeah, he's on the run, all right. We know about that. Yeah.
Oh, good God. Yeah. I mean, but just the fact, sending me something after the fact is kind of.
Oh, yeah. It's like what he said.
He wanted the spell for free.
Yeah.
To kill someone.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to say that on air. Like, I'd say it to his face. It's like, you asked me.
Yes.
What kind of spell can I use to kill someone? As if it was a casual conversation.
Yeah.
And then I said, oh, you know what? Like, I don't think me or Doug are ever going to give you that.
Yeah.
And then the next day he goes, Doug, I'll pay you to kill this guy.
Yes. $2,000. 2,000 measly fucking bucks.
And I might have said something like, oh, Doug's the only one that would know that, but he ain't going to help you. But they always take it as, Doug knows. I should go to him.
Yeah.
Because someone else was asking. I think it was Jameson, right? Or someone.
It's they're both of alike. I mean, Michael Lloyd, who kept calling himself Nemo Albano, he was exactly like Jameson. It was always, I want everybody dead, only he was just save a specific group of whites. And it wasn't even, you never really knew what whites he meant, because he'd say, kill all the Russians except for the woman, because the women are hot as hell. But then we know he doesn't really like women, because he wanted Jenna Ortega to be a boy so bad that when Brendan was like saying, hey, she looks like she's growing up, growing out a little bit up top, and he'd say, no, that's just wearing a fake titty bra. Yeah, it's really a boy. It's got to be a boy. I mean, Brendan, tell him. I mean, if they might not believe me if I just.
Well, I think he did that on air. I think he did that on air with us, right?
Yeah.
Where he was saying, "No, I swear,
Right. Yeah.
I swear that's a boy, but I don't care. I don't care. I'd still fuck him."
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, well, that's not the point. It's like, yeah, they're attractive either way, but this is not the point we're making. Just crazy.
No, and tell him about the nun when we were going down the file of my images. And I was trying to show him some of the Blood Boys.
Oh, he's like, who's that hot nun? You're like, it's me, you idiot.
I said, it's me, you idiot. And he was like, nice. This leering drool.
Oh, and then you hear all the screenshots getting taken.
Yes. Yeah. Oh,
like,
that was so invasive. It was just.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like it was an Austin Powers photo shoot. Like, ooh, yeah, baby. Show me that one.
Yeah,
it's like,
but
So that's how it felt. Anyway.
So it was basically.
And I was sitting here like cringing because Doug's showing us some stuff. I don't know. Can we even say it?
Yeah.
What he was showing us? Like it felt wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, he's sleeping because we scared him, and then I sucked his blood. And I'm like,
Actually,
you
that
sick.
was before.
You sick.
No, it was, for those of you who don't know, he's referring to a new arrival named Donnie. That's his first name. And he had
God, I
come
hope
from
this is not
he had
true.
come from a nunnery.
God.
And I was dressed as a nun. And before I even related the story, Brendan already knew. He said, "You're traumatizing him." He said, "You're traumatizing him.
I said that's what I used to do when my parents would fucking like fight or some incident would happen.
Yeah.
I would fake sleep in the back of the car
Yeah.
because it was like an overstimulation.
Yeah.
So you guys were like traumatizing the fuck out of this kid, and he was fake sleeping.
Oh,
and you're like, no.
Yeah, it was because I was.
He's fine.
It was because I was dressed as a nun. Basically, I had told Brendan a new arrival was showing up at the estates, and I would greet him dressed as a nun because it was that time of year. It was near Halloween, and the nun costume was what I had taken up as my motif for that season. So I said, I'm going to treat him dressed as a nun. Brendan warned me that would send him into a state of traumatic shock because of where he was coming from. And I didn't believe Brendan. I disregarded what he said, but it turned out everything Brendan said was true. And so he went into this state of like shock. And it turned out that basically he had been abused by the nuns rather terribly. And of course, what disgusted Brendan was,
that ruler shit is no joke.
It went way beyond. It went way beyond that. It went way beyond. Basically, what happened was one of his primary conscious memories from before transferring over to the estates into a safer, healthier environment was that he had been accused of theft by the nuns of petty change. And then when he was brought into a room with the senior nun, she was frying something in a pan over a hot plate. And she said, "So you like hot money, do you?" And she took the pan and just threw what was in it at him. And the contents of the pan were all these hot pennies and dimes and coins, quarters, and shit.
What?
And he just reflexively defended himself by lifting his hands up before his face. And because metal that's hot adheres to the flesh, all these hot coins literally were sticking to his palms and burning into his palms. And so he had these scars, these burn scars on his palms when he arrived at the estate from that, because they had to be like almost like grafted out of his hands because they were like burned and sunk into the palms of his hands
with the grease.
with
Lord.
the grease, the hot grease, and the hot melt. And so because I was dressed as a nun, he went into this kind of post-traumatic stress disorder shock. And of course, what disgusted Brent about was when we were learning this story, fortunately, when I turned around, I was telling Brendan, fortunately, my laughter, because I was laughing so hard I was convulsing. Fortunately, they thought I was sobbing. Fortunately, because I was hiding my face and just laughing into my hands, they all thought I was sobbing with empathy. So it's
bullshit.
I can see it.
Yeah, well, they know now.
That poor kid.
Poor kid. I have to endure this shit. Like, forget about the kid. Listening to this all the time. Like,
it's still probably going to be
what I did this weekend. Tortured a kid dressing as a nun.
best thing that could happen.
And then someone's so crazy that's like, oh, that never crossed my mind that it was just, a traumatic experience. Can you imagine how crazy that is?
Kind of.
No, she can't. No, she can't.
We don't have to. It's right here.
Well, kind of. Yeah.
So Heather says, who did Nemo want killed? So I'll show her that now. I'm going to do a screen share here. So let's do a screen share.
Oh, yeah. So it gets worse. That question brings up. So it's not just, I want to kill this, some bloke from the pub, some hunter. No.
Oh, God.
Go ahead, Doug. Go ahead.
That'll fix everything.
Yeah.
And he had the nerve, and this is like, I don't hate the guy, but he had the nerve to tell, what's his name, Aristides, they're lying about me. I would never do that. I thought, it was a moment of weakness or something. It's like, no, dude, you thought this out. This was premeditated.
Moment of weakness.
and he wouldn't tell me. He was like, oh, it's just a person. And I said, who? Who do you want to kill? Oh, I don't want to say. And now I know why he didn't want to say.
This is the individual. Explain. This is the individual. I don't think I can make it larger, so I'd have to put the screen share into.
Well, they all look the same.
It's David Batt, the LNP. He's basically the chief of police who tried to arrest Nemo.
Who's now in the federal government of Australia?
Yes,
a parliamentary
politician.
Politician.
Yes. Yes, who
If he
may
wasn't trying to get us put away, then I don't know what
Yeah,
the fuck
yeah,
he was trying to do.
not only that, but this individual, he may someday run for Prime Minister of Australia. His full name's David John Batt. So people can look this up, and what I'll do now is I'll find the screenshot itself and put it into the text box. But so David John Batt is the name. Sammy Romero is with us, and by all means, Sammy, lighten up the mood while I look for this file. And status update, whatever you feel comfortable sharing. Say hi to everyone. Let us know how you're doing.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yeah.
Greetings, Sam.
Well, all the better for you joining us. Yes. And
That's right.
Yeah, no, it's just checking in. I'll laugh my ass off. You guys roasting the Australian guy.
Yeah.
I forget his name.
Michael Lloyd. Michael Larry Smith Noit.
Oh wow, that name's even more lamer.
Yeah.
Anyways, no, just how you guys doing. Nothing much here. Just finishing a day of work. That's all.
Oh, managing, of course, the thanatology. How is the how is that going? And is everything okay with your environment? Everything peaceful?
Yeah, it's great. It's just a lot of the time I realize that the job is it's a good job, and I don't mind doing it, but there's levels of care that that I see. For example, my sister she does that. Not that I can't do, it's just I'm not sure if I'm at that level that she really does care for her customers or patients.
Yes.
Well, not patients, but the loved ones.
Yes.
She's the type that, well, today she did a FaceTime with the family that couldn't see their loved ones. So she gives them that private time that they need with their loved one. Obviously, they can't be here in the country, but she puts FaceTime on that way. They can say their goodbyes and the just stuff like that she does. That that it's not that I won't ever do that. It's just seeing her dedication to the actual industry is it's something good to see.
Yeah.
It's always good to see someone that loves what they do.
Yes. Yeah.
Always good.
Well, she's such an incredibly talented individual, and the community. She's really a pillar of the community.
Yeah, I mean,
And strives for excellence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's very committed. Like, especially for the women and the women that are deceased. She falls on, does their makeup. I mean, the whole nine, even their hair. She very much. It's almost like their final send-off. So it's very much. I would say it's almost like a wedding, but not a wedding.
Yeah.
That's kind of. I'm not sure if it makes sense, but
No, it's perfect. It's perfect. It's the perfect analogy because it's very much like that. By the way, I finally uploaded that image of Nemo's target into the text box, so anybody can access that later. But continue with what you're saying, Sammy, and by all means, in terms of I don't know if you heard what I said. I was trying to answer your question about Trump's army, as I call it, last episode. So I don't know if you had a chance to review that monologue yet towards the end.
Not yet. Okay. I got to the beginning of it, but even right now, I'm coming back from where I used to live at, and
Wow.
it's you can tell that it's taking a toll, especially on the Hispanic community.
Yes.
But it's really, people are resilient. At the end of the day, a lot of these migrants have really nothing to lose. The only thing is really the internment of them really being interned in these concentration camps or whatever the hell they are.
Yeah.
That's really the worst part about it, because really, when they do get deported, hopefully they do get deported. It's President Scheinbaum is already making provisions to help and provide citizenship for them. You know, it's not all bad. It's just this administration is not the most it's not the most organized, and it's not the most humane presidency. It's very much quite the opposite. And to a certain point, you know, Trump already said he's planning on deporting, you know, U.S. citizens.
Yes.
That out said yesterday.
Yeah.
So, you know,
He's gonna
nobody's
start
really
with
safe.
he's gonna start with Musk. Thank God.
We hope. We can only pray and hope.
Oh yes, but by the way,
That would go on the record as the best thing he ever did is nationalize all his shit and deport him.
oh God, we can only pray.
Mark my words.
Yes.
If that happens.
Then we know he listens to the show. We know he listens to the show then because that's what I advised.
Yeah. Thank you, Doug. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah.
The most funny thing is, you know, Elon Musk pretty much paid for his own demise. Like, he supported somebody that eventually was going to put you out of business. You know, and that's what he pretty much did.
This is like the Frankenstein's monster myth in real life. Continue, yes.
Well, you know, Donald Trump wants to get away from, you know, electric car vehicles. He still wants to obviously kill the planet with fossil fuels. So that's what they're doing is they're just, you know, setting the world on fire. And as far as EVs, not that EVs were, you know, the most safe and, you know, the best. Not that the batteries blow up and, you know, they're toxic to the environment.
Not to mention they sterilize you. Tell Holly, Brendan, tell Sammy about the testosterone gets cut down by how much percentage by those batteries? Oh God. Yes, my God.
Oh, that was nuts. I think that's a Brendan thing.
Okay.
Yeah, crazy.
I didn't say that.
Oh, it's Aaron Tice.
You
Actually did. It was Aaron Tice.
Somebody did.
Aaron Tice.
Yeah.
Aaron Tice did the research on it. Aaron Tice says that the batteries are not shielded because that would render too much shielding would render the car too heavy to operate conveniently. So they leave the batteries unshielded, and it's right in front of your crotch, and it sterilizes these men by taking down their testosterone. They can't even get it up anymore.
Yeah,
and it's awful.
And you got a Bluetooth in your ear wired to the car, remember? So it's tops to bottom.
Yes.
Like it's just that's some like red pill shit that they're like
Brian.
Yeah, I thought that, but it's coming from other sources besides whatever Aaron Tice was looking at. Because I do know Aaron Tice does look at some of that red pill shit. But anyhow,
okay. Because all I know is I'm seeing an amazing
soy boys
number.
Use those cars. That's what and the soy lowers their testosterone.
Yeah.
So
actually, though, it's actually the how would I say it? It's Musk who hates soy boys that produce the vehicle that's reducing everyone's masculinity. So that's what it comes down to.
And he's the most soy. He looks like tofu.
Yes. By the way, Heather says the picture of the target of Nemo is blurry. I don't think so. Maybe it's just blurry on her phone. But
that's no surprise. No, it did come through blurry, but we know why.
Yes.
It's covering.
Yes. Then she says, I hope he doesn't try to go kill him. Honey, he's too chicken shit for that. Nemo's too chicken shit for that. You know, Michael Lloyd, he wanted us to do that. But I'll get back to that. But go on, Sammy. Continue with what you're saying before I, start tripping again off my own, sense of what's funny. And, go on.
I mean, honestly, that's really it. I just find it, what I find it hilarious is people, for some reason, think Donald Trump has some type of loyalty to anybody.
Yeah.
Other than himself. If a billionaire that put him in office is getting, shafted, what else is next? It's like there's really no loyalty with that man. That man's pretty much insane. So,
yes. Truly.
I don't know. It's one of these things where you just have to sit back. It's either, deportation or these California wildfires that are starting up again.
Yes.
It's, pick your poison is what I'm trying to say. Eventually, we're going to see the result of it. But again, like I said, it's change.
Yes.
It's kind of, it's really just part of the struggle. And definitely, you know, you have to just take things in stride, and honestly, that's all you can. It just protect your mental health, because
Yes.
you know it's just not even worth you know, going over the edge on it. Because really, a lot of the stuff is, yes, it's intentional that what he's doing, but a lot of it too is just the government doing what it always does. It functions by accident, and it also dysfunctions by accident. And it somehow, you know, manages not to catch on fire completely. You know?
Yeah,
So,
and I want to think.
anyways,
What do you know about Alligator Alcatraz? What that new detention facility he's created in Florida for transitory migrants? In other words, it's supposed to hold them transitionally until they're deported. Have you heard of this?
No, but I know that Obrego guy that got sent to El Salvador. He's coming out that they tortured him.
Of course.
That and you know, that's not surprise. No one's surprised about that.
Hey, I would be
The thing is-
surprised if they did not. Yeah, so go
Right.
on. Yes.
The thing is, he's just one voice now out of the millions that are going through that. I mean, hell, there's women having
Yeah.
miscarriages. So, you know, unfortunately to me, you know, he's a case that, you know, I hope it doesn't get silenced, but at this point, we need to start thinking about, you know, the elections coming up. If we ever make it to be still, you know, civilized and have elections, but you know, we'll see. We definitely will see.
I think we're past democracy. It's a dead thing.
Yeah,
I'm not being facetious.
Oh, I agree. No, I hear you. No,
We're past that point.
Actually, Sammy was the first person to express that himself. I mean, Sammy,
That's right.
did you not say that yourself a long time
we
ago?
did. I just said we're not going to make it to midterms, and yeah, it looks like, you know, we've only had the presidency 6.5 months maybe, and we still have 3.5 years of this. 3.5 years is, you know, it's an eternity. You might as well call Nibiru and kill us all, you know.
Yes.
You know, that's I'm being, you know, facetious, but you know,
Planet X.
yeah, Planet X, or you know, all the classic, you know, coast to coast shit that, you know, I used to listen to until, you know, an asteroid called Doug came and pretty much killed all that. No, but
Thank you.
like I said, we're not gonna. I don't see ourselves, you know, going to midterms and going through the election process, because it's just morale. Besides, you know, morale's down. We're being threatened by pretty much, you know, executive order. What was that executive order that I believe Roosevelt did, that threw in
9066. 9066.
Well, Trump might as well be doing that now,
Yeah.
you know, because that's pretty much what he is. He wants to intern.
Yeah.
You were always right, Doug, in a sense
you.
that Congress never abolished that option that the president can do. And Donald Trump is pretty much following, you know, your plan. And not your plan in the sense, but what you've explained in the past,
Yes.
where, you know, our citizenship is going to be in question. The definition of a U.S. citizen is going to be really up to the states. And obviously, we're seeing that in the sense of what the U.S. Supreme Court did, and as far as the interpretation of that. So, you know, it's already happening. You know, I've always wondered why Doug always said, you know, once I get secular power, but it's starting to look that way. In the sense that people want answers, people want a plan, and a lot of the time, you know, if there's a way to kind of talk down, you know, an insane man, it's really through. It's going to be the talk down process in the sense that he's not going to have a choice. It's either he leaves to Russia or wherever the hell he leaves to, or you know, he's going to have to pay.
Yes.
With his life. And I'm not even being, you know, facetious in that, because even if Republicans now, that bill got modified, that bill got changed, and it has to still go back to Congress so they can re-vote on it. Because every time they try to change that beautiful, shitty bill, I mean, beautiful, they change. They start negotiating. Well, maybe we should change this, and it just keeps getting amended. What do I believe? I really don't think that's gonna. It's not that it's not gonna pass. I think it's gonna be amended every time because a lot of these Congress are chicken shit in the sense that they're gonna fold. And
Okay. Did they get him? Did they get Sammy?
Well,
Because
it already passed.
yes.
I think we're Donald Trump.
Right. Well, I mean, Sammy, if I heard too. I heard what Brendan heard, that it had quote unquote passed thanks to the Republicans holding both the House and the Senate. But I think what.
Well, it was a 50-50 split, and
Yeah.
Vance was the tiebreaker.
Okay.
Because VP gets the vote after.
Okay.
Okay, then.
If it's a tie.
So the thing is, remember this. The House drafts up this horrific, horrible bill, and they pass it, and they send it to the Senate, and the only reason it's been hung up all this time since is not because they wanted to make it better for poor people. They insisted to the death that it wasn't bad enough.
Yes, that's true. That is true. Yes.
This was not the Senate trying to ease off.
Yeah.
This was the Senate doubling down.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay,
So,
then, like I said, I mean, then there it is. Then,
yeah,
it's
That's
it's even
the
worse
thing.
than we thought.
Yes.
Then that's even
that's
worse than
the
we
thing.
thought.
It is, because the
we're,
House has got nothing to be object to. They're not going to, like, all of a sudden fight for Medicare now. You know what I mean? Jesus.
Then
Yeah.
that's pretty much the sandpaper condom thing. That's
Yes.
that's what it is already. Then.
Oh,
We're
boy.
screwed.
Yeah.
But,
Oh, boy.
But like I said, even though that did happen, how can I say this? The public's gonna react how they're gonna react, and I don't know. I feel like they're gonna cave in the sense that Trump is already overreaching. They're overreaching even more, and when people get angry, especially quote unquote the people that matter, that don't look like me, then we'll really see. Because obviously, when they lost the election, they overran the Capitol. Now imagine when they don't get their SNAP for their Walmart, or I don't know. I just it's one of these things where people, Americans are really stupid. So I really do think they're gonna
Most
do
of the
something
people that got their
to try to
healthcare
relieve.
cut were from the Midwest, like I was
Right.
predicting.
Yeah.
Right.
And Americans you can depend on will always blame the wrong people.
Well, we're on
course.
to.
Every
They can't
time.
anymore. They
Right.
can't anymore.
I'm not
Well-
sure. Oh, no. I mean,
What are they gonna say?
Oh well,
there's
well,
still some
remember,
immigrants
this
out
is-
there.
Well, this is why I sent everyone a link to that report from this sheriff, who's just infamous for making a hero of himself, like he was supposed to have busted all these child predators. It's like this one sheriff is obsessed with, he lives in lust of the camera. But one of the things he came up with was, we've seized all this fentanyl, and it's from the cartels south of the border, and they have a conspiracy to murder 14.5 million Americans. So this is like their rationale for mass deportation. In other words, they're saying, see, the brown people are trying to kill us whites. I mean, when it's all...
An invisible army.
So, Sammy,
They
respond to
don't
that.
need to.
Yeah.
First of all, most Mexican citizens, believe it or not, actual Mexican citizens that live in Mexican, metropolises like Guadalajara and even Baja California and all these, major cities like Mexico City, they don't give a shit about us. They actually living a pretty good life. They don't give a shit about the U.S.
Yeah.
We're really the tourists. And as far as them killing us, we kill ourselves. We're the number one customer.
I was about to say,
when it
isn't
comes to
fentanyl
narcotics.
mostly domestic manufactured? I thought it was manufactured by white people in their labs.
Right. In fact,
More and more.
It's actually Chinese. It's actually Chinese
Yeah,
and Indian
but you can mail order it.
and Pakistani. Yeah.
$1,000 a pound. That's why whenever there's a so-called big fentanyl bust, I always look at whether the mailbox was quarantined.
Yeah.
And they'll often say it in the article. You get the raw stuff, and then the kid in the garage next door has to cut it.
Interesting.
And that's where it gets dicey, because they don't have manufacturer level mixers. So every garage fentanyl bust, they round up a bunch of NutriBullets. That's what they use.
Interesting.
Micro blenders. Yeah. And so, of course, it's got to be 50 to 1 cut, a pound from China in the mail, $1,000.
Well,
But then you got to cut it by 50 times.
okay, with that's,
And then
yeah.
put it through a pill machine.
Jesus Christ.
And it's easy as pie. You make a fucking fortune.
But
No cartel involved.
there you go. See?
And
Yeah.
every fifth pill is super hot.
Yes. Oh,
well,
you
thank you, Highly, for giving us the recipe.
Yes, that's right. I was about to say.
That's all it takes. That is all it
You sound like
takes.
you've done this before, Ollie.
No, but there is a great teacher on this subject. Sam Quinones is his name.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's like he's on YouTube, or what the fuck?
He is, and he has a long series of books on pharmaceutical Sackler crazy
Wow.
and how they knew what they were doing.
Okay.
And so he, it's called The Least of Us.
Interesting. Instead
And
of
I
The
can't
Last of Us.
recommend it highly enough.
Wow.
It's a deep book, and it reads like a incredible novel. I mean, but it's all very well documented. Has quite good repute.
Okay.
I still say it's absolutely necessary, as well as Fentanyl Inc., who you interviewed on your show. That guy.
Damn, it's been so long ago. I remember him just vaguely, but I definitely remember
his
him. But
book is
yeah.
priceless.
Oh, that's right.
He
That white guy.
infiltrated. He went over and went to the Chinese factories.
That's
'Cause
right.
all
Wait, who
fentanyl
was this?
comes from
Oh,
China.
this is a white guy. I really did interview this guy years ago, and Holly
his
remembers
book
it.
and Sam's
But
is-
that white
that's all
son
you
of a
need.
bitch, that white son of a bitch, when I asked him, basically, he was so racist that when
Really?
yeah,
Wait.
he really was.
Fentanyl Inc. guy.
Yeah, the Fentanyl Inc. guy. He was so
Oh,
racist
no.
because when I basically asked him about I told him about all of the drug problems that had been happening with the colored communities, and when I brought up why is it only now when fentanyl has taken such a big bite out of the white community that this suddenly becomes an issue, and it was like basically. He pretty much said, well, because the whites are the people who matter. I was like, really? Really?
Yeah.
There's no point in doing a train wreck on air, so I wasn't going to follow that through. By the way, I do want Brendan to know I downloaded the image of the beautiful anime girl on Moab Island, the Easter Island. The Bohemian Grove thing's also interesting. But, Sammy, so
Yeah,
here's...
I took that picture at Bohemian Grove, the original Bohemian Grove.
Okay. There we are. Excellent. See, our man, I was wondering what the significance of that was. Now I know. So I do want everybody maintain Heather Holman in thought and prayer. She mentioned the fact that it was, Phoenix is the hottest place on earth today, 110 degrees Fahrenheit. So
That's a 6.
yeah, okay. Thank you. And then she
That's
said,
Baghdad, man.
now she said Alcaraz. Now, I believe you're referring to Alligator Alcatraz, what I was bringing to our man Sammy's attention, Heather? Are you referring to that? Because
Yeah, I
okay.
meant the alligator Alcatraz.
Okay, so what she brought to my attention was that this is from Distractify.com. I don't know how reputable they are, but it looks pretty straight to me. But it says that because alligator Alcatraz is surrounded by dangerous wildlife and unforgiving terrain, where they're going to send all these transitory migrants, they expect a lot of them will die, and therefore they're installing incinerators. But Brendan Zogit brought up the fact that the place is already flooding. That Alcatraz.
Yeah, right after he left, it flooded.
Right after Trump left, Trump did an inspection with guess who?
God.
He did an inspection with that gnome woman who was made so
really?
sick.
She showed up.
Yeah, she was there to go with him to inspect that after she got
The
sick.
swelling went down.
Yeah, after
Yeah.
Fort Dietrich. Yes.
Oh God.
Well, maybe that's why they were getting incinerators anyways, because the other one's broke, and they have to burn their trash.
Yeah.
Aww.
Oh, yes, honey. I mean, that's any excuse they could think of, but yeah, but so here they're creating like a death camp, but the Americans can't do it right, so it already floods right after their commander-in-chief conducts an inspection.
And they were saying, oh, it can sustain a Class 2 hurricane, no problem, and then like a thunderstorm flooded it. Or something.
Thunderstorm flood. I love it. I love it. So back to
It says there was no hurricane or thunderstorm, just typical summer showers that the state experiences every time this year. A quarter inch of rain hit the city. Holy shit, the ads are they're trying to farm ads on this because it's popular. Anyways, I have no reason to doubt that it flooded. So.
Yeah, yes. So how do you like that, Sammy? It's like divine justice.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh man, it won't help. They'll still put him in there.
Overnight vendors, meaning the illegals that were building it, went back and oh shit, what happened? Oh my god. It just deleted, it just canceled out of the page without me doing anything.
Yeah, of course it did.
Just removed it.
Of course it did.
Well, so what I
Hold on, it says overnight the vendors, meaning the builders, went back, which were probably illegals.
Yeah.
Went back and tightened seams at the base of the structure that allowed water intrusion during a heavy storm, which was minimal, said the spokesperson. So there you go.
Yeah.
And it has
then
you can buy merch.
It's all fine.
Merchandise.
You can buy alligator Alcatraz merchandise. Tell us about these chotskis.
Yeah, it says bizarrely it has its own merchandise.
Gift
sold
shop.
by Florida Republicans. Slammed as dehumanizing.
Of course.
Gift shop.
That's what
I read.
I every time I click on it, it's just crashing my phone.
So
I'm sure it's some scam.
Oh my god. Yeah. But go on, Holly, before we go back to Sammy, what were you going to say, Holly? You were going to...
What I read is 90 feet from the perimeter border fence starts what are being called in the press Indian villages.
Okay.
I said Indian villages.
Okay.
So to this day, there are people that know how to do out there.
This shit's selling out on Etsy. Alligator Alcatraz, Everglade, Florida. Dark humor. Yeah. Gifts.
I just don't put much faith in those midterm elections.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is everybody should take a look at the link that Heather shared, because I'm just going to screen share it because it gives us a lot of the info that our man Brendan is working so hard to share with us, but is being obstructed from doing. So here we are with Distractify, and they're talking about is the rumor about incinerators at Alligator Alcatraz real? But they're bringing up the fact that it will have no more than 5,000 beds that will be used to house, process, and deport criminal, illegal animals. Animals is the term they use. That's what they say. Help carry out the largest mass deportation campaign in American history.
Was that like a typo?
No, that's what they meant to say. That's what they meant to say. They call them animals, But this is said by
My God.
yeah, Carolyn Leavitt said this. Carolyn
the
White
fuck?
House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt,
No shit.
yeah, called them animals during a press conference. So
Was it a Freudian slip, or was she just like brazen? It
I
was just
think
like,
she
No.
really has gotten to the point where this is where they're at. But look at this. It only
Yeah.
took 8 days to build Alligator Alcatraz, but Mother Nature has other ideas. Within 1 day of
There we go.
opening, torrential downpours flooded the facility. The day before this happened, Kevin
Wow.
Guthrie, executive directress of the Florida Division of Emergency Management, bragged about the complex's ability to withstand the kinds of winds that accompany a Category 2 hurricane. Like Brendan said, seems he forgot to waterproof the facility as electrical cables on the floor were soaked. Although the rain lasted no more than
we can
45
be sinister
minutes.
and just say that it's sabotage, so it just electrocutes them all at once.
Yes.
Basically,
Yeah. I
it's
mean,
like a
hurricane
funhouse
season
shot
hasn't
before.
even
Yes.
started yet.
Oh my God. So the rain lasted no more than 45 minutes, but was long enough to shake the roof as water leaked through the sides. So
Oh,
Stephanie
God.
Hartman, deputy
They'll
director.
put people in there
Yeah.
if they can. They
It-
will.
And it's,
450 million a
Put
year. Shit,
people
I
in
need
there.
to make.
yeah.
I need to buy some land and make a ramshackle prison.
Yeah,
That's
there
some
you
good. That's a
go.
good deal.
There you go.
Well, I saw a thing that said there were like 5 more planned.
oh, of course.
Everglades is the new
Dude, if I can make
holding.
450 million, I'll do it right now.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Who
Well,
wants to invest?
And like Brendan said, they're hiring illegals to build them in the Florida. Okay, so Sammy, you've heard all this. What's your response?
Indian
Yeah,
villages.
your own impression. What's Sammy's impression of all this? Holy shit!
I mean, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. This is really their agenda,
Yeah.
and it's really
Nobody's
out there
laughing
now.
because it's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's,
No, I mean, it's never been. It's not a surprise to me because that's the one thing that Trump is doing now. Where, the first run, he used to say a lot of stuff that was, that was abrasive and just flat out crazy. Except this time now he means it.
yes.
Everything he says now, he's trying his best to complete.
Yeah.
And I'm not surprised because he's going to need to put people in these types of, concentration camps, especially people that oppose him. Forget the illegals.
Yes.
He's going to put people that oppose him. He's going to put people that prove him wrong in the sense that his policies are not working. He is exercising his dream of being a dictator.
Yeah,
And there's nothing-
he's already threatening to arrest that individual who won in New York, who has the Latin American
Right.
name. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is he has the Supreme Court in his pocket. And to be honest with you, it makes me
Well, allegedly that
appreciate-
guy was a communist. I don't know if that's true.
They just keep calling him that. It might be true for all I know or care. He's still better than Trump. Go on. Yes. Yeah. Go
Or
on.
Cuomo, for God's sake.
And Cuomo. Yeah. Go on,
it
Sammy.
makes me appreciate John Wilkes Booth
Yes.
as far as him, taking out Lincoln.
Yes.
Now I can appreciate him even more because obviously he had his reasons for doing it.
Yes.
So, I mean, history does repeat itself. It's ironic that Lincoln wanted to be that dictator. And now we have Trump.
Yes.
So he's overreaching. You've talked about it, where Trump is going to overreach, and it's going to be his demise because it's not going to work.
Yeah.
It's not going to work because Americans are we're not. How can I say this? We're not the type of nation that rallies behind a president. We would like to think that, but we're also full of shit in the sense that we want to be bailed out. We really don't have nothing really to strive for except entertainment and following somebody that fans the flames of hate.
Yes.
And that's really what it is. It's easy to support Trump as long as his bullshit doesn't apply to you until it actually does.
Thank you. And just go on. Continue.
Go ahead. And now we're fucked.
Yeah.
Now he's fucking the people that put him into power, i.e., Middle America. And then they're gonna get it as well. The problem is they don't have a country to deport them to. They're not, at least Mexicans have Mexico. We have, President Xià̶hì.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's almost like Bizarro World in a sense that, Kamala should have been in office working with Xià̶hì, making, both nations stronger.
Yes.
But that's not in
Can
the
you
plans.
imagine it? My God.
Can you imagine two
Jesus.
women of color,
Yes.
My God.
pushing, for a better America? In fact,
My
now
God.
that I think about it, the GOP would have been doing better.
Yeah.
Hell, Republicans would have been doing better because
Yeah, they'd have workers because they're the hirers. How do they get it both ways like that?
Well, the point that Sammy is making is that Trump is burning the candle at both ends. Not only is he killing his own base by attacking the Midwest and depriving them of their benefits, but he's also killing his multi-billionaire base because of his alienation of people like Elon Musk.
The meat packing and the hotel chains, all have made their billions on the backs of Mexico.
Of course. And before I lose track of it, because George Knight has joined us, I want to welcome him aboard. Before I forget, I want to remind everyone that Trump is now turning his attention with the Supreme Court towards revoking naturalized citizenship. So I do want people to understand that. And George Knight, I want to mention something else about the man who killed the fireman, but say hello to everyone first and let everyone welcome you before I talk about the man who killed the fireman. Okay.
Thank you, Douglas.
Welcome, George Knight.
Thank you for having me on.
Yes.
Hey, George.
Yeah.
Yes. Hello, Sammy Romero, Brendan, Holly. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Yes.
Good
Hello
evening.
to you.
Yes.
Yes.
Great to speak to you.
Yeah.
Always delightful.
How long are we gifted with your presence tonight, George?
A good half an hour. Any longer will be a bonus, Douglas.
Okay.
I will let you know when I have to depart. But thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you.
I do apologise.
Wow.
I'm suffering with hay fever.
No worries.
It's very high. The pollen count's very high. So I do apologise if I sound, bunged up or sniffle. You can hear all that. Yeah, so I do apologise, but I'm collected at the moment.
Yeah. No,
Thank you.
You're fine, and I thank you for showing up at all. And we're definitely going to try and take advantage of your time with us.
Thank you.
But in terms of before I get to the individual who was shooting the fireman, I do want to ask Sammy Romero or George Knight. I don't expect you to be familiar with the situation, but do you know anything about that situation, Sammy Romero, before I get into it? Okay, is he with us, Sammy? Did he drop off?
I believe he's just dropped. Yes.
Okay.
I think he has done this.
Okay,
Yes.
so thank
You
you.
might have had a duty.
Yeah. What was it that Brendan sent us? Oven was not running at the time, and officers were rushed to Missouri factory worker 38 dead after becoming trapped inside. Holy fucking shit! 30.
What the hell?
Oh, but tell them about
you
this,
gotta
Brendan.
get back to the fire though first, because I gotta
No.
go soon.
Oh, okay, in his moment. But tell us, Brendan, about
Well,
this.
this is just a quick little thing. It's just...
But it's like what happened in England. Tell us what happened in England. Tell people about that. Yeah. Like the two guys in the oven in England, Brendan, if you might remember. Is anybody on the call? Did I get off the call? Shit. Oh, okay. Did I just hang up the call? Okay, so let me see if I can get back on. Join the infinite call here. Okay, so, okay, did I... Fuck. Okay, so we're still streaming. Okay, and somehow I got off the call. So I'm going to have to thank everyone for their patience with me and then try to get back on. See if I can do this again. Brendan, here we are. Brendan. Okay, bring me back on call. Call me. Bring me back on call. Bring me back on call. I know. I go to the call infinite call, and press call everyone. Okay, audio call, right? Ooh, see if that works. Oh, darn. Oh, who answered?
Hello, Douglas.
Yes. So I got
Yes.
off the call. Can you have them call me and bring me back on the call?
I'm back.
Oh, you're back. Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll see who else joins this. So I clicked the wrong button and I got knocked off the call. And then so I had to recall everyone and it just restarts the fucking
It was
call.
all good right there too, man. I was pissed.
Oh no, but it's so natural. I mean, of course
a
that
lot
happens.
of subjects.
Yeah. Well, of course that fucking happens.
It was a
always works.
vector.
Yeah, it always works like that. It always works
Yeah.
like that. It's so offensive and it's just so invasive and it's just sickening and I can't understand why life is like that, but that's the way life
So
is.
is the YouTube going?
Yeah, the stream is going. Yeah, that has nothing
Okay.
to do with the stream. The stream's fine. It's
Okay,
just
okay.
the call
Okay,
gets
okay.
the call gets so easily fucked, and the problem is I'm pressing multiple buttons at once, and
Yeah.
and just any one of them, it's impossible to describe. Heather Holman says something about Distractify, and she put that inside of the chat box. Good for her. Let's see if she responds to our call, and let's hope the other people respond to the call as well. But all such being said, I'm hoping that I was going to ask Sammy or George if they were familiar with what was going on with the fire at all. But maybe you can explain to our listeners what you know about it, please. So tell our listeners what you know about what happened with, what you know about any recent developments before I give people my analysis. Okay. What happened in Coeur d'Alene? I believe it's called Coeur d'Alene. Honey?
Who, me?
Yes.
Oh,
Did I fuck up the call
I
again?
haven't heard
Nobody's
a
even talking
recent.
to me. Yeah.
I haven't heard of anything. I'm on bated breath. I guess the guy is a white guy, real young. Again, a lone
Did you see
nut.
his picture? Yeah, but did you see how effeminate he looks?
Yeah, I couldn't. I only saw one because they were quiet about. It took a while to get the picture up.
Okay.
But and maybe crazy parents.
Yeah. And
I might have seen their picture. I'm not sure what to believe.
Mhm.
Depending on where it comes from, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
But I think he has super hardcore parents. And super young, like 20, and all alone,
Mhm.
typically.
Mhm. Yeah.
Which, like I say, is only quasi-believable.
Mm-hmm. And it's,
And that's it. And a couple guys died, and
yeah. Is anyone else on the
and-
call besides you and I and George and I?
I'm here.
Yeah, we've got.
Okay.
oh, good, Heather.
So who else has rejoined us? Because that's
Hi,
an,
George.
yeah. Welcome back aboard.
And Aristides, yes.
Aristides has
no Brendan.
rejoined us. How about Brendan?
Very good.
Has he rejoined us?
No, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah, no Brendan just yet.
Yeah, okay, so I'll just go into what I can about the situation. If anybody's taken a look at so he's calling us. He's calling us. So tell him tell him to get back on the group call, the Infinity call,
Yes.
instead of calling myself. So somebody send him a message to do that, or I will. I'll see if I can do that without fucking the
I'll
call.
invite.
Okay. And Brendan Zogit. Okay, so I'll say jump back on Infinity call. Jump on Infinity call. And there we are. And so distressing that this happens all the time. And I don't even think it's me, actually, to tell you the truth. I honestly think it was simply fucked with. The call got fucked with. Okay. So now I'll share the screenshot, and it's important to do this. Let's see if we can find it. Do a screen share here, and here we are. So we're going to do a screen share, and here we are. This is the individual involved, and you can take a look at how gender neutral, how non-binary this young man looks. Wes Rowley looks.
Yeah, but that's a really young one, though.
I
I saw one where he had like a crew cut.
Yeah.
Older. Like his actual age. That's not how he looks today. It's the
Um,
impression I got. He's supposed to be like 20.
he's 20. Yeah. He's not much
Yeah,
older than
24.
this. He killed himself. He's not much older than this. So,
He was all short hair, like military looking.
oh, okay, he got militarized by the time you saw him again.
The first picture I saw.
Right.
Then I saw this picture.
Right, and so but the picture is what this picture that I just showed you is the one that they keep showing now, and that's the one you saw was
Coeur d'Alene shooter.
yeah.
Now look in the right-hand column.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Okay, and
See that with the short hair?
you're talking about this one. Yes, this one here. So when you take a look at the Coeur d'Alene shooter, yes, we'll get him up in a second, and so. Yeah, I don't think they show him much here. It's like they show it in the thumbnail, but they don't show much.
No,
here.
it was in the thumbnail. And now it's gone.
Yeah, they only show it in the thumbnail.
Oh, that's him. Where the
not this guy.
was just
You're talking
there.
about this little person right here. Yes, they only show that in thumbnails. They only show that in
Weird.
thumbnails. Yeah, and but the picture they've been showing has been the very effeminate picture. And
Right.
yeah, and there's a reason
A little
for
swamp kid, you know.
well, they're trying to drum up hatred against trans people again, and they're trying to blame this on people who are non-binary. But it goes well beyond.
And he is white, right?
Of course he's white. Yes, of course he's white. But
His parents look. Yeah, see if you can pull up his parents.
Well, I that doesn't matter to me for what I have to say about his motivation. It's basically
That's fine.
what happened was the fire department 24 years ago to the day of his killing. Basically, what happened was there was a man who wrote the Turner Diaries. And so if we look up the author of the Turner Diaries, that gives us a big clue here. So author of Turner Diaries. Are you familiar with the Turner Diaries, honey? Do you know anything
Yes.
about them? What do you know about them?
Vaguely. I mean, I know it was. I'm not the best one to articulate it.
Okay, so it was
A
William
lot of
Luther
times
Pierce.
it comes up with the Protocols of Zion.
Right, but it was William Luther Pierce III. So William Luther Pierce III had written the Turner Diaries, which became the basis for the Aryan nations in the United States. So he was this doctor who became a ardent white supremacist. And what happened was he lived in northern Idaho, and his base was in northern Idaho. And so what happened was that when he was essentially forced to remove himself from his own premises, Luther Pierce, Dr. Pierce, the author of the Turner Diaries, what happened was that they awarded his property. You see, the headquarters of the Aryan Nations Group in Hayden Lake, Idaho, is just 7 miles from Coeur d'Alene. And the Aryan leader, Richard Butler, as he became known, that was based on the Turner Diaries written by Dr. Pierce. William Butler started the white supremacist church. And then what happened was somehow, I have no idea how this happened. I'd have to look into the whole story. But I remember distinctly that what happened was somehow a Native American woman and her child wound up on his property without his wanting them there. He did not abduct them. He did not ask them there. It was like they went there just to cause trouble. There was no reason for them to be there other than make a protest that, oh, this all originally belonged to me instead of white people. And I understand that conceptually, but that doesn't give her the right to intrude on his private property without expecting repercussions. So what happened was he or his neo-Nazis shot them as intruders, and after that, the state ordered that he give her millions of dollars. So it was all a setup where somebody told her, get on this land, you'll make millions of dollars. It literally was something like that. And so because of that, he had to declare bankruptcy because he was forced to sell the property. He was ordered to pay her $6.3 million, now that I remember. So when he was ordered to pay her $6.3 million, then he had to sell the property in a bankruptcy sale. And then, if I remember correctly, what happened after that was that you had this neo-Nazi site, and we had swastikas everywhere. So when the security guards opened fire on this woman, her name was Victoria Keenan, now that I remember. Keenan, Keenan. And she went into the building with her son in 1998 to steal shit from the Nazis in the hopes that she would get her son killed so she could get millions of dollars. And bigger than shit, she gets her son killed and she gets $6.3 million. It's absolute she's a piece of shit. So then what happened was that this compound, because he held a bankruptcy sale, then what happened was the local philanthropist purchased it, and then they gifted it to the Coeur d'Alene Fire Department to burn it down. Huge swastika statues and everything else as a training exercise. So the Coeur d'Alene Fire Department burned it all down as part of a training exercise, and they filmed it all and showed it to the whole nation saying, look, we're good Coeur d'Alene Fire Department people. We're burning down all this Nazi shit. And so it was 24 years to the day after that, this kid set the fire so that he could attract the same motherfuckers who burned the place down and shoot them. And that's the whole story that they'll never tell you. Because the fire department deliberately burned down the neo-Nazi compound after this horrible incident that was instigated by two criminal Native Americans. And then, he was getting back for that. He was getting payback for that. So they're not going to tell you that background. But this is the reason they keep showing the gender neutral picture of him is they're going to say, see, all these effeminate Nazis kill our heroic firefighters. And somehow this traces back to me, the effeminate Nazi. It's really tracing back to that as a primary target, as kind of like a character assassination. It could be a setup or a lead up to that in case they take any action, because this is going on with the simultaneous empowerment by the Supreme Court to Donald Trump to remove naturalized citizenship. And I'm a naturalized U.S. citizen. I'm not like a citizen who was born here. I'm naturalized only because my father was a U.S. serviceman. So, and so they'll say, hey, look at this effeminate Nazi with a naturalized citizenship. Look at what his kind does. Just like they said, oh, it's all these Hispanics that are trying to murder 14.5 million Americans with all this fentanyl they're bringing in, when it's all produced by labs here in the United States, or actually, as you said, processed by them.
Garages.
Yeah. So there you go. We're
In
all
suburbia.
caught up with that. So that's the story behind that. I don't know if any of you were familiar with that, but I haven't heard no one speak of it. No one has been talking about that, and no one brings that up. Because when something like this happens, you need to look at history. I'm a historian. It's the first thing I do. So what's the history behind this? The date. What happened on this date today? Well, like I said, 24 years to the date, which is basically when this kid was born. Because what did they do when they started the Aryan nations? So I can tell you what they did, and they may even have it again on YouTube. So let's take a look and see if we've got this on YouTube. See if we can find this. Aryan nations oath over baby. Oath over baby. They took a white baby and they sweared their oath over that baby that they were going to defend the white race. That baby that they swore the oath over was this young man who took out those firemen.
Geez.
So no one is going to tell you this. So they're going to, basically say, oh, he's this lone nut, but the implications are he's non-binary. And if the Nazi thing comes up, then again, this could easily point in my direction or be pointed in my direction. Not in the sense that they would say I even had any involvement, other than by the irrational involvement that they use towards Latin Americans by saying, oh, see, they give us all fentanyl and they're planning to kill 14.5 million Americans. Let's deport them all. All of this is false connections, and none of it has any logical connection, but the connections are nevertheless made. So that's why when Brendan's saying, well, they can't just blame the wrong people now because the real guilty party is so self-evident. But no, unfortunately, they blame the wrong party all the time. And it has nothing to do with what's self-evident. It's all redirected. And
emotional.
And emotional, based on emotion. So Wes Rowley is the infant that they took their oath over to defend the white race. And Wes Rowley grew up to be this young man who avenged the burning down of that compound by the Coeur d'Alene Fire Department, which made it national news by saying, look how good we are. We're burning down this evil neo-Nazi compound as a practice run for our firefighting. And they turned it into an inferno of all these blazing swastikas and shit. And so how does this not come up? How does any of this not make the news? And the fact that they keep it silent is more disturbing to me than if they had propagandized it. So hopefully now you are all caught up on that. And
thank you.
Yeah, any feedback from George or Brendan, Holly, Heather, of course, and Aristides, since he's obviously still awake, thank God, and got back on the call, which I appreciate profoundly. Okay, so there we have that. Or Sammy, if he's listening, and of course, always appreciate it that he does. Okay, so now that you're all caught up and you've been brought back to this, I don't know if Brendan Zogit saw the non-binary photograph of Wes Rowley, but we could show Brendan Zogit that now while anybody else is welcome to talk. So how are you, dear George, and catch us up on, a status report on how you're doing. Aside
Yes,
from
please do. I'm going to go over to YouTube, but I'll be listening closely.
Yeah, we
love
you,
you
honey.
Thank you.
So much.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye for now.
Cheers. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Douglas, thank you. And I'm all good, thank you very much. Just it's early here in the UK, and I'm just ready to just preparing myself to to start my day. So thank you for having me on. Even though I know it's for a short period, but we'll have times where we can be on with each other
by the way,
hours.
I'm going to have to notice this. Yeah. It's like there's Wes Rowley again, and you can take a look before he went into the war mode. You can see how effeminate he was as a child. And just how effeminate he was all of his life until he went into war mode to take out these two firefighters. That it's like obviously this is what we're dealing with here, is trying to stir up that kind of hatred. But we'll get back to that, and I'll just have to take a screenshot of that for her. So, all right. So continue with everything you're talking about. And for God's sakes, I'm just so concerned that is Nigel Farage gaining any ground? That lunatic, or what's going on over there?
Oh God, Douglas! Yeah. I've not heard anything of the latest of Nigel Farage at all.
Do you know what's going on with the king giving extraordinary power to Prince the Prince of Wales? He's given them unprecedented royal powers. Have you heard of this?
No, Douglas. No, I haven't. No, I haven't actually. I will look into that a bit further. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Yes.
I will pursue that. So very much appreciate. I just with the latest development, I just saw that the members of Parliament this morning. I just saw the headlines. It says they have they've voted to prescribe Palestine as a terrorist organization.
You
Palestine.
The entire Palestine as a terrorist organization.
They're
going through with this? Yes. They're going through with this?
I believe so. That was very alarming when I saw that.
Yeah.
Which is very, obviously, the first thing that struck my mind was, the Constitution of the United States was not even established when there was a United States Army. There was a United States Army and a United States Army Air Force.
Yeah, talk about a terrorist organization. Yeah, talk about a terrorist organization, but go on.
Yes, excuse me, a United States Army Air Corps, not a United States Army Air Forces, but a United States Army Air Corps and a United States Army before there was a Constitution Republic, which was established.
Yes.
And I was thinking that was a terrorist organization.
Yes.
So every single action, every operation conducted by the United States, whether it's overseas or whether it's in the homeland, in the mainland, is considered a terrorist act, which is quite, I was thinking of that, but this is the members of parliament in the UK. They were trying to recognize Palestine, the actions that they conduct, rather than Hamas being a political entity, being a democratically elected entity, being the government. They always refer to them as, separate. They disambiguated between Palestine and Hamas. But in the UK, the so-called people running the shot are trying to, prescribe them as a terrorist organization, Palestine, which is absurd because it's an occupied nation of a terrorist entity.
Well, it's the original nation. It's the actual nation, whereas Israel is simply an occupation army, in effect, since the entire population is required to serve in the military, except for the religious fanatics. So it's I mean, we could go on about that for hours, but thank you for reporting that. I appreciate it.
Let me just just get it. Let me get it back up because I only just scanned over that earlier. I'll just type it in on Google just quickly. Let me just get up and so I can read the headlines. MP, members of parliament vote for Palestine to be a terrorist organization.
And
that was vote to prescribe Palestine action as terrorist group. All right, MPs vote to prescribe Palestine action. So I'm not sure if that the I'm just trying to read this and try and ascertain what it actually means. Are they actually on about the state or are they on about a group? Action terror group. All right, so beg your pardon. No, Douglas, but I have just that's my fault because I think they're on about this there's this group out there, activist group called Palestine Action.
Okay.
So yes, it's a group they're referring to, not the actual state, which is they probably just the way they wrote the headline, it was just misleading. So that was the only thing I just scanned earlier. So no, that makes more sense. So no, I just wanted to just bring that. That was like the latest thing that I saw that came out of the Houses of Commons or the Houses of Parliament. This morning. So there is this going on. There was this Glastonbury festival that occurred, and there was a chance of completely destroying the IDF. They were chanting "Kill all IDF member," anyone associated with the Israeli Defense Force. Kill all the military, and there was these chants going on at a Glastonbury festival. So that's been condemned massively by the government. That was another development, Douglas. So I just wanted to say sorry about that, actually, because
no worries. It's for the best. I mean, that's just a relief. I mean, thank goodness, it's a relief.
Thank God.
I mean, we all get misled by these attention-grabbing headlines, and that's the purpose for them. The whole intent is to mislead us with that, but it's fine. Catching that at least gives us relief that that's not the case, because that would be
I'm just looking at because I'm looking at the images. It was Sky News that I saw that on Sky News, but I'm looking at the images and people are waving flags saying we are all Palestine Action. So that's the name of the group, not actual. It's quite even that is quite misleading, but the only other thing I did just tune in earlier, Douglas, just to catch only about a good 15-20 seconds of yourself and Brendan speaking of Nemo again. And it was Nemo was he wanted to try to move from it was some form of platform to host a show on rather than use
Discord. Go on.
Yeah, that was it. That was what you mentioned. Yes, and that he wanted to change the passwords to I don't even want to say it. It's just so startling.
It's just the usual shit. It was just the usual sick, kill all Jews. It's like, his bullshit, just anything to make it look as repulsive as possible. And
of course, I just caught that bit, and I had to and then I had to depart. So I just caught that bit, Douglas. But that just reminded me of what I was going to say the last time I was on the show was it's very some of the things that with like himself and Jason Reese would always with their outbursts
on the show is very idomic. That was the term I was gonna get into. It was very, and you know, when you speak of the enemy, and it was just for the viewers, basically for their perspective, is the term idomic is basically when you refer to the enemy, it's the cults of the kings of Edom. And it's very, very destructive in their cosmology. It's just bringing about just death, and it's just destruction,
nihilism,
confusion, and it's the concept of nihilism, where there is nothing. Life is meaningless. There is no meaning to life, and that's the concept or the idea of nihilism or nihilistic ideology or nihilistic thinking. So it was just, I was just thinking about it whilst I was traveling earlier. Is
it possible for you to access your email while you're talking to us? Because I can email you something, but I don't know if you can access that while you're speaking to us. Is that?
I can't, unfortunately, Douglas. No, I don't have it.
Okay.
I don't have my I don't have the means or capability right now, because I don't have it with me to access it, unfortunately. Okay. I will check in on it at some point, maybe later on today. But feel free.
I'll just title it info, and I'll mail it to email it to you. And this is just for your records. I don't know if this in particular seems like you forgot to attach a file or what the fuck. Anyhow, so hopefully they're really fucking with us, and everything that I've been doing. I don't, like I said, I didn't even cancel the phone call or the stupid Microsoft Teams call. I realize now somebody else did. Because I just tried to send you something on email, and it said I forgot to attach a file. Well, I didn't even say I was going to attach a file, so it's like, something's going on electronically. So I just emailed this to you. I don't know if you get any notification for these emails, and it'll be interesting to see if any of these links still work, because I don't even have the heart to even try them. Everything's disappeared over the years. Yes. So something to show you both. I guess I can show this to you. Let me open up the studio here, and then I'll do another screen share. And here we are. So we're going to do a screen share here. And I don't know if Brendan can hear us because he's been silent, but he got back on the call. So doing a screen share here. And so this is the studio, and as you can see, good news is subscriptions have been very steady, and they really have not been unsubscribed the way they have been in the past. And yet we had one subscription gone in the last 28 days. That's Michael Lloyd, who is Nemo Albano. So it's minus one subscription by Michael Lloyd, who is Nemo Albano. That's he unsubscribed. So that's something I'm sharing with everyone publicly, and personally, I find that something to be proud of personally. But all such being said, he's what I sent to George Knight has to do with the Bataan Death March. And we have this individual who came in trolling us, and everybody on Team Dietrich knows who this individual is. We can talk about it privately. I try not to give them any attention, and always try to avoid giving them attention. The people who would keep bringing them up by name would always be the Edomites, and their assignees into my program. We've managed to pretty much get rid of the last of the Edomite assignees, and the last of them was ΔRֱGON. And I actually talked to Amy Como privately about ΔRŽGON, and I said, do you think this guy is stepping in so aggressively to take the place of Michael Lloyd? And she said most definitely. She was the one who convinced me that ΔRŽGON is the enemy, because she brought up the fact that when she was talking about, and she would have to express this, I can't really express this very well because I really don't remember all the details, but she said that when she had brought up some account that she was dealing with online, he knew all the details of her account, and it was like he was trying to pass it off as his psychic ability. But, you know, people with psychic abilities don't know, like, your passwords. They don't know your various aspects of your account, like right down to all these stats and stuff that only you can access theoretically. She said he most certainly had somehow access to her account. And so that was a sign that he definitely was involved with the NSA. Because the NSA does this all the time. They give all these people, and Brendan can certainly testify to this.
Yeah.
Whenever we're online, they know we're online. And then they start insisting on being brought into our communications and stuff like that. So, you know, Realtek has gotten into that. So anyhow, so do continue, George. That's just an aside for your knowledge and everyone else's knowledge who's listening.
I was good.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah. Just before I lose it, Douglas, in my train of thought, the other sign, what you call a red flag in layman terms, would be they hide their faces.
Yes.
They don't reveal. They don't. We find out who they really are, but they always want to try and seclude their identity, and they give fake aliases. Whereas with like myself and you, Douglas, and Brennan Zogut, we are who we are. We say we are. Who we say we are, we actually are. You can verify it.
Except they keep denying that we are who we are. Then they kept saying you were 13 years old and that I was grooming you.
Yeah, the enemy. Yeah, as you said, Douglas, we don't want to advertise them at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just that satanic inversion.
Yeah.
When I was 31.
Yeah.
They claimed that I was only 13. It was the inversion of the number 31. It was the what would you want to call it? The imposition or the inversion?
Just inversion. Yeah, I guess it's transposition. Inversion. It's a transposition of numbers.
That's it, Douglas.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, the transposition of the number 13. So yeah, they were using that, but I was actually 31 at the time. This is go back a few years ago now.
Yeah.
And so they always the faces, they hide behind a mask. They hide behind a fake alias, a fake profile. They don't tell you who they really are. And that's the other telltale sign. Whereas when I come on, I tell you who I am, and it's verifiable. It's anyone can tell you who I am. It's just like these people come on and they're trying to hide. It's like, who are they trying to hide from? If they were genuine and they were here for a good reason, or what do you want to call it, a genuine reason to help or to be there for us, they would tell us immediately who they are. But no, they hide. They keep they lie to us. And when you ask them questions, they don't want to reveal anything. So it's a telltale sign. That's a little red flag when I see that, when people. What's your real name? And it's like, I don't want to tell you my real name. Okay.
Thank you.
There's no honesty, and you can't trust them. There's no trust immediately because they're not being truthful.
Yeah.
So you can't trust them immediately. And then it's just a little warning sign. But yeah, Douglas, please, if you've anything else to add to that.
Yeah, but by the way, just checking in, Brendan, are you there? I'm just checking in technologically if he can talk or whether he can't get off mute. Because otherwise I'm going to share a screen and I don't know if he'll be able to respond or give input on this. But it is important to share that what happened, George and I, just to catch you up, was, to a degree, what happened with Michael Loy or Nemo Albano. To a degree that afterwards Realtek Geek tried to assert himself very aggressively into our conversations on air, and I just couldn't take it anymore. I didn't feel it was right. And I but when I spoke about it with Amy, she basically sank it in that and reaffirmed that I did the right thing, and that he's basically stepping in to replace Nemo Albano, essentially, because these guys are gone for months at a time. They're gone for months, and they'll just say, and then they show up when they want, and then when they do show up, then all kinds of shit goes down, and like Nemo suddenly becoming profoundly helpful, trying to help me set up a whole new channel on Discord. It's like, well, you never did this before. Why suddenly now? And that's when he asked me to kill someone for him. And then, of course, when we get rid of him, then Realtek steps up. And then when I wouldn't take him on, Then we got a troll tonight, earlier, claimed to have a Hispanic name, empty channel, and they were just trying to they were trying to talk about the Bataan Death March and say, oh, my grandfather suffered terribly in the Bataan Death March. I hope you're honoring our soldiers this 4th of July. And it's like, you know, just sheer trollery. First off, for anyone who doesn't get it, these people are trying to provoke me to say something anti-American on record.
Right.
You know, and of course, just real history exposes America's flaws.
Exactly,
And I think that history itself is anti-American enough in and of itself just by exposure of America's flaws. There's nothing I need to say beyond that, even though plenty of times I do say it. I don't need to be provoked by someone into saying something that is gratuitously negative.
Yeah,
but
exactly, Douglas. And it's like, you know, when we say America did not win the Second World War, that's not anti-American.
Thank you.
And they try to, and that's, you look at your, you know, going back to the earlier days, Douglas, when you were, you know, came out as a public informant, you go back to those original and older interviews, you have people just come on the radio call, or they'll type in on their, you know, send messages into the host and say, oh, Douglas is being anti-American. And it's like, and then the host would turn around and say, well, no, he's just exposing the reality. That's all he's doing. There's nothing he's saying that's anti-American at all. Nobody could claim that. I mean, there are laws for defamation. I mean, someone would have taken you for defamation by now. But that doesn't happen.
Yeah. But
oh, my God.
Look,
and it's just like, Yeah,
no, thank you.
sorry,
No, I appreciate that profoundly.
it's true, isn't it? Yeah.
Such having been clarified, when just so people know, the 4th of July is to celebrate America's Independence Day. It has nothing to do with veterans. It has nothing to do with military service. Anyone who conflates the twain is out of their fucking mind and totally ignorant of history. We have Armed Forces Day for that. We recently had United Kingdom Armed Forces Day, as a matter of fact, and the funny thing is, with those Armed Forces Days, most citizens aren't even aware that there is an Armed Forces Day, even when it happens. So if anyone's mostly ignorant of American Armed Forces, your average civilian that provokes these questions. But such being said, you know, of course, the individual who was trying to provoke me had an empty channel that had just been established. Let's take a look at this. We're gonna do a screen share here. We're gonna do a screen share. We'll see if George and I can see this. I'm moving the gonna move the cursor around. I don't know if George and I can see that. Gonna minimize this.
Yes, I can.
We're gonna go over to this channel. Let's take a look at go to channel, and we'll see when this was established. So when we take a look at when this was established, supposedly September 29th, 2022. But of course, there's all kinds of people that I've noticed are able to get different dates put on when they establish a channel, but obviously there's nothing on it. So that's very suspect. But this person's been showing up for now, and now they're asking me, hi, I'm going to DC for the 4th of July. I'm planning to film some content while there. I was listening to some of your content from the past where you talk about the USA's founding fathers. Can you elaborate or share more about the founding fathers? I guess they're hoping for me to go into some anti-American tirade about the founding fathers, saying, you know, like I usually do, I qualify their negative flaws because otherwise people think of them as superheroes, and they just want it on record for me to do that before 4th of July so they can spread that shit all over the internet. You know, it's you've got to really think on your, you know, this isn't paranoia. This isn't paranoia. It's like, who comes on and asks? I talk about history all the fucking time, and then these people come on with these empty channels. And just ask me, can you say something here? And they're just hoping I go into, because these people honestly think this is what I do. Sit here and just scream like anti-American, you know, shit.
Exactly, Douglas. And you know what? That was the reason why I believe that Nemo would come on and start spouting that against, you know.
It was to trigger and to provoke, antagonize, and to, just get something out there on public record. And I've always explained to people, invest your time listening to Douglas's original shows, and the interviews he's conducted. You'll find out all the information about history just by listening. You need that investment. I always used to tell Brooke that. And I said, because I've spent the last pretty much a decade researching everything Douglas has said, and it's all verifiable, it's all true, but you get the genuine graft of history and where we are today if you just listen, if you just have that time to listen. When people go, oh, could you explain this, Douglas? It's on record. They have to go back and find it. They don't want to do that. They're trying to, all I can see, Douglas, as well. Yeah, I completely agree. They're just trying to provoke you on the show. And it's like, I was just thinking about the Founding Fathers. Yeah. If any, I'll just tell people, I have the copy of Mind War from Michael Aquino. I had that for the last several years that I learned from you, Douglas. And everything he stated about the Founding Fathers in that book, you've explained in great detail, which shows you were working with Michael Aquino about them being deists. The Founding Fathers were deistic. Yes. They believed the clockwork mechanism of the universe was abandoned by its creator, and they wanted to step in on that place on the throne as a divinity, as a divine, as God. And George Washington had statues in Washington erected of him as God.
Yeah. Yeah. Ascending. Ascending. In ascension.
Ascending to the godhood. Yes. Godlikehood. Yes. Apotheosis.
Yes.
That's what these men wanted.
Yeah.
That's what they wanted.
Yeah.
Traitors to the crown. But that's outlined in the book Mind War. People, that's not, this is what Michael Aquino was saying as well. Exactly
that's
the
right.
same thing. It's in the book. It's stated in the book.
Yes. And it, all credit where credit is due. Who do you think I originally learned it from? Yes. I mean, when I was working with Michael Aquino. Yes. And,
yes.
Yeah.
Exactly,
and,
yes.
And in all fairness, just to read what Incubate says, Incubate says, I just got here. Sorry, Douglas G's. Not my intention at all. I just didn't know about Benjamin Franklin being such a psychopath, Edison sleeping with his children, etc. Just randomly had it playing today at lunch today. Uncanny timing. Really wasn't trying to push any buttons. But it does, shall we say, add to the suspicion. It adds to the suspicion in the sense that you've already heard me talking about this. Then it's kind of like, well, you're trying to provoke more of that, right? I mean, I can go back over it again. But, and by the way, just so people know, Benjamin Franklin was indeed just beyond psychotic. There's no words. You're talking about an individual who was cutting apart black slaves' bodies, restitching them together and trying to reanimate them through electricity. And they go out of their way to whitewash, to use a horrible term, to whitewash his activities and say, everybody was experimenting with bodies in those days. How else would science have advanced? And
they were saying it was his assistant, the man that was living with him
in
his basement.
Yes, that's right.
They were trying to say it was the man he was living with. It was him doing. It was his conducting these experiments. But that's why you got those illustrations of Benjamin Franklin running around with a goddamn kite and a key trying to catch electricity.
Yes, but beyond that, what does that say about Benjamin? Even if that were true, what does that say about Benjamin Franklin that he chooses to live with a man who's taking black bodies apart, sawing them apart? And trying to provide the electricity to jolt these bodies back to life for this guy. I mean, how is that excuse? How does that make it any better?
That guy in the basement, that guy downstairs, he keeps keeps trying to reanimate these dead bodies.
It's not like Benjamin Franklin didn't help him cover up the evidence. I mean, it's in the basement, for Christ's sake. And obviously it was cemented over and everything else, and then they found the bodies under it. It just gets worse. It's like
absolutely, Douglas. Yes. There's these mental asylums, just to segue, only for a little bit, we ain't got to go into it, but there's been these other things on the news. There's been these mental asylums in the UK where they found up to 800 plus bodies buried in the garden. Yes. 800 bodies. Yeah. And we'll go into this probably next time, Douglas, because I've got very little time.
Oh, by the way, you weren't with us a while back. You weren't with us a while back, but what happened was
Yeah.
Do you remember, and you can validate this for my listeners, you remember at the time I was talking about Rotherham, and we're talking about 10 to 12 years ago by now, when I was talking about Rotherham, I told people that there were septic tanks full of hundreds of infants' bones in these Irish nunneries where they were helping these wayward girls who were pregnant supposedly rehabilitate, and that there were septic tanks full of the bodies, the bones of 800 infants. Do you remember my talking about this?
Yeah, I do vaguely, Douglas. No. I definitely am. I recall what you're saying, definitely. I can't elaborate in any more detail, but yes, I could certainly, ascertain that memory, Douglas. Thank you. Yeah, you would, just to verify, absolutely. You were already exposed in Rotherham years ago. That was long before. You got these Tommy Robinson guys, that's an alias as well, a fake name, coming out saying about Rotherham, and everyone's like jumping on that parade, jumping on the bandwagon. Oh, this is a good man. He's exposing all these crimes.
Yeah, really? Really?
Grooming gangs.
Yeah. And he's a white supremacist. He's a fucking white supremacist who himself was arrested or had charges pressed against him by women he had beaten.
Exactly, he's a thug. That's what they call him, a hooligan in the UK.
Yes.
He's a football thug.
Yes.
Go to football matches and then start riots.
Yes. And so
that's this man.
So you remember, so basically, just so people understand, this was the Bon Secours mother and baby home in Tuam, Ireland. So it's spelled BON space SECOURS. Bon Secours mother and baby home in Tuam, TUAM, Ireland. And I said that there were the baby bones of 800 infants that were in that septic tank. I learned that from Michael Aquino. And when I had told people about this on Revolution Radio, which I was still on at the time when I was bitching about Rotherham, they finally, just like days ago, said, oh, there's 800 babies in a septic tank in Bon Secours mother and baby home in Tuam, Ireland. You can look this up. You know, we're talking like, literally June 17th, 2025. June 18th, 2025 is when they start, saying, Catherine Corszái has uncovered death records for 796 children, at Bon Secours mother and baby home in Tuam County, Galway, Ireland. And it's like, how long did it take them to investigate what I had to say? And not only that, I get no credit for it. And then they bust it open and say, guess fucking what? There's 800 baby bones, the bones of 800 babies in this septic tank. And then they say, oh, our first reports were from unreliable sources. Unreliable sources is what they say about the first reports.
Yeah.
And it's so offensive. It's just, there's no words. So Irish officials conclude that 798 children died at Bon Secours mother and baby home, this institution run by Catholic nuns. The same order that raised Christine Joanna Hart, by the way. I don't know if you knew that. So, and this is what they did, was they, had all these girls they prostituted out. When they got pregnant, they'd kill their babies. And again, these are the people who sold children to Michael Aquino. One of them, Christine Joanna Hart.
Jesus.
So when I brought this up, they just discredited everything I said, and it takes them like almost 12 to 14 years, at least a decade, to follow up, finally dig it up, and then say, hey, 800 babies! The remains of 800 babies were buried beneath there. And it's just like, how does it take so long to act on this? Because they went to full-blown, you know why? Because they had to wait for Michael Aquino to die. And then they had to wait for several years after he was dead just to make sure he was safely dead before they could pursue this.
Yeah, exactly, Douglas. And it's just like after his death, after he's deceased, then they can start posting him on Wikipedia. They can start having a Wikipedia entry about him.
Did they finally get one?
Before.
Did they finally get one? I never even noticed.
Yes. Beg your pardon. They finally got one, Douglas. I believe I brought up on air going back probably last year when I discovered it. and it just came up, and I was like, oh my god, that's remarkable. Now they can finally have a Wikipedia entry, because when he was alive, because they recognized him as a main contributor to Wikipedia, the source of all disinformation. And they could go on there and just rewrite everything, revamp and rewrite history, revisionism. They could finally have an entry for Michael Aquino now after he's dead.
Yeah, there you go.
So,
after several years after he's dead, where they could make sure. So this is what I get when I looked it up. Michael Aquino. The first thing I got was this. So when I go over here and I look up Michael Aquino, let's say.
Oh yeah, you got it. Yes.
Look at what comes up first. So first off, Michael Aquino, and we got to do a little bit. There we are. Political scientist and military officer. How do you like that?
That's it.
Michael Aquino, political scientist and military officer. And then when this is what finally comes up. Wikipedia. Holy fucking shit. Just like you said. Oh, look at this. Michael Angelo Aquino.
Alistair Crowley.
Yeah.
Aquino.
Yeah. Oh, that's not Wikipedia. Somebody's finally. You couldn't even get this a few years ago. He was totally scrubbed. He was totally scrubbed. Federal Bureau of Investigation. Look what comes up. His FBI report.
Yeah.
So let's look at that. FBI report disclaimer: the FBI's Freedom of Information Act library contains many blah blah blah. Closed. Yeah, of course. And then I don't know what to do with this. This looks all blank to me. I don't see shit. It's just Michael Aquino, Part 1. Final. Okay, maybe if we scroll down a bit. Oh, there we go. Okay, so there we go. So, at least this is up there now for what that's worth. But as for the Wikipedia article, we look at that. You're right. They finally got something up on him. And look at this. For the Filipino intelligence officer, see Michael Ray Aquino. So, it's
a Filipino name, isn't it, Douglas?
Yeah. Actually, it's the Spanish colonists who conquered the Philippines. But, but he had Filipino blood in him. Yeah, he did. He definitely wanted to hide it. So there we go. So it's got some stuff up on him now. And for God's sakes, anybody, you'd better cut and paste this now, because believe me, they'll change this overnight. Overnight. They could do that because anybody can go in there and change that overnight. So I'll just
is it a political analysis? What they called him? What's his title? Instead of being a doctor or a psychological warfare expert, as an officer. They've got him different titles, haven't they?
Yeah.
So if I can zoom in on that.
Yeah.
Political scientist. That's it. A political scientist.
Yeah. Political scientist, spelled religion, theistic,
Doctor.
Satanism. Yeah, and it can go. I'm shocked and surprised in a pleasant way, about time. But while he was alive, and while they still suspected he might be alive, so I guess this is like either he's dead or he's gone so far deep undercover in like whatever witness protection type program they got him in for his final years of retirement, that he's that they finally put this shit up. But he's probably really dead. But definitely he's still around in a very real sense, an astral sense. Definitely. Yeah. And so there we go with that. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. And I'm just so now that we've gotten that clarified, what else comes to your mind? Because that was very important. Thank you for sharing that with me. I am going to.
That's all right, Douglas. Yeah. The other thing I forgot to bring up on the last show I was on was I did. There were some videos on YouTube with the algorithm. It said, click on this one, and it was about Donald Trump being informed by David Grush or David Grutch, however you pronounce his name. He's that so-called whistleblower about the UAPs, revealing to these congressional hearings about the reality of UAPs, which they don't tell you anything, which is what we've exposed on the show. When you listen to them, they don't tell you anything. They just make you ask more questions. They don't answer more, they don't answer. And then you've got all these senates coming forth asking them questions, and then they're just being disingenuous. Just we can't say on record. We'll tell you behind closed doors later on, off the record, such and such, and you don't find out anything. It's all a load of baloney. But there was these videos stating that David Grutch David Grush, whatever his name is. He's a military man. He's got several titles like Kino, what we just read about.
Yeah.
They all do.
Yeah.
And
they all like make themselves sound like Renaissance men and shit. Go on.
Yes. He ran to Donald Trump to inform him the reality about these. They call them biologics. That's the new term for these non-human entities, or non-human biologics is what the term they use. He's informed them that these are Nordic hybrids, and that's what I wanted to just mention to you, Douglas, bring forth to your attention. That apparently Trump was informed by him that these are Nordic, as in Nordic Aryan hybrids, and that's what they are. And then you've got all these videos just jumping on the bandwagon, all these YouTubers making these videos going, oh yeah, and they're doing all these illustrations of beautiful blonde Aryan people with these jumpsuits on, and all those cartoon caricature illustrations that they just taken from the internet and then just publish them on the videos. And I was like, that's just funny as hell. That they're trying to now, they're wavering. It's no longer the Greys, it's now Nordic.
Interesting. Oh God.
Hybrids. Yes. Is, we could go into this, Douglas. But I just that was something I forgot to bring up on the last time I was on the show. I was like, I was laughing to myself, thinking, I'm sure he's being told they're Nordic, they're humanoid. They're human looking,
They're probably trying to hook him up with Marina Sarin too. And it's like, do you know anything about? Not that we want to do too much research on this. It's just really just kind of a idle pursuit out of trivia. I remember one time I saw on V's Facebook page, back when I had access to Facebook before I was permabanned, she had put up this kind of shit about Ashtar Command. And isn't Ashtar Command one of these Nordic alien cults? I mean, do you know anything about them, or have you ever heard about them? Or
I don't know. And they always the other term they use, Pleiadian, they'll call them Venetian, or they call them.
What does Marina use? What's Marina Sarin's?
Aldebaran.
Aldebaran. But with Ashtar Command, notice that he's got the cross of Shield of David shaped.
That's exactly the David Shield. Yes.
It's like just weird shit. And there we go again. Here we are. You got another, like, I don't know where this will take us, some Spotify shit, but it's like Ashtar Command, he's got the Shield of David there on his chest. It's too small to see. But I'll go back to where we could see it. It was better, more clear here. But it's just like then you've got bands just taking up the name Ashtar Command music and downloads from the DJs. Then on Facebook they look like the Men in Black and shit. So I guess this is like disco music. They're doing disco music. That's funny. That's funny as hell. But all such being said, So with Marina Sarin's trip, that was another thing. Do you remember that friend of hers that what was his name again? Miles Davis? What was that guy? Miles Davis or something?
No,
I can't remember.
Would he come on the show when she was president on there as well?
No, thank God. No, that would. I just couldn't.
For that, yes. I just remember being
it's just she's got to learn to make better friends. I mean, that's I mean, obviously, it's not our job to save her. It's like she's got to find these things out on her own. But that guy was just what a fucking joke. That was horrible.
God, I did present to you. I did inform you, Douglas, about the she had an interview conducted by Linda Moulton Howe, and God, that woman just exploited her and just completely made her look, to the point where she was discrediting herself.
Yes.
And that was the whole intent of that.
I agree. Awful. I agree. She's got to stay away from these people.
They exploit her. And it's just it's disheartening and it's saddening. She's going to find out that people make their own mistakes and they'll learn the hard way. But there's no saving her, unfortunately. The only thing I informed her, the only thing I ever, any form of interaction, I said, you've just got to learn from Douglas. Yeah, just talk to Douglas.
Thank you.
And and we were hoping for her to come on the show when we were both present at the same time.
Yes.
Just to just.
I can't remember. Did you come on the show when I was talking to that idiot, the guy who quote unquote was our friend? Were you able to come on the show that night, or was that?
Well,
I can't remember.
That's what I'm conflating. I think I'm the individuals, because I know there was someone that was on the show talking, and I was like, was that Marina Saren's friend or an acquaintance?
Probably.
Or something?
Yeah, because that's
Something
the
like
only
that.
reason I even let him on the show. That was the only reason I
Yeah.
even let him on the show. And but like Ian West or Nemo Albano, whose real name is Michael Lloyd, or
Yes.
any of these guys, real tech, they all have money. It's like this guy was claiming to be like, I'm just a veteran who was working at an obscure military base. But then he was talking about, I own, this house with, 3 rooms in it that I don't use, like 3 extra bedrooms. It was like a 3-bedroom house. And he was thinking of buying 2 more houses. Thinking of expanding into another house or 2. It's like, where do they get this money? They all get this money without working. They just stay home all day. That's the first sign that they're Adamites too, is they have this, kick-ass salary without work. You're out there. You're out there in the fucking pollen, in the heat and the pollen and the rain and all that shit, working your ass off. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like that Stephen Greer guy, that individual. He was like an open heart surgery doctor. He was like, I believe, like what they call him.
He might claim that. He might claim that.
And then he left that career to pursue this, what they call it?
Just alien shit.
Yeah. What they call, I forgot what they even call them. That's how long ago I haven't even, caught up with anything. I forgot, they call themselves a group, don't they? There's a group, they always, give themselves a name and a title to their groups that they're affiliated with. It's completely gone from my memory.
It's probably best for your sanity.
You're not going to get shit from this, man. Only a fake props. This is an alien body. Of course it is.
It's like and of course Christine Joanna Hart was trying to interview him. He wouldn't have anything to do with her, and when she was asking me why, I said, because you're not a man. He's gay. He's fucking flaming. He had no interest in you. So it just goes on. It's like we're in a world that is loaded with falsehoods, but everybody keeps seeking those falsehoods, and they love them. They eat that shit up. By the way, so Incubate brings to our attention, he says, there's a clip from Louis Theroux's Weird Weekends where he visits a man that can channel Ashtar Command. Thank you for that information. He points out that it's the episode UFO Hunters. Yeah. Oh, you know this guy, Louis Theroux? Who the fuck? What do you know about him?
That's the guy who interviewed Jimmy Savile, Douglas, on the BBC.
Oh.
BBC journalist, a presenter. Yes, he goes around interviewing, and he's done many docu-series, documentaries. He went to go interview the neo-Nazis and these neo-Nazi groups in the United States. He's done a documentary with Michael Jackson, and it was him who exposed the fact that he was sharing his bed with young children, young boys.
Do you remember? I don't know if you caught it. But Michael Lloyd, a.k.a. Nemo Albano, he was defending Michael Jackson. Yeah, I don't know if you caught that. But he go on.
I do vaguely. It's peripheral, Douglas. Yes, in my subconscious memory. Yes, I do remember. Yeah, no, you are correct. I do remember.
Yeah.
Just defending the man.
Yeah.
And it's just like, God.
He was just like a child. He's not a predator. He's just like a child relating to other children. And I was like wondering, why is this fucker defending this guy? Just because he made a song with some lyrics that were anti-Jewish? No, it was way beyond that, of course. Both Aristides and Brendan Zogit were shown pictures of what Nemo had on his screen. in terms of the porn he was watching, and it was all yaoi, which is like homoerotic child pornography anime. That's what this guy constantly had, and so it was like Ian West getting off on that shit. And like I said, if it weren't for George Knight and Brendan Zogit when Ian West was here, Ian West would just have gotten away with saying what he said about that poor victim killed in Argentina on Michael Aquino's birthday. Who was that again?
Yeah, Liam Payne. Liam Payne, the singer from One Direction, Yeah, the one who fathered a child with Cheryl Cole.
There you go.
And the Girls Aloud singer. She was
What
she
happened
rose
to
to
her?
stardom.
What happened?
And she went on to do like be like a on the panel, a judge panel for X Factor with Simon Cowell. That's what she went on to do afterwards, and I think she's done a few more tours and done some when they get back together, regroup, and then they I don't know what they call it, but she's done that. But yeah, she was entitled to all, because he had another girlfriend. So when he died, when he was murdered in Argentina in Buenos Aires, the girlfriend at the time, she was not entitled to any of his money, but Cheryl Cole was, and I said that's right. She's entitled to all his money, his net worth, his fortune, because that's the mother of his child. But yeah, with Liam Payne, the poor son of a bitch, that's what that Ian West, to go back on topic at hand, Douglas.
Immediately, yeah, go on.
Yeah, he used to drink with him.
Yeah,
what was it?
Drunk with him.
Yes. And he was just saying he was all part of that. Oh, the Disney Club. He was part of that. And it's like, no, he grew up in the United Kingdom. You
lying piece of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, he was 14 when he first went on that X Factor show, or it's Britain's Got Talent, or the X Factor. I believe it's the X Factor, if I can remember. And that was the first time he met Cheryl Cole when he was 14. Good he gave her a wink. And it was just funny, years later, they actually ended up getting married, I believe. Not married, or they had a child together.
Right.
And so, that was that. And that poor son of a bitch died on Michael Aquino's birthday, on a hunter's moon. It was the 16th of October last year. And, it's a sacrificial date. It's a sacrificial ritual.
Yeah.
And, the Argentinian police arrested several people on that death.
Yes.
So that just shows you everything.
Yeah.
It just tells you everything.
That's right.
He didn't just throw himself off a balcony in a rage.
Oh, well, it was through a window and everything was, which again, you and I could throw ourselves against those windows. We're not going to break them. That's, otherwise
James Forrestal.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, again, poor son of a bitch.
Apparently he threw himself through a window.
Yeah, it's so,
yeah,
it's always the same shit. No, these people are victims, and of course, so Incubate also brought up Thomas Jefferson, and we can, obviously, to say it shortly, just in summary, yes, Thomas Jefferson was basically fucking his slaves, who he considered less than human, and in other words, he was committing a form of bestialism, legally, because legally they were not human beings at that time.
No.
And so he was committing a form of bestialism.
Chattel.
Yeah, thank you.
They consider him chattel, yes. Thank you.
And then he was fucking the children of his own slaves that were the progeny of his unions in the hopes of whitening them. So he was conducting this experiment to whiten them per successive generations. It was just, there's no words. There's no words.
That's who these men have.
The founding fathers
in the United States are on their dollar bills, on their currency.
Yes, thank you.
Benjamin Franklin is on the $100 bill, I believe, if I'm correct.
Yes, he's on the $100 bill. Yeah, Thomas Jefferson, I'm forgetting. What's he on, the $2 bill or something? Because Jackson's on the 20. Jackson's on the 20. And but outrageous.
And like you said, these are all traitors to the crown, to King George III, which everyone propagandizes. Everyone.
Yes.
It's because, he wrote the Royal Proclamation.
Yes.
Thus far and no further.
Explain to people how the Royal Proclamation was trying to constrain the American colonists from going into Indian territory.
Yes, that's right, Douglas. They drew a line in the sand. That's what the proclamation stated. To draw a line in the sand, you will not venture or advance further than the Appalachian Mountains. You will, I believe, you will negotiate trade through the French if you want to. You're better than me at articulating it, Douglas. Just without reading it verbatim, word for word. You will go through the French in order to have any form of trade or negotiations with the natives, who are the righteous and proclaimers of that land, the indigenous people, the indigenous populations. But the founding fathers themselves, they disobeyed and went against that proclamation and said, no, we want to see the shiny sea. We want to advance west, and we want to see that great ocean, the great ocean of peace, the Pacific Ocean, which is where we get the term pacifist from.
Yeah,
they want to see it. So and it was like, I believe was this the inception or the initiation or the inception of the robber baron?
Yes, what you're alluding to is the robber barons, the rail barons, the rail barons. The best way to express it would be robber rail barons, so that people don't confuse them with rail robbers. There are rail robbers, and these guys were, in a very real sense, rail robbers, but you might as well say robber rail barons, so they won't be confused with lower level criminals, more hands-on criminals. But it was all part of what the Americans called manifest destiny, from sea to shining sea. But the worst aspect of it all was, at that moment, the founding fathers began to propagandize against King George by character assassinating him. They character assassinated him by claiming he was mad. Oh, it's mad, King George.
That's it.
Yes.
Everyone today calls him mad.
Yes.
And they're only regurgitating that propaganda.
Thank you.
That was stated back then, hundreds of years ago. And so this is the insanity of it. And they wanted it all. They wanted it all. So they didn't. They went against it. And they started to advance west, and they killed all the indigenous people they encountered. And I think we've gone into it in the past. I've exposed that and spoke of it with various friends and families and colleagues of just how they conducted their operations by killing off the buffalo, where they would and this was there during the island hopping during World War II of the Okinawans. They learned from those through the what was the
experience. They learned from the experience in terms of Native American genocide, that you have to kill off the food source to kill off the indigenous population. So when they invaded Okinawa, then they eradicated their main source of protein, which in this case, instead of bison, was pigs, pork. Because the Okinawans, unlike the Japanese, the Okinawans are of Sinitic descent. They're Chinese descended. And like Chinese, the main source of their nutrition is pigs, pork. And so they killed all that off. And then, as part of the victory conditions, Emperor Hirohito made the Americans restock the pork on Okinawa. So every pig on Okinawa today is an American pig. Take that as an entendre, if you will.
Exactly. The Okinawans are not Japanese. They are Sino. They are more Sinitic than they are to Japanese. They have their own flag, which is what people conflate. They don't understand that. But with the bison and the buffalo, the natives would use their hide for warmth in the winter, and they would use their the flesh to eat as a form of protein source. But how George Washington, and he was given the title the village burner in the Mohawk language, because he would wait for the men to go hunting in the daytime. When they would go off on the hunt, that was when he started to go into the villages and start killing all the natives, because it was just the seniors, the children, the women.
They would actually set the villages on fire and kill the women and children as they ran out. That's what they would do.
Exactly, whilst they run out, yes, and then they will slaughter them.
Yeah.
And yes.
Horrific. Yes.
Sorry, I'm rushing it now, Douglas. So I don't have much more time.
Understood. But believe me,
I hope that made put things
we
in
would.
perspective.
Oh, so let me look that up. I do want to look something up before you go. Aryan Nations Oath sworn over baby, and let's see if I can find that on a different search engine. Because that's was called 18 points, I think. And let me see. We'll find that it's first off, they say not many great matches for your search. Oath keepers, and let me see. 18 words. I think it was 18 words, and we'll see if I can find anything. They're just going to tell me not many matches for your search, which is just outrageous to me. They managed to take a lot of this and just take it. They managed to take this away. They scrubbed it. Is the term that
Scrubbed. Yes.
Yeah, and so neo-Nazi. If I add that to it, then maybe that'll help. But anyhow, if I find anything, I'll certainly send it to you. But it's significant because of course here we are, Aryan Brotherhood, and so here we are. The number 14 is in reference to this slogan. Okay, so now I found this much. So this will get on record by my screen sharing this with you now, and I might send you a copy of this later in email. So let's do a screen share right now, and so here we are. So the neo-Nazi, and it is here we are. They do say Aryan Nations, and it's called 14 words. So 14 words, and the 14 words are: we must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children. So it was the individual Wes Rowley was the infant that the original group conducted this oath over, and so he then was avenging the burning down of their compound by shooting 2 of the firemen that did it. So there, and all that makes sense in context historically. Yet they aren't mentioning any of this on air. So on media, and that is disturbing to me that this is not mentioned. Yes. Why are they hiding that? Like
you said, Douglas, you're the only one exposing that. Nobody else is talking about it.
Thank you.
Just as usual, per usual.
Yeah, that's right. That's always the case, right? Yeah, it never ends. It's like we're living in. It's like we're living in a universe where everyone is blind. It's supposedly in the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
The blind leading the blind.
Yeah, and right now it's the blind leading the blind.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but yeah. All that being said, do look into what's going on with the king giving more power to the Prince and Princess of Wales. I'd appreciate your input on that. And other than that, you are aware that he's toying with the idea. Donald Trump is toying with the idea of deporting Elon Musk. Have you heard this? Oh, you went mute. Hope you're okay.
Sorry, Douglas. Yeah, I just came off. Yes, beg your pardon.
No worries.
Yeah, a bit awkward then. Yes, no worries. No, I haven't. Is he? Yes.
Okay.
Yes. What was one of the things I heard recently? It was they've still got that fiasco going on between each other. Elon Musk came crawling back to try to apologize, and I don't think Donald Trump had any of it. Elon Musk was trying to expose the fact that he was presented on the Epstein files, like his.
Well, it's hard to forgive somebody after that. It's hard to forgive somebody after that. So he wouldn't. Yeah, he wouldn't take Elon Musk's apology, and now Elon Musk is going nuclear again. So since Elon Musk is going nuclear again, Trump has publicly toyed with the idea of deporting him back to South Africa. So so let's cross our fingers and just pray on our knees that this all becomes true.
Yes, I think one of the
But you know what?
The opposition party, the
I do want to remind
yeah.
you, and you can confirm this for our listeners. I was the first person who said Donald Trump needs to nationalize all of Elon Musk's assets and nationalize his companies. And that's what, now that Trump is finally saying, maybe I should nationalize his shit and deport him, it's basically he's listening to our show because these are the suggestions I've come up with. So
he's going to implement them. He's going to implement it, Douglas. Yes,
let's hope so.
They're paying attention. Yes, absolutely.
But it goes to show. We're going.
What I listened to, what I heard the other day was, I think there was like that Democrat, one member, I don't know his name, going back several years ago, exposed the fact that Elon Musk is an illegal immigrant, or he had companies whilst he wasn't a nationalized citizen.
Yes.
He immigrated from South Africa to, I believe, in Canada. I believe that's
right. That's how he crossed the Canadian border to get into the United States.
Yes. That which was illegal, yes. And so, the guy is an illegal immigrant, which was, just very... And with Donald Trump as well, Melania, there was issues with her legalization as in a nationalization process with her... citizenship. There was some legality there as well that was exposed. It's just I did just hear of it, not to go into any detail. Can't ascertain or articulate any detail of it, Douglas, but that is what I heard about. But it's all, there is credence behind it all. Just certainly with the fact that Elon Musk, he immigrated from South Africa and he went to Canada, he crossed the border and started up his own companies. I think the original was PayPal. But I believe it was...
No, that's Peter Thiel. That's Peter Thiel started that. Who's another South African. Who's another South African. Yes.
Douglas. Yes.
So do continue. Yeah.
Yes. And so, that will be, we'll wait and see what develops from that, Douglas. We'll see what pans out and see what Trump does to Elon. But that will be great. That certainly will be. I just saw that the stock's gone down, his shares have gone down for these the Tesla and
Man, that's always good to see. Yes.
Yeah. So it's hitting him hard in the pocket. Yeah, his wallet is getting hit hard.
It doesn't matter how hard you hit his wallet. The guy's still left with more money than God, but still, it's
exactly.
Like,
and he's always high on ketamine. He's always I should say,
always.
Degenerated on it because it does the opposite, ketamine. So the guy's just delirious when he's
all the time
in front of the press. And he's just so I don't know, deranged, I should call it. I don't know how else to, and the stuff he says and the stuff he does, it's all been pointed and noted. And and he's admitted to being on ketamine whilst he's been in the Oval Office, just in public, in his public figure, just out there, just on it all the time. And so he's a drug addict.
So here's what I found. I'm going to give you the link in your private messages. So I'm going to do a screen share here first, and this is for anyone else who's on the call with us, which I think it's basically just you and I now, and Aristides. I'm not quite sure if he's still awake at the moment. So, but basically I'm sharing this with you so that you know where to look. It'll be easier than a timestamp. So here we are, Extremist Hate in Idaho, part 1 of 3. This was put up 1 year ago. So this was put up 1 year ago. 3-part series analyzing observable extremist hate groups in Idaho. And so here we are with Inside the Hate in Idaho. And look at that. That is the compound. See the big swastika on it? The big swastika on the roof? They're tearing up. This is the Aryan Nation's compound that they nationally showed themselves destroying. They're all waving German flags here. But anyhow, so after decades of spreading their racist, homophobic, xenophobic, and other forms of hate across the country, the group's compound was literally dismantled. See, they were bragging about this after they were figuratively dismantled by communities standing against their ignorance. And so that is the that you see destroying there, in terms of, that's the Coeur d'Alene Fire Department. That's the Coeur d'Alene Fire Department was destroying that compound. And so that's what the young man was responding to 24 years later, to the day. 24 years later, to the date of that destruction, Wes Rowley was responding to that, and nobody's talking about this. So I'll just put that in there. And so okay. So let's see if I can stop sharing first, and then
much appreciate that.
So there you go. And so tell us.
And if they do, and if anyone hears anywhere else, you know where they got the information from.
Thank you.
They got it.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly, and it's so important. Honestly, it's so frustrating because I bring this stuff up later on, it gets reported, and and of course there's no credit to me when they dig up all these babies' bones. Over a decade later, and we know it's in protection of Michael Aquino while he was alive. This is the only reason we can be sure he's dead now, is simply because they got a Wikipedia page up on him finally. He's no longer around to protest. It's because it's too many people listening to me. It doesn't matter what they show our numbers to be. Obviously, enough people are listening to me to have a change in the world. There we go with that. We know that George Knight and I are certain of that because of what happened in England as well, with the Tories just verbatim quoting what I advised.
Yes, and Piers Morgan, really relaying verbatim, word for word, what you had said
about Rotherham.
About Rotherham, yes,
Thank you.
Exactly, to the letter, to the very letter. Yes, and that was indisputable. Nobody can deny that, Douglas.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just it's so frustrating, but at least it's at the same time it's it's its own form of at least we know that they're listening, and so I love you dearly.
Love me dearly too, Douglas. Thank you so much for having me on, and please support Douglas, whoever's listening right now. I was going to say it's going to a most magnificent cause, and so yes, you'll be doing great to this world if you just support Douglas. Yes, thank you, and thank you so much, Douglas. And I'll speak to you shortly. So I guess it'll be Sunday when I'll next join you.
Yeah, and by the way,
if I can,
of course.
If not, then I'll be busy, Douglas.
Yeah,
but yes.
And I'm not dismissing you. Obviously, you can stay as long as you want. I mean, it's just obviously you got to work for a living, unlike all these other assignees that we have who just come on my show and they have all the time in the world because they don't work.
Yes. Exactly, Douglas. No, thank you. Yes, very much appreciated. And all the best. Look after yourself, and I'll speak to you very soon.
Okay.
Take care.
All right.
Take care for now.
Love you dearly, and share that love with your family. Okay.
Take care, Douglas. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye for now. And so that's dear George Knight, and always wonderful to have his support. And what I've found is, of course, extraordinarily important in terms of that. We'll see what he's given here. A thumbs up to the link I shared with him. And that's important and appreciate it, and definitely want everyone to know it's just Aristides and myself right now. I'm, obviously still, it'll take another day's sleep before I'm back to normal again and able to do a real good night's worth of work. But I will respond at the absolute least to the question that was provoked by the troll earlier tonight, simply because it's an opportunity to educate people in that subject. And the person brought up the Bataan Death March, and obviously brought it up from the perspective of the outraged American. Like, 4th of July is coming up. Are you honoring our troops? My grandfather served in World War II. And it's like, okay. So what? It's like, not to dismiss that, but what does that have to do with the 4th of fucking July, which is all about the American Revolutionary War of Independence? And, it has nothing to do with that. And again, it's not like the Founding Fathers were people we would or could or even should relate to in this day and age, because they were horrible people. So it hasn't been a great time and a great place in so many ways. It's been a genocidal history, and believe me, that history continued all the way across the Pacific to the Philippines and way beyond. They tried to take it to Japan, but they failed. So in a very real sense, if someone's ancestor was involved in that effort, it's not really something to be proud of. And of course, it brings us back to exactly what happened with the Bataan Death March and the American soldiers who suffered there. So let's tell you a little bit about what this individual who was this was the American Underground Network. I don't even know if they're still around, and I guess they are. They got Jim Fetzer on them. He's cute. A lot of people hate him because he was trying to give equal time to Holocaust denial. He paid a heavy price for that. Yeah, I, of course, am no Holocaust denier, but my gang stalkers are. Certainly the one that disguised themselves as the individual claiming to have somebody in New Mexico who died in the Bataan Death March as a relation. But what American Underground Network said to me at one point was the story about the Japanese families losing all of their land in what made up the most of the rich San Joaquin Valley represents an incredible cover-up. Most of our listeners had never heard of this today, land property grab. We are under the assumption that the property was held in trust and was returned to the lawful owners. That's just incredible that people could even have that impression. By the way, what was the name of the former Japanese American who ran the Bataan Death March? And it says the wiki link below provides nothing of substance on the matter. Well, welcome to Wikipedia. Wikipedia would have absolutely nothing. Because as our man, Mr. George Knight would testify, and we'll get him to talk about this on Sunday if he's back, you know, Wikipedia is one of the last places. Well, it's just the last place on earth you should look. For those of you who do not know, Wikipedia is not allowed as a source in schools or education. You cannot use Wikipedia as a source of information in schools because they know that it is something that should not be sourced. It's all wrong. There's nothing there that will ever help you. It's you have to use other sources. Any source except Wikipedia. Is everything on Wikipedia long? No. By the sheer volume of information, something is going to hit. You throw enough at the wall and it's going to stick. But other than that, they, just by what we've already exposed tonight, they got a Wikipedia page up now on Michael Aquino. Never had anything on him while he was alive, when it mattered. But once he's safely dead and can no longer complain, they put a Wikipedia page up. So whatever they provide is too little, too late when they do provide it. But let me rehydrate myself here, and I'll get a little bit into the Bataan Death March. Which was orchestrated by a Japanese American. And he had his reasons. So, looking at the audience, we'll go through that. Then I'll decide if I want to go on the rest of the night or just continue on Sunday. Now, the individual's name was Omana Ipondeki na Nara Akira. Family name first, well, his rank, then his family name, then his first name, Akira, which most of you will remember from manga and anime, basically Japanese comic books and cartoons, as Akira, which was like a post-apocalyptic neo-Tokyo megalopolitan drug gangster type deal. This guy was the historical inspiration for Akira. So Oma na Ipan Tekina would basically translate as Major General Akira Nara in the English. If we put his first name before his last, it would be Major General Akira Nara. So he was retired, quote unquote, off the conventional Imperial Japanese Army records keeping system in 1942, but he didn't die until 1964. Now, again, Nara Akira, surname presented first per East Asian protocols, was a westernized Nipponjin officer. He was educated in the United States and completed his assimilation as a guest of the United States Army Infantry School, from which he graduated in 1927. By the late 1930s, Nara was commanding a garrison brigade on my own birthland, my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. Now, by the outbreak of the Pacific Ocean war phase, the Greater East Asian War, Nara was a lieutenant general and placed in command of a division during the invasion of the Philippines on basis of his native speaker fluency in English, whereby he was able to immediately adapt his operational tactics to incoming information as sourcing from intercepted American transmissions. Now, only hours after the Nipponjin, or Japanese People's Preemptive Surgical Strike against Pearl Harbor on December 7th of 1941, the Nipponjin, or the Japanese, also struck aero bases in the American-held Philippines under zenith of the rising sun at high noon on December 8th of 1941, as dated within Tokyo zone timing, west of the international date line, and caught flat on the tarmac while fueling and arming bomb loads for their long-planned and impending attack on my own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. A majority of the American military aircraft on the Filipino archipelago were destroyed during the preemptive Nipponjin, or Japanese, aero attack. And unlike in the United States-occupied Kingdom of Hawaii, the Nipponjin followed their surgical sky strike against the Philippines with an amphibious invasion. As grounded Nipponjin amphibious troops headed toward the capital city of Manila, American and Filipino troops retreated by the 22nd of December to the Bataan Peninsula, located on the western side of the large Philippine island of Luzon. Now, the Lieutenant General Nara's leadership abilities were soon proven to be outstanding, and he was immediately promoted to the rank of Major Generalcy thereafter and placed in command of a problem unit of born losers, social misfits, personality traits considered a severe failing in Japanese culture. Now, the 65th Dokuritsu Shita Kongo Ryodan, the 65th Independent Mixed Brigade, which means, like, geez, what the fuck do we do with all the guys that are so psychotic or antisocial we can't discipline them or integrate them into coherent units? So they put them into a mixed brigade, meaning kind of like the Psycho Battalion. Anyhow, it was a garrison formation composed of reservists intended only for garrison duty in the Philippines. They were deemed not fit for combat. He considered his new command Zetai ni Sentu ni Tekisanai, absolutely unfit for combat. So these were considered to be comprised of expendables. Omo no Ippon Tekina Nara's, that's Major General Nara's unit, was because they were so expendable, because they were, nobody liked any of them. They were thrown into combat at Bataan and suffered heavily throughout the grinding 90-day, 3-month-long Battle of Bataan from January 7th of 1942 through to April 9th of that same year. Imperfect maps being the greatest drawback as far as directing the battle was concerned. Major General Nara had formally requested 72 hours or 3 days to survey the area, but was ordered to attack at once. Now, nevertheless, It was Major General Nara's unit which conducted the final assault that captured the Bataan Peninsula and caused the final American surrender. Now, on the 9th of April in 1942, United States General Edward Postle King Jr. signed the surrender document, thusly ending the Battle of Bataan. His remaining 75,000 soldiers, 12,000 of them Americans and 63,000 of them Filipinos, who are never mentioned by Americans in all their tales of grievance and suffering. It's all white grievance. They didn't care what happened to the island coconut niggers. They didn't care at all. They'll bring them up as, oh, we had these poor brown people that suffered only collaterally. They'll bring that up as a side note, like, to show that they're not racist or something. But it's whenever they complain, it's all about how the white people suffered. At any rate, Japanese soldiers believed strongly in the honor of fighting to the death, and sometimes beyond, but that's a whole different story. So anyone who surrendered was already considered contemptible. Thus, to the Nipponjin soldiers, the captured American POWs and their Filipino collaborators from Bataan were unworthy of respect. But worse was now to come under the socialist dictatorship of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who impugned Executive Order 9066 with wildly popular American support. Now, Omono Ippontekina Nara was, of course, a citizen of the United States. Major General Akira was now delivered news that his pregnant wife, along with 124,000 other U.S. citizens of Japanese ancestry, had their citizenship revoked, as well as all real property seized, all financial assets frozen, and all personal properties impounded by the OAP, the Office of Alien Property, as all Americans of Japanese ethnicity had been instantly rendered illegal enemy aliens on the very soil on which they had lived for generations, solely on basis of their race. Both Madame Nara and the child had been killed in labor on the train to the Manzanar concentration camp. That's when Major General Nara immediately initiated the Bataan-shi no Koshin, the Bataan Death March, on the week of April 9th, 1942. Despite the obviously poor condition of the prisoners, Japanese command calculated that it would take them 72 hours or 3 days. Servicemen, march at speed. The samurai would call that koshin, samurai koshin, if they would force march 70 miles through the jungle, if they truly embodied any sense of American bushido or warrior wayfarer seishin samurai or servicemanly spirit. In other words, you were too cowardly to fight, maybe you'll be a bit more courageous in retreat. Now, under the OI, or Omona Ippontekina, the Major General Nara's incitement, the local Dainippon Teikoku Rikugun, the Greater Japanese Imperial Army officers, took their speed-paced marching order to heart, driving the wounded, the ill, and emaciated prisoners relentlessly through the tropical heat. The objective of the Koshin, or the forced march, was to get the 75,000 captured American and Filipino POWs from Mariveles in the southern end of the Bataan Peninsula to Camp O'Donnell in the north. To do this, the prisoners were to be force-marched 55 miles from Mariveles to San Fernando, then travel by train to Capaz. And from Capaz, and this is why it's so strange that Heather Holman used that term, Alcapaz, to refer to Alligator Alcatraz in Florida. It was like she knew this or something, knew that I was going to talk about this, or was given that information. At any rate, the prisoners from Capaz were marched again at from Capaz, the prisoners were again to march at speed for the last 8 miles to Camp O'Donnell. The prisoners were separated into groups of approximately 100 assigned Dai Nippon Daikoku Rikugun, or Greater Japanese Imperial Army Guards, and then sent speed marching. It would take each group about a standard working week or 5 days to make the journey. The forced march would have been long and arduous for anyone, but the already starving prisoners were to endure cruel and brutal treatment throughout their long journey, the very comportment of which made the Shin no Koshin, or the Death March, so deadly. Anyone who fell behind, complained, or was discovered to be in possession of a souvenir taken from a fallen Japanese soldier was bayoneted or shot. Random brutality was common. Rifle butt beatings were liberally administered, often for offenses such as aiding a faltering comrade. Many prisoners were bayoneted for no apparent reason. Beheading was prevalent. The prisoners were also routinely denied food and water, without which the prisoners were extremely weak as they marched at pace the full 63 miles under the risen sun. Many were seriously ill from malnutrition, while others had been wounded or were suffering from diseases they had picked up in the jungle itself. The intense heat of the Catagalagan, or the Philippines Islands, during the march was miserable. The IJA, the Imperial Japanese Army in attendance, exacerbated the pain by purposefully forcing the prisoners to sit out in direct exposure under the risen sun for several hours without any shade during rest stops, a torture called Taiyu Chiryu, or sun treatment. Now, some prisoners were shot for stopping to fill their canteens at roadside ditches. A few prisoners successfully scooped up some stagnant water as they walked past, but many became sick therefrom. If anyone seemed slow or fell behind during the Koshin, or the march, they were either shot or bayoneted. There were what they called IJA, or Imperial Japanese Army buzzard squads, who followed each group of marching prisoners, responsible for killing those that couldn't keep up. Once the prisoners reached San Fernando, they were herded into boxcars, the manner of the Tokyo commuter trains, how they push each other to get inside and people push them to get inside. This is how the Japanese shoved the Americans into each boxcar. They shoved so many prisoners into each boxcar, as a matter of fact, that there was standing room only. The heat and conditions inside caused even more deaths. And nothing worse than dying standing up while you're extremely hot and surrounded by a bunch of other stinking, sweating human beings. Now, upon arrival in Kapaz, the remaining prisoners speed marched the remaining 8 miles as planned. When they reached their destination, Camp O'Donnell, it was discovered that only 54,000 of the POWs had made it to the camp. It is estimated that at least 10,000 died, while the rest of the missing had escaped into the jungle and joined guerrilla groups. The conditions within Camp O'Donnell were also brutal and harsh, leading to thousands more POW deaths even within their first few weeks there. In total, 20,000 POWs died on the Bataan Shi no Koshin, the Bataan Death March. Some simply collapsed and died of illness or starvation, but most were essentially murdered. A large but unknown number of POWs died shortly thereafter in the internment camps as well, from the after effects of their forced march. Now, amidst the celebratory festivities of the first anniversary of the preemptive surgical strike on Pearl Harbor, December 8th of 1942, Major General Nara was retired off the conventionally accessible IJA, or Imperial Japanese Army Records Keeping System, and into the Emperor's own Kurumaku Black Curtain program of, the Emperor himself. He came under direct orders of the Emperor. Major General Nara thereafter served his empire in consultative liaison to the Kempeitai, the military police, or Emperor Hirohito's own version of the Gestapo, throughout the initial phases of the post-World War II ceasefire era and beyond, at least until he was officially recognized as legally dead, circa 1962. Major General Nara is known to have survived the war as one of the few Japanese commanders to come out of the Philippines operations with his international reputation sanitized from Allied tribunal records during the Tokyo war crimes trials of 1945. As to the man held responsible, well, almost immediately following cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities, a United States military tribunal was established. In Nama's stead was charged Taisho Honma Masaharu, or General Masaharu Honma, for atrocities committed during the Bataan Death March. Chujo Honma, or Lieutenant General Honma, had been the Japanese commander in charge of the Philippines invasion and had ordered evacuation of the prisoners from Bataan. Now, Taisho Honma, General Honma, stated that he had been unaware of the high death toll from the Koshin, the death march, until sometime later. Nonetheless, he accepted responsibility for his troops' actions, even though he himself had never ordered such brutality. The tribunal found him guilty and convicted him as a political scapegoat for propaganda purposes to be exploited on the American home front back in the States. And on the 3rd of April in 1946, Taisho Honma was executed by firing squad in the town of Los Banos in Laguna on the Philippines. Quite separately from his responsibility for instigation of the death march on Bataan, Major General Nara had also been accused of ordering a massacre of almost 1,000, that's some 400 Filipino POWs near Meriveles. But he was never brought to trial regards this incident. Once meeting Major General Nara in retirement, in what we have been told was supposedly the last year of his life, the professional historian John Willard Toland, the man who wrote the book Infamy, John Toland, described Major General Nara as a stocky, middle-aged man. But there you go with that. At any rate, this is the individual who was responsible for the Bataan Death March because Americans had killed his wife and child. And all I can say is, if you don't want these things to happen, don't do such evil things. Karma is a bitch. So, yeah, that's, there you go with that. Hopefully all that puts something into perspective for you. And hopefully people then realize that, it's the Americans brought this on themselves. They really did. You don't take an entire race of people and put them in camps just because of their race and expect not to have response. So that's bear that all in mind, and just don't do it again. But Trump's planning to do just that, and we're going to see even more of the shit in response because the Americans just keep misbehaving. Stop misbehaving, Americans, and maybe we'll all do a little better for ourselves. All right, let me see. I guess I got to get the inbox up here and send this to our man. Here we are, Credo, and we'll send this over to our friend GEK. And okay, here we are. Okay, here we are. 14 words combined. There we are. 14 in the slogan. Okay, is alphanumeric code for, okay, so we'll guess there's no reason to send this. This is just, well, oh, I know what to do. I'll send it instead to myself. That way I'll have this on record. And that at least takes care of that. All right, then. Let's take a look at our numbers, and then I'll decide. All right, let's all rejoin us on Sunday. I'll probably be more in the mood to do a full show then. Tonight I'll take my break and then have time to get up tomorrow, repay our man Aristides. And that's the most important thing to do right now, is just get everything squared away for this initial month this initial week on the calendar of the month, and that will leave me hopefully with money in the bank to pay the bills. Otherwise, after that, I'm counting on all of you to help me make it through the month and make rent again by August 1st. So we've got the Independence Day weekend coming up, and that means I'll have to take care of some shit today with Aristides, get that out of the way, and then prepare for doing what I can at the estates. Right. All of you, enjoy your 4th of July, and my love to all who support myself. Kisses to the ladies, hugs to the men, and join us again on Sunday, same time, same place, and I should be in a much better mood for conducting everything, because I'm going to make sure I sleep as much as possible from this point through a good part of tomorrow. All right, getting up only to pay Aristides back and take it from there. All right, so let's end stream.